The woman who offered him the sandals, seeing how wet he was, invited him to remain for the night in her home. Gudo accepted, thanking her. He entered and recited a sutra before the family shrine. He then was introduced to the woman's mother and to her children. Observing that the entire family was depressed, Gudo asked, what was wrong? My husband is a gambler and a drunkard, the housewife told him. When he happens to win, he drinks and becomes abusive. When he loses, he borrows money from others. Sometimes when he becomes thoroughly drunk, he does not come home at all. What can I do? I will help him, said Gudo. Here is some money. Get me a gallon of fine wine and something good to eat. Then you may retire. I will meditate before the shrine. When the man of the house returned about midnight, quite drunk, he bellowed, Hey, wife, I'm home. Have you something for me to eat?
This is not appropriate at all. This is very wrong.
No. So my question.
I know you're taking.
So my question for you. No. So Pepe, my question for you. Oh, did he get? Oh no, he's still here. Okay, sick. Okay, Pepe. So I get that you're trolling at that moment, but what I would say is that I actually think that you should look at what the fuck is going on in the UK right now, and have alarm bells going off on where you live, and I would say that...
Are you asking me about the Muslims?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah, I want every Muslim kicked out of the West, period, point blank. That's always been my stance. No Muslims...
I'll say things that I mean, like, I don't know, like my defense of gun rights, for example. The MAGA version of protecting gun rights is to grab the guns first and worry about due process later. And so, if with friends like them, who needs enemies?
What do you think of reasonable discussions? Is that the house? Rational discussion. Sorry. You're thinking of that room today.
I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I think you guys all did a good job. I liked seeing all of you up there to kind of represent the different perspectives, I think it gave a lot of balance to it.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I liked the room. I thought, Hanson enjoyed it, or Anson. I think, there's a lot of very difficult questions you can ask. But, for me, out of sight, out of mind, I try not to think too much in terms of that. You can kind of waste a lot of time thinking about all these grandiose problems that are so universal or at scale that, basically, it could have been at the gym, It's an opportunity cost to be here to have these conversations. So, I like to try to kill two birds with one stone and maximize the value of my time here on this app in the same way that you do. So, when you waste time here having endless arguments and heated conversations, it makes it stressful, I think, as a listener, to experience that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Real quick, I was just going to say, with the balance to moderation, you had a lot of differing opinions, not necessarily everybody agreeing on that stage, but you had this level of balanced moderation, and it's always interesting to me when a room like that goes well, where you have people kind of from all ends of the spectrum talking and communicating, you kind of come to the conclusion that everybody's really not that far apart on a lot of issues. It's just the little nuances that tend to create the big differences. And when you can actually have those conversations, like, it helps me to understand the left side of things a little better, because there's an opportunity to kind of hear everybody lay out, like, well, I feel this way because of X, Y, and Z. And it's like, oh, I didn't know that that's kind of what was the motivating factor behind that. And so I like to get those well-rounded perspectives because I like to consider it from all the angles.
Yeah, I think balancing the stage, at least the moderation, because you can't really determine who's going to show up for the room. It does help, and I agree with you. I thought that it was fascinating that until you shared your thoughts, Serendipity, everybody was pretty much in agreement that, like, no, U.S. troops should definitely not be used in that fashion. And then I think Adams had agreed with you, but I think Anson, myself, and Moose, we represent some very different ways of thinking about what government's role is, but we all agreed for different reasons that pretty bad idea to get U.S. troops involved going after drug cartels.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, there are a lot of reasons why I don't think getting the troops involved is maybe not the best decision. And again, like I told you to, I do kind of feel like it's trying to put a Band-Aid over a bleeding artery, taking that, because while it will have an immediate impact, there's always somebody willing to fill the vacuum. When you cut off the head of a snake, there's always.
Besides the potential for civilian casualties being lost and the potential for, obviously the whole diplomatic thing between the U.S. and Mexico, I mean, there's a lot of reasons not to do it. But I don't know. The law enforcement issue is a big issue for me too. I think there's a lot of corruption there, and I think that because of that corruption, law enforcement tends to focus on, they want the big busts that are going to generate lots of extra funds for them, and they tend to let a lot of the other stuff go.
Moja, let me ask you a question. You make a great argument all the time for the Second Amendment, and the incumbent I'm running against, Darren LaHood in Rockford, Peoria, he's a gun grabber that wants to raise the age of the minimum age to buy what they call an assault rifle. So I'm just wondering, if we really enacted the Second Amendment nationwide in the same way that like Georgia or Texas have open carry laws and a lot more lenient licensing and no database tracking, etc. On the whole, couldn't we save a lot of money on the NDA and our national defense by essentially arming our population and giving us, great gun rights once again?
That's not the argument that I would use against your opponent. The argument that I would use would be one that speaks to his constituents that believe that, think about some of the broader concepts.
Focus on the history of how gun rights, specifically the prohibition, has been very racistly applied. And it targets poor people. Everything from bullet taxes to registration fees. I would tackle how it's discrimination against poor people and specifically people of color. That is where his constituents would have their ears perk up. I think you could make other arguments that would make your constituents' ears perk up, but if you get an opportunity to debate him or have his constituents listen, those are the points that I would hit. I would meet them where they're at with and talk to them about something that they care more about, which is discrimination.
Raising the age won't do anything. I mean, you can get a driver's license 17, some states 16. The average vehicle, the average car on the road doing 70 miles an hour is far more dangerous to the general public than guns.
Not to mention most of the kids that use guns get them from their parents anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think there was that case that set a precedent. I think it was two parents last year, school shooting. Two parents that were both actually tried separately for involuntary manslaughter.
They were negligent, Moose. Like
They were.
ordinary.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying they were. I wouldn't say they were wrongfully.
Yeah.
I was all for it. I mean, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying they were wrongly convicted, but that is. I mean, that is.
So I guess to say you can't say that law enforcement or courts are not aware of the problem with to your point about parents and guns.
It tickled the hairs on the back of my neck when I found out that they were pursuing the parents, but then when you read the details of the case, it was just like, yeah, they were clearly negligent. Like, you hate to see that start being legislated, but there was just no question about it in that particular case.
I think an interesting angle in the gun argument is to talk about how the policies that people are prescribing do not impact criminals; they impact law-abiding citizens. And then in order to, instead of just shooting down all the laws, actually propose a measure. This is what advocates of the Second Amendment do not do enough of. I think we should be proposing, well, what is the solution? If we think that all of their ideas are bad, what is a good idea? And I think one of the good ideas would be to target laws that specifically target criminals. And one of the areas is with straw purchases. If you could just simply say we should have zero tolerance against straw purchases, because it's definitely harder to prosecute a straw purchase, but if you do prosecute somebody for a straw purchase, I think that's where you would want like a mandatory minimum of something like 10 years, 20 years, something crazy. Because then what you're doing as a gun advocate is you're proposing a law that's super aggressive towards gun violence, but you're completely leaving law-abiding citizens alone. And that's the thing that some people don't do when they're applying these laws.
Yeah, another thing that I don't think that TA advocates bring up enough either is, comparatively speaking, the number of crimes that are stopped because of lawful-abiding gun-carrying citizens. Those numbers are staggering, and you very, very rarely hear those numbers come up when you hear people debating it.
So what is a liberal Democrat? Is there a difference between a populist liberal social democrat? I mean, at what point does it not just become a demonstration of an inversion or a reversal of, status quo in culture? I mean, what is a liberal Democrat?
Well, I would say that liberalism advocates for individual rights, and any Democrat that's advocating for collective rights is not a liberal by definition.
I'd like to see you do some spicy topics in the Rational Discussion House, too.
I mean, of course, there's always the typical, abortion and that type of
Read my mind, serendipity. The low-hanging clubhouse.
Yeah, but they're spicy. People come with their passion. The abortion issue is actually another one of those issues where I really don't think the left and the right are that far off. We just need to get enough people to have a reasonable discussion.
Here's the problem with pro-lifers. I'll pick on them for a second because it's easier. It's easier to pick on the other side because they just want to murder babies. But let's pick on the pro-lifers for a second. They make the argument that it's an innocent life, but then they completely shit on their own argument when confronted with the question of, well, what about rape or incest? And they're afraid to answer that would, in a way that would be logically consistent.
that it's murder, because if it's an innocent life form,
then it wouldn't matter if it's rape or incest, because your argument is that life is its own separate life, and that the sanctity of life is important and it's worth protecting. And so somebody's discomfiture of carrying that baby, and again, this isn't my position, it's just shooting down the inconsistency of the pro-life argument. If they really believe that life begins at conception and they're dedicated to protecting those lives, then when somebody asks them, what about cases of rape and incest, they would say, doesn't matter. That's the only logical that's the only consistent argument that they can make. And the moment they capitulate on that, you've really got them in checkmate, because they don't actually believe that it's a life being killed.
And of course, it's the hypocrisy of them.
It's wrong to kill humans, but they have no issue with putting up abortion clinics and killing people who are abortions or hating or offering advice to young women and teenagers, or victims of rape and incest. No problem taking their lives.
Well, how does it make? Doesn't logically make sense to kill people who are killing people. It's just more murder. But they are sanctioned and protected by the law, and it's a big racket. The point is, I think instead of taxpayers funding the racket, they should fund the mothers if they want the money. If you want $10,000 to have a baby versus giving $10,000 to an abortion doctor to murder your child, I say let's give the $10K to the woman so she can choose. I think a lot of these women that go to Planned Parenthood, about $60,000 a month, might opt in for a check versus having their children destroyed in their uterus.
The government is not giving people checks for that shit.
That's what I'm proposing.
It's a bad idea, and I suspect billions more dollars of money than we actually have. Are you campaigning on that, Chuck? Sorry, Marshall.
Yeah, I'm campaigning on that. I say cut the $1 billion a month in spending for Planned Parenthood. Stop killing 60,000 babies a month in this country. We have a population decrease happening because of the COVID-19 vaccinations. The mortality rate from COVID-19 vaccinations in 2020 is 20% higher than the average. I'm just saying, let's stop killing our people with big pharma, health insurance, abortionists. Let's let our people live. I'm just saying, let's set our priorities straight. Let's get our priorities in order. Let's get a to-do list going.
Why is it, though, that whether you talk to somebody on the left or the right, that you can't get them to pin down, like, what problem are you looking to solve, right? If what we want is to end unwanted pregnancies, if what we wanted to do was, if it's unwanted,
and you should stop pointing your semen at an egg. If you truly don't want to do the behaviors that lead to having kids. But if we wanted to really socially engineer things in a way that would have the outcomes that people say they want, what we would do is just encourage people that aren't married to just be gay, because you're not going to create babies if you're having homosexual sex. And so people will say that that's an absurd argument. Well, what about what I'm attracted to? Well, if the problem that you're trying to solve is you don't want unwanted pregnancies, you don't want abortions, you don't want child out of wedlock, whatever the problem is you're trying to solve, all of that stuff goes away if they're just gay.
Perfect. Makes perfect lot.
like, there's the problem. Stop. Immediately terminate your heterosexual attraction and realize the amount of I gotta constantly this is big. I gotta
It's just a bell-shaped curve, though. The media and the culture or the government can't influence the homosexual or bisexual, index. But for 30 days, where every business is displaying a rainbow flag, is that new in American culture and society or historical? I'd say it's probably still about on average. The point is, You know, we are spending $1 billion every single, um, I think is it minute? I can't remember. No, every single hour, basically 20 billion a day, and there's 24 hours. So we're literally spending at the federal level $1 billion every single hour, and only 600 million of that is collected in taxes, and maybe 400 million is just borrowed. So, you know, when does it ever end? When does the cycle of graft and lobbying and disbursement of funds, when does it ever end? Will it ever end? Or should it ever end? That is the question in a liberal democracy today.
So here's some interesting statistics. So the federal government, they borrow 4.7 billion a day. They borrow them, and then they spend 18.6 billion a day. So we do have a borrowing and spending problem, but we're spending more than we borrow. We spend a lot more than we borrow. Why don't we just pass a balanced budget? Like, what's the problem with that? Like, where is the objection, the legitimate objection to passing a balanced budget? Like, I'd love to hear a logical reason of why spending within the parameters of what we generate in terms of revenue. Like, why would we not do that? Is there an argument?
I don't know. Texas did it, and of course, Texas is a state with all states, so everybody should adopt our practice. Get the balance budget, and it works out great. You don't have a large revenue, but
Well, you could look at the international government debts of all governments, Japan, etc., and look at the debt to GDP. And the fact that if we are borrowing this much right now, and these other governments, like Spain, for example, owes like 1.2 trillion, 1.6 trillion. It's very high in the European index in terms of GDP and total debt. So if that is the paradigm or the equilibrium or the balance of the global currency system, we are actually in a very good place, knowing how much we're doing currency manipulation. We're getting away with it, and we're accusing everybody else of doing it. That's why Trump is so great.
I think what you mean that it is because empire.
Yeah, it's empire. When the Indians,
Areas where you and I seem to actually get along with each other.
when the British had a major revolution on their hands in India, and they were really worried they were going to lose it, and so guess what they did? They mounted the biggest parade effort in their military, civilizational history, and they mesmerized the Indians. The Indians all lined up and were like, "Wow, look at this parade!" And so they hypnotized all the Indians into basically becoming submissive again, just with that communication, a show of force. So, I'm just wondering if America does show of force politics all the time. So I'm just wondering, when the next show of force will be, because our dollar demands it. I'm just.
Why can't we just cancel the debt, John?
I think debt resolution is real because I myself have a very large amount of debt, and I know that I am willing to do a meeting of the minds, but unfortunately, the lender or the banker or the lawyer or the judge on the other end of this equation, we don't seem to have a meeting of the minds. But I think at the civilizational, super empire level, supranational, meeting of the minds with the world's largest nuclear, weaponry. I mean, our aircraft carriers are powered by nuclear power, and they're huge, and they carry nuclear bombs and We have an incredibly well-educated fleet of officers who can exact justice around the world. But I'm just asking, is that really justice? You know, I mean, unless it's a just war, I think you have a lot of veterans who are maybe kind of disgruntled. Like, there's a lot of Afghanistan vets and Iraqi vets who aren't so sure about why they were there. And I'm just asking, you know, if it's not a just war, it doesn't sit well in the stomach.
John, I went to lunch the other day in this little courtyard area. They had food trucks and stuff. And they had one random little game set up for people, for adults to play. You know what it was? Axe throwing.
Well, I hate to throw the axe cord around. I'm just being facetious, but if, you know, see, people want to ask me why I say ask instead of asking me my opinions on certain things like the budget or the deficit or the national debt and the unfunded liabilities. You know, I don't know how many CPAs we have in the house, but
Do you guys know what the math is on the unfunded liabilities?
it's 100 trillion.
No, but I think the carry each American has of the overall debt is like $84,000 per person.
Wrong. Try 110,000, 120,000, or maybe 400 or 600,000 for the unfunded liabilities, because the unfunded liabilities are 4 times that of the funded liabilities. So if everybody owes 110,000 on the funded, everybody owes 440,000 in the unfunded liabilities. Prove to me my math is wrong.
Define unfunded liabilities.
I have asked Grok many times, what is the difference between funded and unfunded liabilities? Guess what Grok's answer is, Dr. Moose? I can't give you the answer. I'd have to ask Grok again exactly how they define it. But the total sum debt is about 150 trillion. So that's the mind-blowing part, is you can toss around 37 trillion all the time, but when you actually bring up the real number of about 150 trillion, it's mind-blowing. So, you know, if you are a libertarian and you think we have too much regulation,
Whatever that number means, that's all you have to define the fact that you're calculating in unfunded liabilities. If you don't, like a CBL, you would calculate, they'll calculate in the unfunded liabilities in that way.
I'm just saying, whatever the numbers on USDebtClock.org say, the unfunded, I think it says 101 trillion, 110 trillion, and the funded is 37 trillion.
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't have much unfunded liabilities, we do. We hinted at it because it was described to use in the neighborhood of about $20 trillion in unfunded liabilities over the next 13 years.
See, funded liabilities versus unfunded liabilities sort of implies that, you know what, we're not necessarily on the hook for the unfunded because they were never approved for funding. So I think, you know, it's a little bit of a language game here.
But it implies the social welfare program on CU, but it didn't have more people that we can actually support with the tax dollars we're taking in themselves.
Well, these are pension obligations, etc. In Chicago, they have a major pension crisis, but they are, see, the city of Chicago is about $50 billion in debt. The state of Illinois is about $200 billion in debt. And when you ask Grok, do they have to borrow to pay the pensions, even though they're $50 billion in debt and only bring in about $15 billion a year in budget and, you know, $10 billion a year in revenue? So they're absolutely paying the pensions by borrowing and adding to the overall debt. It's a word game.
What's wild is like, on a personal level, you don't have the ability to do that. If you have a credit card, you can't use one credit card to pay off the other credit card. They frown upon that. They want you to pay that off, you know, with either your checking account or a debit card or something like that. They don't allow you to pay off one debt with credit. I don't know why the government gets rid of it.
It's because it's decentralized and dispersed to every single social security card number bearing American that there is. You are literally in the ledger through the social security number. I mean, it's all one giant network, and it just you don't feel it, and you really don't feel it because inflation isn't a big problem. It's a problem, but it's not hyperinflation. We're not there yet. We got to get to about 2050 to where we start getting into like absolute hyperinflation where eggs are $40 or $30, a thing of milk is $30, like that type of a grocery store situation for a lot of people who didn't move up their earnings. I mean, it'll be catastrophic, but what I'm saying is we shouldn't even get there. That's stupid to inflate our money like that and think that we can run the Federal Reserve and Congress like this fiat inflation bubble system. That's stupid economics. That's running a pizza shop at a loss for 25 more fucking years. No, you shut the pizza shop down and you reopen something else.
Yeah, but let's build a new football stadium in your city.
Yeah, you need taxpayer funding to do that, which is fucked up, isn't that? It's always going back to the taxpayer. Let's stop fucking the taxpayer. Let's stop fucking the voter. Let's stop fucking our citizens.
Million on the existing stadium.
Here's something to consider. So, if you want to find the big culprit with unfunded liability, Medicare, unfunded liability for Medicare is $50 to $55 trillion. Medicare Part A alone is $15 trillion of unfunded liabilities. Medicare Part B, $20 trillion shortfall. And Medicare Part D, $15 trillion shortfall. I mean, this is has unfunded liabilities larger than the U.S. national debt currently.
Say that like it's a bad thing.
Illinois, all the pension spending.
See, that makes sense, Mojo, that, it is 50 trillion because if we're already spending 4 trillion on Medicare, Medicaid, and you blow that up by 10x over the next 25 years. See, that's the thing. It's like, over what time frame is that 50 trillion? Like, where do they get that $100 trillion unfunded liabilities number from? It's just a forward projection, but this isn't liberal democracy, and it's not capitalism. What do you call it? Like crony fascism, fiat capitalism?
Economic fascism.
So what? We just elect a new dictator every 4 years, and that's never gonna that's the game. Is the dictator will never ever go back against economic fascism?
I think eventually it's gonna break. I don't know if you've ever designed like a video game and like there's a variable that you didn't take into consideration and then you get to a certain point and it does
a virtual pinball machine, and all of a sudden,
for a certain angle that the ball might hit. Now the ball's stuck and it's not moving. I have a feeling that that's what we're going to get to the point of the unintended consequence, which is going to be that the system is just going to break. And then at that point, I think what we do is we tell those foreign entities that we owe money to, as well as corporations, to go pound sand. And then the unfunded liabilities, we just tell the American people, sorry, we're not keeping these promises. And then we just hit a reset button. And if that's the inevitability, then my question is, why don't we just hurry up and do that?
I couldn't really hear you, Hakima, but Mojo, I think there's like a generational component or a time value of generations, meaning that Chairman Powell, Chairman Trump, like they're more than happy to shake hands and let the status quo be and let bygones be bygones. I think that any kind of, I've told you this before, that there's like a 99.99% chance that the status quo now will be the status quo in the future now. and there will be no actual, deregulation in terms of, I guess, marketplaces. It seems to me like everything is totally bitted up, chopped up, completely organized to the highest extent possible. Therefore, like any kind of actual philosophical economic change most likely won't happen. It's so easy to say that the system is going to pop. But, I follow Peter Schiff, and I've read many of his father's books, Erwin Schiff's books, and Peter is killing two birds with one stone by being a financial advisor and claiming that the Federal Reserve and the U.S. dollar is going to crumble, and that if you invest in his gold stocks and in his gold indexes and use him as your asset manager, you stand the greatest chance of surviving the crash. He's, brilliant in that regards because he plays the contrarian, and a lot of people are contrarians, but the chances are that he's just trying to improve his status in the status quo. So I think that's the actual truth: is you have to play the game to improve your status in the status quo, but the status quo will persist because the system is so bitted and well organized at this point.
Have you guys read Atlas Shrugged, or is that just the title that I threw around to you guys that nobody's taking the time to? Anybody actually read it?
No, I've never read it.
I totally recommend this. It's big, maybe, audiobook, 1.5 speed. Stop listening to Clubhouse for a few days. Get on that. But the central point of it is the idea of if you put the demands on those that produce too greatly to support those that don't produce, there's a limit that they can get pushed to. And we know what labor strikes are, where the workers go on strike. But imagine the innovators, imagine the entrepreneurs, imagine the people that truly produce. If they went on strike and they said, I'm not going to do this anymore, I'm not going to play your game, and then they just retreat, they say, I'm not going to fund your society because you're just too wasteful. And if the producers decided to do that, we're fucked. And I think it's a book more people should read. I think it would, especially those that believe that workers should have the right to go on strike. Well, what about the creators? The innovators, the entrepreneurs? Why can't they go on strike?
I think creators and entrepreneurs eventually do get exhausted with the game, but the property taxes are so high that in many ways you can't stop working. And your retirement is at risk with massive pensions and all these unfunded liabilities. And the only way they can get their money seems to be property taxes. So, you know, the solution for long-term financial survival could be being in a place that has no property taxes.
I don't think people are ready for this. I think if you were to offer people legitimate tax reform and a balanced budget, I think they would freak
Opt for tax increases over that just because it's the devil that they know.
Kima, you there?
This is the hagfish. Forget scales, forget bones, even a jaw. Wrinkled and pale, it slithers through the abyss with a single powerful nostril, a super sniffer that detects the faintest whiff of a deceased creature from miles away. But how does this boneless wonder actually eat? Hidden under its chin lies a toothy trapdoor. Once safely inside its feast, the hagfish deploys this weapon, scraping and shredding flesh with its sharp teeth. A powerful tongue that slurps up the resulting mush. But the hagfish has another trick up its slimy sleeve. When threatened, it unleashes a truly remarkable defense mechanism. Slime. Expanding a mind-boggling 10,000 times in water, this slime creates a tangled mess of protein threads that disorients and confuses any attacker. This slimy escape plan is so effective. Predators leave frustrated, leaving the hagfish free to continue its deep-sea scavenging. This.
Did you expect the name drop to go that hard? No.
What's the exact disconnect? I mean, over what period of time? Are you going 1619 to 2025? From inception, yeah. I'm glad you're now saying.
19 and not saying that black people were indigenous to the United States.
I'm talking about. That's exactly what those numbers show. That they reclassify people into the black population. That's how it grew. That's the only way it can go to the numbers. If they put other groups of people together that all look the same and make them one group of people, that's the only way the population can grow that fast. The only way.
Let me ask ChatGPT, see what they think. Hold on. We should invite all the ladies to come up. I like when the ladies are up here.
And another thing that's crazy, when you look at the numbers, if you break the Europeans, you break not just Europeans, you break everybody down by their nationality. It's more black people. We are the third largest group. First is Germans, then it's Mexicans, then it's Black Americans, then it's Irish, then it's English. Which we have the Irish beat by like 5 million. We have the English beat by 15 million. Somehow them Germans sneaky as fuck because there's 44 million of them. I'm not sure how that happened. I did read into how they was allowed to come, but the Germans was pretty sneaky. But it took about almost 10 million Germans to get to 44 million. At the same time period, it took 388,000 blacks to get to 36 million.
All right, so let me tell you what ChatGPT is telling me. So starting point, 1619, the first documented group of Africans arrived in English colonies in Virginia in 1619, around 20 to 30 people. Over the next 200 years, more Africans were brought through the transatlantic slave until it was banned in 1808 in the U.S. and through natural population growth. Let's see. Step 2, the slave trade and early growth. Historians estimate that 388,000 Africans were brought directly to what became the U.S. between 1619 and 1808. By the first census in 1790, there were 757,000 black people, both enslaved and free, roughly 19% of the total population. From there, growth was mostly natural increases, births minus death, because the slave trade had ended. And then pre-Civil War expansion from 1790 to 1860. In 1790, 757,000 Black Americans. In 1860, 4.4 million Black Americans. This huge jump was from high birth rates and relative stable survival rates, even under slavery. The enslaved population had a higher birth rate than death rate, which is unusual in most of the Caribbean and South American where conditions were deadlier. Post-Civil War growth from 1865 to 1900. Emancipation freed 4 million people. By 1900, 8.8 million Black Americans. This doubling over 40 years fits a natural growth rate of 1.7 per year. 20th century growth. 1900, we had 8.8 million. By 1950, we're up to 15 million. Industrialization, better health care, migration to cities. By 2000, there was 36 million. Medical advances, lower infant mortality, longer life expectancy, continued high fertility into the mid-20th century. And today, the census of 2020 had 41 million people identifying as Black alone, 46 million if you include identifying as Black in combination with another race. That's an average growth rate of roughly 2.1 per year over 230 years, with most of it coming from natural increase rather than immigration. Post-slave trade immigration from Africa and Caribbean is a much more recent, smaller factor. So the simple math is, it went from 388,000 to 41 million at a growth rate of 2.1.
Okay, now ask why did Black Americans outpace white Americans by such a large margin? Like, why, like, how is it possible that Black Americans grew 100 times and they only grew 5 times? Like, how is that? Tell me, break that down.
Let's see. I'll ask. These are good questions. It actually says no. The Black population in the U.S. has never outpaced white Americans in terms of total numbers or growth rate over a long run. Here's why. Starting numbers were vastly different. In 1790, the first census, where there was 3.17 million white Americans versus 757,000 Black Americans. Whites already outnumbered Blacks 4-1. Both groups grew mainly by natural increase. What's the number? I'm looking for the actual percentage. What's the actual percentage? Doesn't tell me. I'm going to ask it again. What was the growth rate per year by race? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so the white population growth rate started in 1790. We had 3.17, and then by 1860 was up to 27 million. They went from 3 to 27 in the same period of time, where Blacks went from 750,000 to 4.4 million.
A lot of that was immigration, though.
But we're talking about population growth. So,
you just said birth rate, though, so you can't put birth rate with immigration also.
No, I said I typed in growth rate. So the growth rate.
I thought you said birth rate.
So in 1790, there was 3.17 million white people and 757,000 Black people. And if you look at these birth rates, let's see, what's the total?
Future, I do not want to ask to provide contract positions expected from now on. Please remember our request.
Okay, so if you break it down by era, from 1790 to 1860, whites had a faster birth rate. They were, growth rate, 2.9% per year, where Blacks were at 2.6. So it was 0.3% higher for whites. And then in 1860 to 1900, whites grew at a rate of 2.8%, 1.8%, where blacks grew at 1.9. From 1900 to 1950, whites 1.7 to blacks 1.2. The only period of time that we have is from 1950 and beyond, where whites grew at 0.7% from 1950 to 2000, and blacks grew at 1.9%. And then from 2000 to 2020, whites grew at 0.25% and blacks at 0.6%. So you have to get to 1950 for the black growth rate to have surpassed percentage-wise that of whites.
I'm not going to dispute none of that. But at the end of the day, there's something missing. The math still isn't the math. If the white started with more, grew faster, how did the blacks go 100x and whites go 4 to 5x? Like literally, they went from the 3 million. With immigration, was by 1860, 27 million with immigration and all that.
Well, let's do the math.
It's 194 million whites, 36 million blacks. So if you go from the starting point, blacks went at 100x and whites didn't at all. So how is it?
Well, the 100x doesn't follow. So you have you went from 757 million or 757,000. I'm sorry, 757,000 from in 1790 to.
That's 50x. I was counting 388. So the 750, that's 50x still 50x compared to 5x.
So if you go 757,000 to 41.1 million. Versus white people growing from 3.17 to 204. It's interesting. What is the point you're trying to make?
The number of blacks grew so much because they mixed a lot of different people, a lot of indigenous people, a lot of Moorish people. They put all into one group and called them Negroes. It was a paper genocide where they didn't kill everybody like they said. They reclassified them into another group. And if I want to drive, and I can put up a lot of things that let you know like when they did what. The history is there. Like they definitely reclassifying more than indigenous people with black Negroes, put them all in one group.
Well, if you want to start in 1619 and you're starting with the number of 25, it's interesting, but that doesn't account for the 388,000 that came later, and but so the total number from 1619 to 2025, the total number, the rate of growth for black is 2.24%, and for whites it's 2.57. So whites have grown faster.
Not really. I mean, come on, we got to be. 388,000 blacks got brought over here. Not counting the Caribbeans, like they say it's 36 million, but they say 41 and 44. They start counting Caribbeans, but they say the foundation of Black Americans, 36 million, started at 388,000 with zero immigration. Whites started at 3 million with immigration. They altogether took their total number that got brought here and immigrated is 33 million people. That is their number, 33 million people within the 1800s. That's how many whites it was. And at that time, it wasn't even 1 million blacks at that time. And that number, their number went from 33 million up to 194 million. That's 5x, maybe 6, or 5.5x. And blacks went from 380, would you say 750?
Akima, I want to agree with you on something here. Your math is not mathing.
I don't see how not. It's very clear.
Akiva, what did you think of the Liberia movement?
To me, like past tense. I mean, I think it was stupid.
I mean, just the idea, the whole back to Africa thing. Like, you think it's a good idea, bad idea?
Chasing somebody back somewhere where they never came from. So definitely a bad idea.
Well, now that's fascinating. What do you mean they didn't? They never came there from here, from there.
They didn't. I say 388,000 did, but the vast majority got mixed into that 388,000. So now the vast majority didn't come from that.
Oh yeah.
How you doing, Roger?
Well, I'm doing math on Clubhouse, so it's not the best night. But how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. First day back in my actual office in 6 days, so that was very interesting. It was actually a really good day. Really good day. So I'm going to go to the gym, and now I'm sitting here listening to you guys talk about race. So it must just be another day on Clubhouse.
What was your theory yesterday that it starts in the morning?
Talks about Trump, and then in the evening it talks about race. Is that the progression?
Yeah, for some houses, that's how the progression goes. That's the flow of how the conversations tend to evolve on this app. Others, they start at the bottom of the ladder, they work their way up. Some start in the middle, they skip around to many different topics, but it pretty much follows the same logic pattern and the inability to deviate away from those topics on a daily.
Mojo, I'm wondering if, I'm sure you don't need the money, but I'm wondering if somehow I could convince you to do a organized book room, maybe at least for an hour this upcoming week, where everybody reads from a book for 5 minutes, and hopefully we'll get we'll get an hour's worth of readers. Do you think it would be possible if you would join my room, or you created a 1 hour book club room?
What book are we going to read?
Everybody gets to pick their own book, but everybody gets to do it. Yeah, whatever book you want.
That's not going to work. That's not going to work, because let me tell you exactly what's going to happen.
It will work.
You're going to have one person that's going to pick a book by a Zionist. You're going to have another one that picks a book by Palestinians. Then they're going to argue about who wrote what correctly. Then after that, you're going to have one person that's going to quote Strom Thurmond. You're going to have another person who's going to quote Jesse Jackson. Then they're going to start fighting about race. So I'm telling you, until the usual actors that introduce these topics and deviate the topics away from what we are actually talking about, when we do open up different discussions, until they're held accountable, I don't think that it's possible to even hold a book reading club.
It is possible.
This being an issue.
You just need one mod.
I don't think it is.
If somebody doesn't want to comply and just do 5 minutes of reading, they'll be kicked to the goo. And the super mod will demand that if you want to participate in the room, you have to read for 5 minutes. But you need a star to draw the crowd, to draw the audience, and to get people to obey the rules of the room, which would be 5 minutes of reading what's called from a book. I'm just merely trying to demonstrate that out of the countless many number of hours that you will spend on this app, if the supermod could demand 5 minutes of reading, it would be a very beneficial and new type of experience for most people who are usually just engaged in conversation. I'm telling you that it would be possible to have a book club on here and to force it, but most people want the short-term dopamine from having, contentious conversations.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a Chomsky Palestinian petting zoo. Give it a week.
Why don't you host one then, John?
I do. I have been doing book club. I have book club houses across multiple profiles, and nobody comes to my rooms, but I'm still doing my own book club.
Across Clubhouse?
Yeah, across 3 different Clubhouse profiles.
John, have you ever been part of a book club before?
I have, and it was terrible.
Well, typically what you do is you select a book that everybody reads from, and then if you want to do a book reading from the book club, then we could gather everybody, and then we could take turns every 5 minutes reading from the same book.
I know. But I'm saying because everybody wants to talk, I think a 5-minute book club is the way to go.
if we picked short books? What if we picked a pamphlet like Common Sense by Thomas Paine, and we got everybody to read Common Sense, and we read it out loud?
You could do that. Yeah, you could do that. You could pin the link and have everybody read from it, like as if you were at some kind of Bible study and everybody takes a turn.
We did a room years ago. Some of you might have been there for it, where we were reading the Bill of Rights, and we read them and we talked about them, and it was a big room, and people were really surprised at the amendments. They didn't know that. We didn't just go through the 10. We went through every single amendment. Room went for hours, and you could probably imagine like the ones we got hung up on, like the states' rights stuff was a thing. The free speech was a thing. Some went really quickly because nobody had a well-informed opinion. But I think you could do this if you just have to get everybody to go and commit to doing the homework, and then those that don't do the homework, if they showed up to the room, they would just hear people reading that did do the homework.
No, I don't think homework assignments are going to work. It needs to be on-the-spot action where people literally click the link in the title and then you read the document for 5 minutes each. Everybody has to read. If you don't read, you're not allowed on stage. If you don't read and you're on stage, you get kicked to the goo. I'm just saying the book club is about maximizing intelligent communication transfer.
All right, let's ask. Hakimo, do you want to participate in the book club?
It sounds like basic jargon want to hear some shit that makes sense opposed to just mindless jargon. So, but I'll try it out. I'm not for it or against it, but I'll definitely try it out.
Can we start with the book of Revelations?
No. Yeehaw! I don't want to start with the world is ending.
I feel like, no, I don't think you read it right. The good guys win.
Yeah, but the world ends. The good guys win, and the world ends, and we live happily ever after.
Well, saying the world ends doesn't sound like happily ever after.
No. The world ends, and you get to go be with God. That's the happy part, right? You're not separated from Him.
So don't you think the framing of the world comes to an end is the wrong framing?
No,
I'm trying to feed dogs food.
We've got Dude here, and Marshall just was describing what's called duality versus non-duality. I'm wondering if the Dude could enlighten us.
While Dude is getting his thoughts together, I did want to point out how actually significant it was that Mojo kind of turned this into a book club right now. On the spot.
Yin yang.
Well,
Yin yang duality, but the different parts of it are dual. The whole of the yin yang is non-dual. Dichotomy is dual. Do you think we'll get more people involved if we read books that were written by women or people of color? Oh, here we go. Here we go. You're doing it again, Roger. You're doing it again.
see, that's why I say in a liberal democracy versus, let's say, a fascistic government which demands one book or a couple books, that's why I say let people have the freedom of choice in book club to get their 3 to 5 minutes out that they want to read. I love reading poetry. Love it. It's ecstatic. And it's so much better than having endless conversations and heated debates.
So, Roger, a topic like affordable housing, for example, if you opened up a room to talk about building restrictive codes and how that could potentially violate people's constitutional rights, I guarantee you within the first 30 minutes you're going to talk about how, the building codes are racist and then you're going to have a bunch of people that are going to fly into the room and then start accusing Jews of perpetuating some oppression on people's building rights. I'm telling you, it all goes back to a couple of central topics that people can't help but itch themselves out of. It's just, I mean, we've seen this before.
It sounds like you just brought these topics up.
Well, these are political topics, I think, at the end of the day. They don't liberate you. They don't transcend you. There's no information or education there. It's just politics.
But they're no longer political topics. They're talking about political subjects, but the topic matter of opening up those spaces in the context of this and the culture of this app is to basically cast aspersions on people's character. Nobody wants to actually argue about the politics at hand. That's the issue.
No, what I'm saying is that is their politics. I mean, that's how they do it. I mean, I think all communication is political. So even when you start talking about the debt and the deficit, to me, that's still political rhetoric, propaganda in a way, because the truth is what Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, which is you do not have to fear fear. The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. So if you fear money or you fear the debt, well, I don't think you understand the games of kind of enforcement. We've got the guns. We've got the aircraft carriers and the tanks and the bombers. You know, it's up to us to lose the war. And I'm not saying we're in a war. I'm just saying that our dollar is backed. And a lot of other countries' currencies aren't backed by force.
Edmund, everything in this country is not political, okay? People put out a freaking Gene ad, okay, and thought that was political. That wasn't political. People's responses are political. The way they choose to respond, the beliefs behind their responses are political. But people's actions aren't inherently political. I think that we need to delineate what's political and what's just...
Well, I just find it as a communication. Not action, but communication. It's the word, the transmission of words into our brains versus going in the streets and, you know, getting into a fight with a police officer or something to that extent. I think the non-action is more important than the action, because if you're breaking the law and you're an anarchist versus somebody on a social audio chat trying to increase your education and intelligence, or if you're just going to speak politics all day long, it's your opportunity cost. But the teacher or the educator hopefully tries to wake people up and say, hey, you know, now is all important. Stop thinking and end your problems.
Anybody see any of the horsemen lately?
The Horsemen?
Yep, there's 4 horsemen at the end of the end of the world. Revelations.
Well, what's the magic word? Anyone here know what the super secret 4-letter magic word is?
Love.
I mean, I think you could say LOVE is actually maybe more important than the GOD, but that's like 3 versus 4. But I'm just trying to say that, you know, you can turn any word into a mantra. Love is a great mantra, but it also implies hate or disgust or anger. What's the opposite of love? So, you know, if you've ever been in a loving relationship and then and how it morphed or turned into an absolute contrarian position, you wonder, how could that be?
So why do people always speak about these type of topics as though there's either one or the other? Like, have you ever heard of indifference?
Indifference?
Right. So what does indifference mean?
It means agnosticism, which means you don't have a definitive position. You're not all or nothing, and you're not going to die on a hill for your position. That's what a lot of people on this app do. And it's road raging, really.
Right, and that's my whole point. I feel like people don't exploit the existence of indifference enough. You know, there's some shit on this app that, you know, yeah, many of my Republican counterparts care about. And a lot of those things I don't really give a shit about. Doesn't affect me, don't care. You know, that's between you, God, and whoever it is that you're doing it with. I don't care. But people don't allow people to be indifferent. You either have to be on one side or you have to be on the other. You can't just remain indifferent. And when you remain indifferent, you have people on both sides casting aspersions on your character, trying to create you in the identity of the opposite side of their beliefs in a way that is disingenuous from your position as being indifferent.
Well, I think they're just lying. Indifferent about the way they do it. Well, like, you could be attentive and aware without having made a choice in that dichotomy that you set forth, right? You don't have to be ignorant or indifferent. You can be attentive and aware and not in a dual mindset all the time. And be in a non-dual mindset, but aware and attentive.
Okay, so let's look at the history of this app, and let's look at different topics where people were not allowed to be indifferent. COVID. Can we start there? Can you guys resonate with my opinion on where the history of this app has disallowed people from being able to experience this app in the same way that everybody else is, you know, able to experience? Is it, you know, you have to take some sort of side. I mean, why are we not uplifting people who are just indifferent? I feel like that's where the real conversation takes place.
Well, with regards to COVID, medical misinformation will not be tolerated by the medical industrial complex and the censorship platforms. And they proved that. They eliminated 30 of my accounts. They deleted tens of thousands of people who spoke out against mass injections.
But they're not done with it yet. The other day, we changed the title to you know, what was worse, vaccinations or the disease. And that was the only room within the last week that got shadow banned. So, like, just putting those words in the title in 2025 is a problem.
Yeah, on YouTube, they have a medical misinformation policy. You can't talk about. There are verboten topics that you can't talk about because you don't agree with the health outcomes of what Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, and 10 other big pharma distributors and doctors tell you is good for your health. I asked Grok today, what are the 10 health benefits of getting the COVID-19 vaccines? It's really interesting. And then I asked, give me the contrarian position to all the bullet points you just gave me. And sure enough, Grok will give me the alternative positions. But the first response is always the consensus, never the contrarian position. So I asked Grok, for all future questions, also give me the contrarian alternative position to whatever your answer is. And please save that setting. So hopefully my AI chatbot, Grok, will always remember my preferred settings. Can anyone here tell me what the health benefits were of getting, or are the benefits of getting the COVID-19 vaccine? Anyone here feel like there's any real health benefits?
Yes, a bunch of liberals will stop nagging the shit out of you and you'll have a little bit of a peace. I'm sure that would make your blood pressure go down.
I mean, how do you weigh the health benefits of a COVID-19 vaccine versus having like a chopped chicken salad and going to the gym that day? So what, anyone here know what a solipsist is? Solipsism? Anyone know what solipsism is? Or solipsists? Well, I've heard it said that a solipsist believes that nothing really exists outside of his mind. And so Alan Watts, he was joking, he said it'd be kind of funny to go to a conference for solipsists and just meet people who think everything is like a construct and their brain is like the central constructor of their reality, and their reality is like the ultimate reality. So it kind of puts everybody right back in the now, because in kind of in a way we are all experiencing reality through our own little tunnel vision, and this app is technically a solipsistic app. Everybody here has their all or nothing position. Um, that's why I say, like, is a future communication, event horizon on the bill? Is it in the future? Like, is there going to be, like, because when you look at all this technology, in a way, it's just like fascination spam. How can we, create a new moth to a flame with a moth? Like, there's no real innovation happening. Like, IQ is going down. The endless doom scrolling. There's just zombies out there, not moving, looking at their cell phones, consuming, videos and pictures, and being stimulated by it. But how do we enhance education with future generations in a way that has never been done before? Because if we can't generate more revenue and create, new industries or breakthrough technologies, we're just a bunch of consumer drone slaves. And there will be no way to get out of this fiat hyperinflation bubble that we have created. We could ask Caleb down there, what does the Torah say about economic development? Because I don't think relying on a debt jubilee to essentially consolidate or have a new meeting of the minds with regards to the accounting, the numbers, the responsibilities, I don't think that's going to happen. But I could be wrong. Hekima, what do you think about debt? Do you think it's a good thing when bankers, lawyers, and judges forgive debt?
I thought that is terrible. They should do something about that, but they're not going to do anything about it. People won't argue about that for the next 50 years. This country is going away from the debt.
Do you know who one of Chicago's biggest lenders are? Who manages Chicago's $50 billion in debt?
I want to say Wells Fargo. I want to say I've heard that somewhere. Tell me though.
Bank of America.
Yeah, Bank of America. That's what had LaGuardia locked up. I heard he was Bank of America. He was going after them, and they gave him his case after that. So
Akima, did they get rid of Tiffany Hayner yet?
Yeah, she got voted out to pass election. Like took off his April. They got a problem. Like, but she's not in jail. Like I told everybody, she's not going to jail. These top Southern mayors rob the communities year after year, and nobody ever goes to jail. But I did go by her her skate park / basketball court that she got built downtown. It is really nice. I heard she wasn't letting people use it, but I went down there recently when she got off and it was full. So I guess she did something. She did something like that.
What would be a bigger gift, to your constituents? Cutting their tax rate by 50% for their income and their property, or building them a skate park?
Skate park is not more than a skate park. that when you have nothing to do, I get what you're saying about spending money and all that, but like kids need something to do. Not especially a place like dog, they end up getting in trouble. I said the skate park alone going to stop it, but this is a step in the right direction.
Well, if the city of Chicago owes $50 billion and they were to cut property taxes by 100%, or say 80%, and then the city went into a financial crisis because it couldn't service its liabilities, its expenditures, it would force the city into a bankruptcy. And guess who's gonna have to foot the bill? Bank of America and all their shareholders. It would be very bad for Bank of America shareholders. But you know what it would relieve a lot of pressure on? Homeowners who can't afford ever rising property taxes. So I'm just wondering, as a collective or a group of individuals who all share the same burden, why do we put the burden on ourselves, the homeowners, and not force the government into some type of debt reconciliation or meeting of the minds or bankruptcy?
Because the citizens are cowards. They believe that the government really has, although it's saying that the citizens have the power, but we have given it away out of fear to the government, and we're scared to say anything to them. We're scared of change. We're stuck in this two-party system. And to the homeowners or the citizens in total, say something about it and actually do something about it. They're going to keep fucking doing the same shit.
Well, we are locked in a racket in basically property tax appeal lawyers, the commissioners, and the property tax authority board in every major city and town. It's the same game. I mean, people go to college, go to law school to get out to work in property assessment and property tax reevaluation appeals. When you don't pay your taxes, they will take your home for you. But if you hire a lawyer to appeal your tax assessment bill, they can get it lowered and they're going to take a percentage of that. So the fix is in, the network is there, it's a business, and it's not going to be dissolved or liquidated because some political upstart says, hey, let's stop doing this. There's just too many cookies in that hand jar, and, you see my point? Like, you can't change it. It's already there. So, Clown House in a way is like a thought exploration or an analysis of the situation. But nothing will change. All you can do, in my opinion, in conversations is try to accurately describe the situation. And, that's why I said to my mom, I was like, Mom, we should have a show called Let's Complain About Everything and Be as Cheap as Possible.
Adams, you said we only talk about three things. What are the new things that you think we should talk about in the show?
I'm sorry, on what?
What are the new things that you think? What are the topics you propose that we speak about?
I mean, again, if you want to talk about like local politics and pick different cities, kind of examining where the problems are going wrong, I feel like that could have more of an inspirational impact on things that directly affect their everyday life. But arguing about a bunch of people in Washington when they accuse, people refuse to acknowledge that they directly have a lot of control over those said people's, presence in their position. I mean, I feel like it's just very dishonest. So if they want to have a conversation about local politics, I'm all for that.
How many people on this stage or in the audience or just on Clubhouse in general do you think are involved in local politics? Like whether it's an occasional school board meeting, city council meeting, any lifting a finger? Like what percentage of this app do you think does that?
3.
Yeah, I'd say it's single digits.
I would say you're still underestimating. I would say it's closer to 0.3.
Where do you think, just curiosity, this may be another subject, let me know if you can't hear me.
Another topic that is not done to death. Where does adult vasectomy fall in Planned Parenthood with Republican versus Democrat?
So, for one, do you believe that Planned Parenthood is designed, by and large, to address the issue of sexual health beyond just abortion? I mean, do you really believe that that's where they're it's like the? I'm trying to understand what your understanding of what Planned Parenthood is designed to do.
I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm trying to understand like where you think it needs to fall under. Whatever people's opinions are, what their understanding is of it. If it's effective, how young, how old.
Why are vasectomies a topic of interest for you? And is this the type of question that an AI chatbot would be better suited to give us a more accurate response?
Well, the majority of the people in here are men. And vasectomies affect the male body. And it would be interesting to talk about because it's not something that's frequently talked about amongst political circles or amongst hot topic things. And so I think it would be really interesting to hear people's opinions are.
At some point when we discuss a vasectomy, does it ever get to a cream pie? And I ask that with a grain of salt because technically, if you get a vasectomy as a man and you want a cream pie, I'm not trying to be crude here. I'm just saying, is that why men get a vasectomy?
John. So going back to Kristen's point as far as Planned Parenthood and them offering vasectomies, my question to you is, on the scale of the services that Planned Parenthood provides, how often do you think that they're providing vasectomies?
I don't know.
Let me ask
If
Grok.
they were providing a significant amount of vasectomies, I'm telling you, their business model would be highly flawed in the nature of why they're designed to be there. And I'm being very honest with you, Kristen. Like, I believe that Planned Parenthood is designed to kill babies. There is a reason why Planned Parenthood is not strategically placed in areas that could benefit from having additional access to mechanisms of sexual health, such as senior communities. I mean, have you looked at the STD rates amongst the senior population? Yet you don't see any Planned Parenthoods, put in places like, Leisure World. Do you? I mean, a lot of those seniors that don't have access to cars that otherwise could benefit from that sexual health, they health insurance. But the access to be able to get tested, the access to be able to address certain. Okay, Marcus, do you want to speak, or are you going to allow me to speak?
No. So the thing is, they don't need that haircut.
These fish may look like they're dead and dried up, but they are actually alive. Just take a look at these guys. They are actually alive. Just take a look at these guys. With their dried up scales, they look dead as a doornail. How is that even possible? They're known as plecos, or armored zombie fish, and for good reason. Well, it all comes down to a crazy organ they have called a labyrinth that lets them breathe air and extract oxygen even from the worst water. That's not all. They can go 30 hours without a single drop of H2O. And get this, scientists have found them surviving under layers of hardened mud for months without water, just waiting for the rain to come save them. With skills like that, it's no wonder they've taken over ecosystems around the world, released by careless aquarium owners. They have nothing to fear from predators. So, if you ever see a pleco that looks deader than dead, don't be fooled. These fish may look like they're dead and dried up, but they are actually alive. Just take a look at these guys. With their dried up scales, they look dead as a doornail. How is that even possible? They're known as plecos, or armored zombie fish, and for good reason. Well, it all comes down to a crazy or...
For most people, it's the cost of your copay.
So, $50.
So, between 2008 and 2022, infection rates for chlamydia alone, population of 65 and older in America, 40%. Crazy. So, Marcus, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is the thing designed to kill you? Designed what's the clinic? They offer services for men to be hormones to transition okay, so I think that we're having a problem where my audio is not reaching your ears and you're not hearing that I'm still speaking. Oh, it's perfect. So again, I'm going to finish my question. I'm going to finish my question, Marcus. I'm going to finish my question. So what pieces do you have to say that Planned Parenthood is designed to specifically meet the needs of women?
I mean, I can look at the mission statement if that's what it's supposed to be. But it's not about seniors. It's parenthood.
The mission statement says that they were designed to kill babies.
Okay, so that's why we're having a problem with the conversation. Because you showed me the Planned Parenthood website or statement that says the mission statement is designed to kill babies. I just don't believe you.
Marcus, their main line of business is killing children, okay? The only reason why they offer these secondary sources is to have access to funding. That's the only reason why they offer STD testing. That's the only reason why they offer all of this other cushy bullshit so that our legislative body could authorize them to have access to funding. Because it wasn't a really rosy picture to offer funding for their sole mission to kill babies. That's the only reason why they offer those other services. Okay, so let's not sit here and pretend like it's designed to do a dutiful effort to society. They're designed to kill children. The only reason why they offer on a very disingenuous basis other services is so that they can build taxpayers into their goal of killing more children and us paying for it.
That's not what the website says. Yeah, but anyway, the more you get worked up,
Good shadows football is working out well.
Like, you have a reason.
Football is working out well.
So the thing here is, if you want to kill children, there's a lot of better ways to do it. You do it in a lot of other different ways.
Good shadows football is working out well.
Somehow, Planned Parenthood is the best way to do it. We seem to do it well enough otherwise. So, there's enough other things to be angry about or whatever. If you want to stop parts of what Planned Parenthood does, I mean, well, that's fine. See their mission statement is to kill babies. You know you're making that up. I mean, you can't expect us to take it seriously if that's what you're going to get out of it.
You know, I have a grievance with Planned Parenthood. There's a Planned Parenthood that I used to go into with my ex-girlfriend, and she would get condoms for free. They would just give them to her, and then they're right on the counter. And then I attempted to grab them, and they wanted to sell them to me. So I think that is something that should be prohibited by law. Selling condoms to men, but giving them to women. If you really want to prevent disease spread and pregnancies, why wouldn't you give them to everybody or sell them to everybody? Why not make it equal?
Yeah, I agree with that. That seems unfair to me. I agree with that.
That wasn't very expensive. It was like $5 for $1, and then you'd always like make the mistake of grabbing like the gold coin one that's not lubricated. Like, it's very useless. It's cool to have it, but yeah.
You know, I remember the first time I put a condom on, I thought I knew everything in the world, but sure enough, that, class in the 6th grade or 7th grade, which showed us how to unfurl a condom on a banana. When the first opportunity I had to make love to a beautiful woman on a beach in the Pacific, And it was the first time I ever made love. Sure enough, I unfurled that condom first, prior to putting it on my banana. And it turns out it's very difficult to put a prophylactic on your schmeckle when it's already been unfurled.
Hey, Don, it's not difficult. It's impossible. John, what's that red book you're holding up?
It's known as the Book of the Law.
Okay, so that part I got. I was wondering what it is. I can read the gold part. The next part.
It's a book. It's the Book of the Law.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, the author is Aleister Crowley. I mean, I think America is aborting itself by doing this reckless spending. I mean, that's what, people who generally get an abortion, they got financial problems, they got debt problems. And America is aborting itself and essentially bankrupting its currency and bankrupting its morality and ethics and virtue. I mean, we don't need our knights rushing over our perimeter to go fight narco terrorists in Mexico or in Colombia or Venezuela and killing our youth engaged in combat and warfare against well-armed narco terrorists. That is an abortion of our future security. I mean, I wish there was some type of group, like, not group think, because that's negative, but I mean, how do we optimally play this game as, American loving patriots as opposed to these phony deep state patriots that want to see Donald Trump, die or prematurely lose his presidency? There's a lot of people out there that aren't rooting for the team.
So, I wonder if that thought can be segued into, instead of talking about people, talking about how anybody can buy, now correct me if I'm wrong, but anybody in the world, if you have enough money, you can actually buy land in the United States. And you don't have to be a citizen.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
So that kind of scares me, because the poorer that the United States is becoming, citizens of the United States are becoming, the more difficult it is to buy property, to buy land. It's no longer owned by citizens of the United States. So what does that mean?
Well, it's the same old story. I mean, it's Germany, the Weimar Republic. All the money that was printed up for war reparations at the Versailles Treaty came flooding back into Germany. And sure enough, the price of bread went up to the price of a barrel of Russian marks, or, I mean, fucking German, paper. So, I mean, isn't that the fear, that all of our borrowing and all the U.S. dollars overseas will come flooding back in and buy up everything we have? That's what was estimated in the 80s with the Japanese and their booming economy. They were buying up assets left and right in this country. They bought Sony and
Look what happened to them now.
well, they're doing, I mean, it's hard. I don't think you can. Well, they're still a very wealthy nation and a great people. We have huge cultural education issues in this country, which I don't think the Japanese in their, society have to deal with. But anyways, I mean, I don't think there's a spike.
About Japanese politics, if you look at the Sensei right now, the political parties that win it, it's the exact same. I mean, literally, their slogan is Japan first, and they use the word first meaning. Like, it's basically the same thing America went through a few years ago. But if you look at the Japanese economy is, like, especially if you're compared to the 80s, it's night and day. The billionaires who own the Gold Coast in Hawaii get to sell it all. Like, which, okay, maybe that's not the best example, but the daily, the salary for many jobs in Japan hasn't even gone up in 20 years. So, they're not doing very well.
Stagflation. But Marcus, they don't have the Federal Reserve and $37 trillion in debt. I mean, it's all relative, isn't it?
is the idea that they're still doing shit even though they don't have that? Like, that's not relevant, is what you're saying? Like, they can have $37 million in debt or not and still be doing that? Or,
I'm saying
I'm
that.
confused on what that would.
I mean, I guess you could look at that, debt to GDP as like, how badly governments are doing currency manipulation and plunging their populace into a future death spiral that they can't get out of.
Well, if we sell all of our land, maybe we can get out of the debt.
Hey guys, John? Well, it's Dr. Mitch. I just wanted to do an announcement. I'm driving past the Marine base in Camp Pendleton, and it's on fire. I mean, like, big time, so.
Where is that? Hey, Mitch, where is that?
Yeah, hey, it's Camp Pendleton, the Marine base in North San Diego. It's bad.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah,
Just saying this is not a brush fire.
You know what else sucks? When a soldier decides to shoot at everybody, and then unarmed soldiers have to tackle a shooter who's got a beard, and then the soldiers tackling the shooter have beards as well. I didn't know soldiers were allowed to have beards.
I didn't know convent did too.
I mean, Dr. Mitch, what would you do if you were president, king, or emperor of the United States? What would you do for your people?
Now, the effects are, so, a lot of game plan, where does it lead us? Because right now, most of the paths lead to, elimination of the human race. So, like, it's an extermination level of this. You want to preserve the earth. You want to preserve human life. You want to preserve prosperity. What no?
Dr. Mitch, can you repeat that again? You're in the Matrix.
You guys, are anyone surprised at the survey results? The poll of those of you that haven't seen it, haven't responded. There is a poll posted of the room. Who is harmed more children?
Has anyone ever met an abortion doctor, at a public event, some kind of local meeting, and you were like, oh, what do you do for a living? And she's like, oh, I'm an abortion provider. And you're like, oh, wow, tell me about yourself. And she goes on to tell you about where she went to med school and how she got to be an abortionist. And then she tells you her interests in movies and arts. And you're like, oh, you're just like you're like in every other person. You're just another person like everybody else, right? But you take forceps and like rip a little infant's head off and suck it out and put it in an oil barrel and store the bodies. Like, it's like, but to me, it's like, they're like cute and smiling, or they're like ugly and ogreish. I'm just saying, like, to me, I've never met an abortionist or an abortion provider in the real world that I know of.
They wouldn't tell you like that, John. They'd say, I do women's health. Nobody's going to come out and say I'm an abortionist ever.
How do you get over, like, I'm kind of OCD, I use baby wipes, I like to shower daily, I brush, I floss, I use, a water pick. I'm just wondering, like, how does a woman or a male doctor who does that in a uterus and rips it apart and stores the body, like, looks at it all and looks at the baby parts? Because I've seen the videos and it looks like a cartoon and so shocking and horrific. Like, how do you go through your life and not have nightmares? Like, the pictures I've seen are so gross that it's like, to me, it's a visual and an environment that I wouldn't want to be involved in. I know there's money involved, but to me, how is that not just like?
There's a great book called The Psychopath Test, written by a guy named Ronson, where he talks about how some people literally are born without the ability to feel empathy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even like picking up dog poop on my front lawn. I don't know how people manage to dispose of baby parts.
So it looks like vasectomies are not offered at Planned Parenthood clinics.
Well, not too many vasectomies are taking place every day. I hate to break the bad news to you if that's kind of what you want, is for more men to get vasectomies. But not a lot of men, as far as I know, every week, annually. We could find out the total number, but, to me, I just don't think it's an unnecessary intervention. And thus, I don't even think it's that interesting of a topic, to tell you the truth.
So getting a vasectomy can cost anywhere between $0 to $1,000, including follow-up visits. So health insurance could actually cover all of the cost.
Well, the great thing about a man is we don't have these things called birth control pills, which don't destroy our bodies and give us, clot shots. It's like a clot shot, basically. It's a stroke. A lot of people stroke out on birth control. I wonder if we should prevent birth control and legislate, and de-escalate birth control consumption in this country because of the negative health ramifications of taking all those estrogen pills and birth control pills and epinephrine,
Vasectomies are about 6 times cheaper than female sterilization.
Female sterilization. What are we running, like a dog pound here or something, Kristen?
The disadvantages of getting a vasectomy.
Kristen, if you were leader of the American people and you were elected the president, what would your priorities be for your people, for we the people?
The most common risk with a vasectomy infection, which is usually minor and treatable with antibiotics.
Kristen, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I asked you, what would you do for we the people, your people? What would your priorities be if you were elected leader of America?
I'm ignoring you on purpose.
Do you know a man who had a vasectomy that was close to you in your life, Kristen?
What disqualifies you from a vasectomy? Ongoing pain in the testicles or testicular disease?
Do you think it's wrong for a man to cream pie a woman, tell her he loves her, even though he's had a vasectomy, and says, I want to have kids with you and I want you to be the love of my life, will you marry me? But secretly he's been vasectomized? Do you think that's immoral?
You can get cost of a vasectomy at a Planned Parenthood can vary depending on factors such as location, insurance. But I went to the Planned Parenthood site, and it didn't say anything about vasectomies. It's very interesting.
That's because they deal primarily with aborting children, little babies. They suck them out. They use a Da Vinci machine. They use forceps and scissors, and they just rip that little baby right out of that uterus.
I'm kind of thinking that if somebody had a vasectomy, there wouldn't be a problem with it.
This was my whole point, Kirsten. Like, this was literally my whole point that I was trying to make. Okay, if Planned Parenthood, it was in the line of business in offering and providing vasectomies, they wouldn't have a reason to do abortions. Okay, the same type of people that subscribe to Planned Parenthood are the same type of people that, quite frankly, looking at the history, don't want to have children.
So, I mean, to me, listen, I'm standing 10 toes down. It was always designed to kill children and to further investigating how they can end pregnancies in the womb. The only reason why they offer these additional services, such as STD testing and all this other bullshit, is because they wanted the federal funding.
This is the weirdest conversation ever.
I'm gonna ask Grok how much Medicare Medicaid spends annually on birth control and abortions. Let me go ahead and ask. Any guests over 10 billion, under 10 billion? Anybody? Anybody?
Why advocate for vasectomy? That's weird.
She hasn't even gotten to the chemical castration part. Vasectomy would be kind. I think she also probably endorses chemical castration.
Let me tell you how sick. Roger, let me ask you a question. Have you heard of this new male birth control pill?
Male birth control pill. What is it?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's funny that John just mentioned chemical castration. It's supposed to be a male equivalent to the female birth control pill. So, I mean, the only way that I think that it could probably accomplish that is if you lower sperm count so far low that you're going to, you know, you're going to ensure that nobody can get pregnant. I mean, I'm trying to understand how that's going to be accomplished through pill form without chemically castrating a man.
And you wanted me to answer this question?
Well, don't forget, Plan B is a chemical castration, but that would be medical misinformation if you say that. So you can't. Therefore, mifepristone is not a chemical castration and doesn't cause women to become infertile. That is misinformation.
It's an abortifacient. But Mojo, my whole point is that they're now trying to push this male birth control pill that men are supposed to be able to take to prevent, you know, pregnancies in women. So I'm trying to understand how they're medically able to accomplish that without chemically castrating somebody or significantly lowering their sperm count.
I don't know if this is really a problem. I mean, my understanding is that men are having less and less sex. Like, I'm not even concerned about this. Men are having.
They had a number reading that it lowers the body's testosterone production temporarily, which also lowers sperm production. So yeah, you're right.
This is worse than going on a soy diet, Akima. Like I'm telling you, they're trying to make them trans.
Yeah, that's vasectomy doesn't do that.
So Roger, now do you have a problem with this? They're creating a male birth control that's going to lower male testosterone and reduce the sperm count. You don't see a problem with this? I mean, Roger, you're the first one to say that you feel like testosterone levels in the average millennial and, you know, new generation of males is significantly lower to the point where they're a bunch of pussies. Now, in order for them to be incentivized by getting pussy and not having to wear condoms, they're taking male birth control, which is effectively going to turn them into said pussies. Like this is wild. Thank you for actually adding that context, Akima.
Hey, you know, you'd be crazy as hell sometimes, but you might be on something this kind of like lowering testosterone production temporarily. I mean, everybody knows it's temporarily. Once you keep using it, become permanent.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you suppress it so long, it definitely will become permanent. Yeah, That's, my whole problem would be with the person that decides to take it. Like, you decide to take it, that's just a you problem. Like, I don't think they should make it because they got a right to, but like the person that takes it is the dummy. I mean, nobody's forcing you to do no dumb shit like that.
And that's where the vasectomy is perhaps more of an option, because there's no chemical stuff going on that lowers testosterone. And the success rates are generally higher than when they were in reversal, when it is done within 10 years of the original.
Fascinating, Kristen.
What's wrong with condoms? Condoms actually work.
Condoms are great. I love good condoms.
Yeah, you can get a vasectomy reversal within, after 10 years.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Okay, Kristen, listen to this Grok question. Hey, Grok, how much does Medicare, Medicaid spend annually on vasectomy, abortions, and birth control? This is Grok's response. Medicare does not cover vasectomies or elective abortions, only hide exceptions, negligible spending. Birth control covered under Part D, no specific annual figure, but total Part D spending annually is $130 billion. That's just on birth control. This is Medicaid. Covers vasectomies and birth control as family planning. $2 billion estimated total in recent years, and abortions limited. States spend $71 million murdering babies in 2015. It's kind of outdated. So about $100 million a year in abortions and about $130 billion a year. It doesn't make sense. Anyways, the number about birth control is shocking. Nobody could guess it was about $130 billion a year in pills for young women that want to fuck without a condom.
No, so does it give you, and see, this is where you need to learn if you're running for Congress. What is considered an abortion on those itemized expenses? Okay? What is also considered birth control? Because in these people's sick, deranged mind, they could be padding the books and considering early term abortions as birth control and late term abortions as abortions.
I agree. My previous Grok or previous research is that we spend $1 billion a month and murder about 60,000 to 80,000 babies a month in the United States. So it's a $12 billion a year program to murder about 1 million people a year in this country. Yep, you file your IRS income tax statement annually, and a small little percentage of that, which totals about $1 billion a month, goes towards murdering 60,000 little innocent babies in beautiful little American vaginas.
Kristen over there researching away.
I am.
You went down a rabbit hole, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, there's a vasectomy reversal success rates range from 60 to 95%.
Well, I know, but that's not really good odds when you're talking about primarily steroid people. I don't know. I have to fall back on the whole. Why can't people just use condoms?
Oh yeah, of course they can use condoms. They can do what they need to do.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd be promoting my boys to go and get snipped to prevent pregnancy.
You see what I'm saying, Serendipity? This is why I brought it up, okay? Because it's going to create bigger social problems and biological problems or biochemical problems for a lot of young men. A lot of young men are going to be sold the bag of goods, and a lot of young ladies in taking that early freaking birth control that gave a lot of women cancer and freaking gave them weight problems and shit like that, and they're going to lower the testosterone of young men. That is why they're doing this.
And it's already been lowered over the course of the last few decades.
Yeah, the chemical one definitely does. Absolutely. But the regular snip doesn't do that.
Hey, Adams, what is your position on rape, incest, like with the mother in danger?
So here's the thing. Personally, I don't feel like a tragedy should be met with another tragedy. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know. Like, I know how it sounds to a lot of people. I totally get it. But for me personally, I just don't think that an innocent child should die as a result of being the incident of a horrible, horrible, horrible tragedy. Whether it's incest or, whether it's the unfortunate, assault. But again, that's not necessarily my choice to make. But if I agree with the exceptions, I don't. I just don't.
Yeah, what about the mother's life in danger?
I mean, the mother's life in danger, I feel like all exhausted efforts should, go towards preserving human life in the utmost. If it's something to where somebody is factually in danger, then yes, I think that they should, try to make an attempt to save the baby as much as they can and, look at other options with, technology later on down the road to maybe support the baby's continued life outside the mother's womb. I'm willing to compromise in that regard, but, I just don't believe that, I just believe that we're just too sensitized of just ending life in the form of the most precious beings in society with with just this just didn't work, let's just kill it. Like I can't get on board with that. So one of the things that I can say, Serendipity, have you ever heard of a pulse form?
No.
So it's basically a form where, like, if your grandparents or if your parents are, elderly and they go into the hospital, it's a do not resuscitate order.
A DNR. Okay, yeah, I know the DNR.
Right. So I feel like that should be more of a colloquial conversation that many women should have with their physicians when they find out that they are pregnant, as far as, if the unfortunate, like that woman in Georgia who, I believe she had a stroke and then the family kept her alive for, I just feel like that should be a form that should be just as binding as a do not resuscitate order. So as we, navigate this nuanced field as a society in 2025, I just don't see anything wrong with that being something that would be supported in court. You know what I mean?
Yeah, her family is not kept her alive. It was the Georgia Heartbeat Law that made the hospital keep her alive against her family's wishes.
Right, but in this situation, what I'm referring to is, if somebody... And I feel like even for the family, it can't get any more clear with with how they can reconcile with what their loved ones' wishes are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And I guarantee you they wouldn't take back their grandson at this point either. Roger.
What's up?
Threats of violence in the chat.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, Purge. Oh, Purge guy. He's back.
Well, hold on. He just threatened to kill me, so that is a threat. He is, everyone please report that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, this is the latest Grok query. Hey Grok, how many Americans have been aborted since 1960, and how much has the U.S. government spent on abortions? Also, break down the total number of abortions by race and income. Since 1960, 66 million abortions have been performed in the United States, per Johnston's archive estimates to 2025. So 66 million since 1960. Direct government spending limited by high federal is $1 billion total since 1977 for exceptions. That can't be right. By race, 73 to 2019, white non-Hispanics are 48% at 29 million. Blacks, non-Hispanic, 19 million at 31%. Hispanic, 9 million at 15%, other 6%. By income, less than 41%. Those stats don't make sense. But anyways, that's my Grok query with regards to abortion.
Please respond to the poll question above. Thank you.
What if you don't like those answers?
No, but what if it's all the answers?
Well,
hi, Anne.
it turns out that more whites have been killed from abortion than blacks.
And can you explain to me how a woman's right to choose and black genocide could all be true at the same time?
Do we need to explain it? Who needs it?
Do you believe a woman should be able to choose black genocide?
No, I don't think that women should be able to choose if they want someone to live or not. That includes the fetus in her stomach. That includes her neighbor. That includes someone she dislikes. Yeah. Am I wrong?
Hold on. My dogs are getting crazy.
I think his point was the first option in the choose, all of them are right, is the woman's choice.
Is that your dog?
Yeah.
But women are supposed to choosing anything. In the fucking kitchen making sandwiches.
I don't think Roger's dog likes your answer.
Did Roger's dog hear about the sandwiches? Change things. See, that's what he said. He needs sandwiches.
After Anne spoke, my white dog started crying and the black dog started barking.
I wonder why.
Hakima, that was your white supremacy ass. What's your problem today? But honestly, who in here is whiter than Hakima?
Wait, could you see the poll, Anne?
It looks like a middle finger. Fuck you to baby murder.
Hi, Connie. Hello.
So, I mean, Roger, if you kind of interpret a
different finding in that data. Would it be fair to say that only 15%, well, 25% now, but the majority of the room is actually opposed to abortion?
Yeah, I would say the majority of the room is opposed to abortion.
Hey, can two things be true at the same time? Like, it's baby murder, which I agree is baby murder, but yet I voted it's still a woman's right to choose.
Four things can be true at the same time.
Well, I voted black genocide because I care.
But like John said, more white babies have been killed than black babies, so...
Well, over the percentage,
Wait, hold on. Yeah, what's the percentage?
But when you look at square miles and the population, it's much higher for black people. And then when you look at like HIV, because I did a grant on it, it's high. The rate.
Yeah, the rate, well, definitely DC was higher than the entire rate of the whole continent of Africa.
Connie, I got a question for you. Do you support reparations for aborted black babies?
If they're aborted, they can't enjoy anything. They can't.
Who get the money? The mother?
That is, you know what? I ain't even gonna ask that because that's really sad. That's really sad because I had the choice when I was getting ready to go in the Marine Corps. So,
well, Connie, I think it's a good question that I'm asking because you people don't seem to agree on who should get reparations. So I'm just asking if.
Yeah. Well, I've always been a lone wolf. I go out and make my own landmark laws. Yeah, I make my own landmark laws. You know, I got a letter from Senator Ted Kennedy when he was healthy in Congress or Senate, wherever he was at. So I just Senator Ted Kennedy. Okay. Yes, and he was telling me that they were going to have, they were going to revamp the healthcare system. So I'm not really worried about all these other people. Because a lot of them are waiting to see what their friends are going to say. When I want something, I go out there and make it happen. So, and people follow. You know, people follow. And then, you know, a lot of people want to be Indian chiefs, but that's a sad thing to say.
When you say Indian, are you picturing dots or feathers?
When I say Indian, I probably would picture feathers. I would probably picture feathers. Because I don't have a good, strong arm, especially after these last few accidents. I don't have a good, strong arm, so I don't even think about darts anymore.
Mojo, thinking of even wondering if Indian means dot or feather is purely a Northwestern thing. I grew up in Seattle, and that's a question often asked, but I live in Georgia, and nobody's once said that to me in 20 years.
It's the first time somebody asked me that, because, you know...
In the Northwest, everybody has dot or feather, because they have minimal Eastern Indians and arguably more Native Americans than Eastern Indians. Well, hold on. If you go to Redmond, that's not true. If you go to Redmond... You're such a sarcastic son of a bitch.
But he's talking about because Microsoft employs a lot of engineers from me. I guess Issaquah probably has quite a few Indians these days as well.
Do they serve curry at the Christmas party?
No, but I can tell you the elevators don't smell very good after lunch.
You know, I got a question for Connie. Connie, I've heard on Clubhouse people complained that black babies were being fed to alligators, and I find it interesting that
here we go.
That we object to that, but as long as an abortion doctor is what's killing the baby, that's okay. But feeding them to alligators, that's bad.
Well, I think, you know, it's the woman's body, and it's her decision, you know, how she wants to do it. I was reading up, and I take it more sensitive They feel like the alligator is against their will, and so it's not the timing, and so they feel like that's genocide. That they feel like that's the only reason why some of them were exported over here. Those that are
So
not
what do you
indigenous
think
to the
killed
land.
more? What do you think's killed more black babies in the Americas? Do you think it's abortion doctors or alligators?
Okay, so if you look,
car accidents, but none of that shit don't matter.
If you
which one killed the most is kind of irrelevant.
If you have to look at the time span, every black person that can claim a recent leaving of the continent of Africa 400 years ago is not like me. And so that's an aspect of me. So let's take it back to the 1600s. Bam, there's an ancestor that came over here from one of the nation states in the continent of Africa. So if you look at
hold on. In the 1600s, you believe there was nation states on the continent of Africa?
Of course, there's nation states. Everything came out of Africa.
No, but hold on. The concept of nation states didn't happen until after empires died at the end of World War I.
First of all, you had lines drawn arbitrarily through colonialism, like that. So you had Nigeria that was, created recently.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Let me finish.
No, I got a question for you. I want to ask you a question. Do you think that nation states were in existence in?
I say it to let people know that there are geographical boundaries and borders, and not to get any particular culture, tongue, or specific area mixed up. And I've seen people from Africa get upset about that. So they want you to know that they're from Rwanda or maybe South Africa. So so I just say that to let people know that there's borders there, and there's territories. But anyway, just going back to, let's go 400 years back. Unfortunately, from the research I've done, and I'm always looking and reading, abortion, from what I know of, has been the highest baby killer. If you go back 400 years to now with black women, the abortion has been the highest baby killer.
So in like an effort of restoring, autonomy to Black America, why then are black women supporting it?
I don't know, but I believe that this is definitely what is causing friction with the man if he chooses to stay.
No, but it shouldn't be a matter of if the man chooses to stay or not. I mean, if you look at all the political, activism and, some of the statements that were made as far as, marching for George Floyd and the indignity behind, police violence and how it's going to, protect black babies. But then if we look at the historical cause behind black babies being killed in the black womb, we see a certain practice that black women, for some reason, that align with a certain type of democratic, a democratic following and liberals, you know what I mean, which our black community is full of. Okay, why are they not?
Planned Parenthood, the privilege is right in the neighborhood.
So why then aren't black women having a conversation, as opposed, instead of having conversations about hypergamy and all of the things that are, associated with getting the bag, why don't we say babies in the womb? You see what I'm saying? But the second black men go into those spaces and they say something, it turns into, vitriol. I mean, it's just unacceptable. I don't care if I have a womb or not. It's unacceptable. Killing black children is unacceptable. Okay, so
well, I got something else for you that is unacceptable. There are, because I dated this guy and I was real patient with him. There are a lot of black.
Was he white?
Not this one. He was very dark skin, and that's
How dark was
he? Like your shoe dark, your black shoe dark.
Like his beard?
Yeah, all of that. But look, check this out. I was patient with him. There is a great growing number of black women that hate black males. And so he said that the women that he dated, he would keep in close contact with the boys because the women, they had so much hate and fury for black males, they couldn't even turn it off with their own children, like that. And I also heard one lady at work, she retired. She said her mother chopped up a grandson and sent him down the toilet stool. And the
Wait. She chopped up a baby and put it down the toilet?
Yes, that's the norm for the family because he was a black male baby. And she said the toddler cousins was like, let's say his name is Boo Boo. Where's Boo Boo? Grandma, we ain't seen Boo Boo. Yeah, there's a growing amount. I had to even stop my own child from going over to my sister's house when she was alive. She definitely had a chip on her shoulder for black males, So it's like if they don't know you or like you or you don't grab for those heartstrings, those that don't like black males can be evil. Yeah, it's a good amount of them. And if there's 30 million in this country, I probably wouldn't be surprised if it was 25 million that hated black males. Yeah,
and
it's a growing movement.
And Connie, when you talk about like Southern roots, and even in places in Middle America where black people existed, how many of these women were caregivers killing people? You see what I'm saying? How many of these women were in caregiving roles? Okay, nursing their sick husband.
I don't know, but my
them into the grave. You see what I'm saying?
Reprobate mind. She had a reprobate mind, and after my grandfather died, she would talk to his ghosts, and they didn't get along very well either. Yeah, and then I know, but see, a lot. I'm gonna tell you one trigger was they weren't valued, so they were expected to leave home early at 14 or 16. That was, I'm sure that was a trigger right there.
Well, we do have a poll up.
Now I'm finding the results interesting.
People talk about the abortion debate a lot, and it's always about a woman's right to choose or women's health, but I don't think a good analysis or a perspective, shedding light on the perspective of the doctor's operations, the facilities, the nurses, the funding, the insurance payments, the profiteering, the conferences, the industry
and
itself.
And the welfare that they receive preferential treatment from the government. Welfare. They get just a lot of bankrolls like, Amtrak or American Airlines. But I said I was on my way to the Marine Corps and they sat me down and said, don't rush because if you weren't doomed, that you could have 8 years at the Naval Academy. And so then I started listening like, okay, this person's on my side. And they showed me abortion pictures and, they just go in there and poke something and then the baby just starts fighting with his arms and then they,
chop up stuff and then suck it, like that. And, they have to be very careful because it go wrong. And then they've got to bring what's left of it out of the womb. And it's just, in so much pain and then finish stabbing and chopping it up. But once I saw that picture, I was like, I'm not going in the Marine Corps. I'm staying home with my baby. It's terrible. But had they not shown it to me, I would have ran the risk of damaging something and never being able to have kids.
Can I ask why Frank, Kristen, and Anne have not answered the survey question?
Did you know that these surveys actually go back onto your profile and you can't delete them?
Well, you can't delete them yet, but they'll get around to delete them. There's plenty of things that I've had on my profile that have been deleted over time.
I want to delete all these back-end messages.
Yes, me too.
Ooh. What you got up in your backside?
Nothing, but I just want to delete them.
You may need those for a rainy
binary.
day.
You're telling me about binary stuff, and it ain't regulated, and I don't know you. You have to come with a referral from a referral. You know, no. Mm-mm. It's a lot I want to delete, and you can't delete. And they don't keep a good record account of replays. They don't keep a good record account of replays either. You save stuff, and I go and put it on Thread, and it embarrasses the hell out of me because it's not even there anymore.
Did you guys notice the new update right now? It's like an actual hallway where you can, when you're scrolling up in rooms, you can listen in without actually going in.
I couldn't do it yesterday, though. I couldn't do it yesterday.
I tried.
Or was it this morning?
No, it just, I noticed it happen in the evening, like a couple hours ago.
You have to be out of a room, though, right?
Yeah, you have to be out of a room, and then, yeah, and then you can just, like, it's crazy. So I'm wondering if I guess if you're booted from the room, you won't be able to see it. But if it's a room where you know you're going to get booted, you can just stay in the hallway and listen in.
So you could be the bad kid in timeout, but you still hear it.
That's why I didn't get it.
And it's kind of like still being anonymous.
I'm gonna
it's
do
weird.
the update.
Yeah.
But I wonder on the abortion topic if...
Oh, but you
go
actually get sucked into the room, I think, after a minute. Like, if you listen to it for a minute, then you get sucked into the room. So I hear it.
I didn't see that. I didn't know.
No, it
I
actually
saw that months ago.
It actually shows you, like, if somebody comes, if somebody listens from the hall, I could see that they've entered the room.
Oh, so only the mods can.
I just updated. Much better. Much better.
Wait, who put Hakeem on the go?
Not it.
He must have moved himself.
I'd have done that.
Oh, you know what I think happened? I think Hakima left the room. He went anonymous, and then in another room, and then came back.
No, I updated my app and just seen that new feature.
Oh, sure.
We were nervous. Yeah, I just updated it too. It's much better now. I was wondering what was going on this morning.
So I wonder with abortion, I have a question, and I don't want to be selfish. Do people believe a man's got no say?
A lot of women do. That's why they be having problems in their relationship. He be mad about that shit. But I believe he has. I believe he has say. I think I would act like I don't because I would be looking at the money that I possibly will or won't get.
That was my follow-up about the money. So the women that don't have the
But I remember I told you I had that video they showed me and talk about how they take their time with men in the Naval Academy up like 8 years or more. And so I would not do abortion. I would not do it at all. I would not. But thanks to that video.
That's one of my primary hang-ups about the abortion laws is I feel like they're very misandrous in that the financial liability, the decision to have, to not to have, falls solely with the woman, and the man doesn't have any say. Like, I feel like at least if you were going to make abortion legal, then he should have the opportunity to opt out and not be financially responsible if she has the opportunity to opt out. And
I think he should be able to say something after 6 months, too. I really think he should. I think he should. But I think everything works out.
What do you think he should say after 6 months?
I think he should have the ability
No, because I'm kind of concerned right now. To stop it after 6 months?
No, we're not doing this.
She can't opt out after she gives birth.
No.
No, some women be trying to abort at 6 months. And that's the month that I start talking because I think I can carry it to term. But I would just be 30 years coming out of the Marine Corps. But I would have been a doorknob because I was a little knucklehead. I probably still would have ended up pregnant again, like that. But I think a man should have some say-so all the way. I understand it's not his body, but especially...
Legally, he doesn't right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's really have some type of legal to it.
I think there needs to be, no, did they have, and forgive me if I'm out of date here, but do they have paternity tests at the birth?
Yeah, but see, they're risky.
Oh.
They're risky.
Okay.
And they will let you do it if you're like my last child, I had him at 38. So they will let you do it for like Down syndrome. But, I just never liked needles. I've always been a terrible patient. They'll say, come back for your follow-up. Read for cholesterol.
Hold on. I got a PSA. Did you know that if you have sex standing up, you are slightly less likely to get pregnant?
You're so stupid.
I'm standing up.
Another reason for the wall.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Is that why you're always on your head, Mojo?
It says that fewer sperm will remain pooled near the cervix, which, in theory, lowers the odds. Anne, have you not updated the phone? Or why aren't you doing the survey?
No, she's being ridiculous. She thinks that if she refuses to agree to the terms and conditions of service, then she can sue Clubhouse for misusing her information. And I keep telling her every time she X's out of that box, she is still consenting because she's using the freaking app. She might as well enjoy the perk.
Yeah, using the app is consent.
Yeah, have you guys has anybody ever been to Chick-fil-A?
Hello,
yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Have you actually looked at the sign at the drive-through window? What it says?
What does it say?
What does
It says,
say?
by you being in this line and ordering from Chick-fil-A, you automatically give consent to be in one of their promotion advertising videos and being recorded.
Oh,
Visual.
that happens when you go to Monday Night Raw, too.
Wow.
I don't mind that much because I got like 14 million views on Google Maps, and I got like 500,000 when we went to North Carolina, and that happened in about a week and a half. I was like, that's almost the whole state. I was like, and I was on good behavior because I was like, who was paying me any attention? But I would go for that. I would go for that because I'm always rating places that I go to.
Yeah, hold on. I want to talk to Anne real quick. Hold on, Anne. Let's have a dialogue. So you believe that you're going to someday sue Clubhouse? Anne Hero? She must have stepped away.
She should. All of these apps take your stuff and don't, give you anything.
She's not going to be able to sue. Sorry. I mean, you should try.
Do you work for Clubhouse, Mojo? You sound like you're like an undercover agent for Clubhouse.
Is that what you think?
It's
Yeah.
just common sense that you're using the app, though, that you are implicitly agreeing to the terms and conditions of service, whether you want to click the button or not.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
I don't. Hold on. I don't think I would make a good Clubhouse employee. I've twice I've led revolts. Once to Fanbase, once to Chatter. I've had an account completely deleted, and I've had this one suspended just very recently. I just don't think I would make a very good ambassador. I'm not a great brand ambassador for Clubhouse.
Yeah, so you're loyal to yourself. That's and that makes plenty of sense. So they said Chatter was created by Nelson and Pena.
They don't just say that; they know that.
Wow. So he was with that. I forget what that guy was that he used to come online with. So he just really has been building himself up and growing, progressing like wildfire. That's good to hear.
Would you would you say that with Isaac Hayes building fan base and Nelson Apega building chatter, would you say that those are slave revolts?
I would say that I stopped following people to like fan base and some other places because the people that you follow, they don't open up any rooms and you're trying to figure out the gadgets and stuff like that.
Why did you go to fan base in the first place?
Following somebody from Clubhouse.
Who'd you follow?
I think it was Freddie or something.
Freddie Roosevelt?
Yeah, and his brother, Jimmy White. Yeah. Just trying to be supportive. You know, if you're connected with somebody or you come in the room, they give you a mic. You know, I try to be fair and supportive for, you know, every room that I go into. And I just stopped doing that. When people tell me about a new app, I'm like, I barely can keep up my pages, you know, where I'm at.
Is Ann back? Is Ann with us?
Ann!
No, I think she's still gone.
I'm gonna text her. Kristen, you need to come off mute and go down that rabbit hole again.
I think I'm going to remove Frank from the stage for not voting.
I mean, is what he's doing in the chat is considered spamming?
Pretty much. Frank, are you with us? Frank, are you with us?
I mean, his story's on repeat.
Frank, I want you to speak. Can you unmute yourself? All right, I'm going to count from 3 backwards.
Uh-oh, he's counting.
3, 2,
George Michael.
1. All right, Frank. All right, no more Frank. This is why he goes to chillism.
And now he's calling you a bastard?
Oh, well, he wouldn't do that. That would get him removed from the room.
Oh, he just did it.
Well, he said it kind of.
I don't even know what he's saying. He said Mojo is doing this bastard.
I know. He didn't quite say it, but
maybe he didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to bring him back up just so he can clarify what he meant. Let's see. We'll give him a second
That
chance.
could be indicative of the fact that he doesn't speak English.
No. He speaks perfect English. We've had him do full concerts. He can sing all of those Michael songs. Yeah. He's
okay.
I will be your preacher, teacher, give you anything. Can you sing?
Frank, can you do a George Michael tune for us?
Can you do the Father whatever one?
Frank, this is not going to go well for you. It's your last chance. Do George Michael and you can stay.
Should you give him a cookie? Extra iPod hours?
Okay, Frank. You asked for it. Back to the goo you go.
Bum, bum, bum.
I want to take the moment, since we're not talking much in here, to give Connie some flowers. I had a conversation with my son. I live in Atlanta. My son goes to a very, very mixed school, about 50-50 black-white. And ever since my son was a little tiny kid, an infant in fact, he loved black women. If a black woman in public approached him when he was an infant in the stroller, he just lit up like the sunshine. Like he just, there was no question that he preferred black women. And as we get older, it hasn't changed. And he's 18 now. He just graduated high school. And we went to the most mixed school in Atlanta that's among the good suburbs. Most of them are, the high performing suburbs are almost always overwhelmingly white on purpose in order to try to maintain those standards. But I put him in a school called Sprayberry, which is a top 10 school in the state, but it's by far the most diverse school, and we did it on purpose. And he has dated one black woman in high school that was a pretty cool person. But ultimately, he had a conversation with me recently, and I'm getting somewhere with this. And he said that, Dad, it kind of sucks because my experience in high school of wanting to date black women is that he's a very quiet, soft-spoken, kind person, very, very, very easygoing, extremely easygoing. And he's intimidated and overwhelmed by black women. He told me that, the ones I find attractive are overbearing and reactive and loud, and he said obnoxious, and it frustrates me because I want somebody that's calmer. I want somebody that that looks the way I want her to look, but I also want that calm energy. And he had a conversation with me about this, and it was very recent. And I said, you'll find her. Just keep looking. And I'm sitting in this room and I'm listening to Connie, and she's like smart and kind and soft-spoken and non-reactive and so engaging and so just easy to listen to. That first of all, if you're 25 years younger, I'd totally want to hook it with my son. He's very good looking dude. But I'm also a former Marine, so you keep talking about the Marine Corps, and I'm not sure you ever made it in there, but I still respect the fact that you obviously appreciate the Marine Corps. But I wanted to say that you are the absolute best example of a black woman that I would want my son to find, personality-wise and intelligence-wise, and just overall demeanor-wise. And I know you give me hope that there's somebody out there for him that will meet his expectations of an energy level, along with beautiful. You're obviously beautiful, and then I don't know. It's just refreshing to have you here. I followed you. I want to see where you kind of hang out. I hang out on a lot of mixed spaces in here, and I hang out on a lot of primary black spaces in here, and I don't talk much because I end up getting kicked off the stage just because I'm white when I start talking sometimes, and that sucks because I like to find a more reasonable room to hang out in.
They're very closed-minded when they do
tough.
that.
It's tough.
Yeah, they kick anybody. I have people, I gave them a little snippet because they want you to prove stuff. Like one guy told me playing Donna was black, and he said, if I get some proof, I'm like, dude, nobody's proving shit to you. One guy said, they're not your people because they're not doing anything for you unless you want to prove it. I'm like, nobody cares what what you think. And then so I gave them a little snippet, and I showed them a little genealogy tree. And so, but they were so freaking ignorant because they didn't. I said Lenape, people who sold New York City. And I said, Mexico. And they were like freaking out. No way, there's no such thing. And I'm sitting here like, that is one of the most original groups. But what they do is if you talk about something with receipts. Oh yeah, I'm related to that person too. But you're doing what my mother hated about her West Indian side. You're not being fair because you're sitting back and you're giving people the green bean, and you're censoring others when when they talk, and then you're saying, well, okay, well, you might be Native American or but we're Indian or like that, and they try to discredit you, and I'm like, these are signs of a pretender. But right now I do have a white boyfriend.
It doesn't surprise me because for the white guys that like black girls, most of the black women nowadays, it's a tough personality. You know what I mean? It's a tough personality. There's a lot of energy there, and I've been sitting in some rooms recently, actually, very recently.
And you have to watch. You do have to watch their white privilege because it's like riding on an airplane. Now my job is like riding on an alligator. But when you watch
it is.
I love that. Through the world, it is.
And trying to
on an airplane.
And trying to support my son and remind him that not everybody's the same, right? Like you're going to find somebody that has a combination of what you're looking for, and you don't need to compromise and date a white girl. You don't have to do that. Don't bother. You know what I mean? I know it's not in you.
You really don't. You have to go because my mom. She never had political conversation. She never told us we was better than anybody. She said everybody's created, before God, in the image of God, and she always said, go after your heart. But she did say, now, if you're going to deal with your dad's side, maybe that would be better for you to date, a white guy. But she did say that. And then, I had really nice hair, and she would just straighten it even more. And I felt so bad for her because I was like, she's in a world, and she's just trying to be quiet and fit in. Because I was like, how you can't get it any straighter? And I felt so bad for her.
There's a guy in here named Sig. He's a military guy, really, really good human being, great father, really smart guy. And
but does
he hosts
hate
these
black women?
What's that?
Moses? No, he hates ghetto black women.
He hates ghetto black women, and he comes on, he hosts rooms where he talks about, like, I want my black women to step up. Like, I love black women, but I love the good black women, and there's too many obnoxious black women. So he's been hosting a lot of rooms lately on this topic, basically. And I've been sitting through these rooms, and 99% of the time, black women come on and they lose their shit on him, and he's like, you're just proving my point. You're just proving my point, And instead of, like, you'd be a perfect person if you can stumble into one of those rooms and just be yourself, and he's going to fall in love with you, and he's going to give you all the props you deserve, because the reality is you're exactly what he's talking about is out there, and he just encourages people, like, he thinks it's easier to find a good woman if she's white. He's married to a white woman, but he's not anti-black woman. He's not. He's
the Officer Tatum of Clubhouse.
Yeah, and he's a good guy. But you would be an awesome. I mean, he would probably mod you, but you'd be an awesome person because you're not grandiose. You don't showcase. Like, you're honest and authentic, and he is too. And I don't know. The whole thing. There's just a lot of overlap. It's just really refreshing to listen to you talk because I've been having all of these influences of that thought in my head between my son and Sig's rooms and this and that lately. And I'm like, oh, here's proof that, that's wrong. Like there's awesome examples out there. So anyway, that's your flowers. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you.
And you're welcome. You're welcome. I met you. You know how to finesse people. You're a good moderator because you have me talking about things that I usually don't talk about. I don't say it, but I've always been frank. So I think, like, if a person asks, I'll answer. But I do ad lib a little more with you.
I mean, we have two Franks in here.
Remember, Mojo's been trolling you a little bit in a fun way, though, not a mean way. And you are unbreakable, and he's been commenting in the chat a little bit. It's just funny because that adds more credence to your incredible authenticity. But I think it's funny that you can break Mojo's efforts to be a sarcastic asshole, and you can totally break him.
Are you single, Mike?
I've been married 27 years.
Okay, never mind. I just thought it would be really cute if maybe you and Connie just, exchange numbers.
Oh, dude, I would totally if I was single. But I didn't want to go there. I don't want to be creepy. I'd rather hook her up with my son, but he's too young.
All of that's creepy, but it's been really sweet.
Thank you, because I'm trying to be honest without being creepy, because I don't want to sound creepy. Well, thank you. It's like walking a tightrope. It's like walking a tightrope, so thank you.
I think it's really sweet that you give so much consideration to what you want for him to find for himself. Like, I just
absolutely. I mean, my wife and I have known it since day one. We giggled and joked about it for a little bit. I wonder if, you know what I mean? And then here he is, and yes, we were right. It's not an if, it's a definite. And we couldn't be happier for.
So how did
we just want him to be happy.
Well, hold on. So how did you know? Like, was he drinking like purple Kool-Aid when he was a kid?
You're such an ass. Listen, imagine he's in a stroller and white women, everybody comes up because my wife's Asian, I have twins, boy, girl, and so we'd have them in a double stroller. So we got a lot of attention, right? White, tall, 6'3" white guy with a little short, beautiful Asian woman, and then this mixed twins. So we got a lot of attention. Whenever white people would come up, he'd look at them like, who the hell are you? Like, you know what I mean? He was the guy that was like a little standoff. My daughter's like, hey, like human beings, just woo. My son was like, I don't know about this one, right? But then a black woman would come up, because we're in Atlanta, and it happened quite a bit as well. He'd be like, oh my God, look at them. And he would just light up. I mean, practically like stick his arms out and want to just give her a big hug every time. And this was when he was like an infant. And it went up to like the age of 3, age of 5, always, same thing. Same thing. We just knew it. It was crazy. And then the first girl he did in high school was black. And it's like, oh, there you go. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Like, it's just funny. It's funny how, like, we didn't put that in him. He just, like, it's in him. Like, God put it in him. And I just think it's cute. And I support it. And thankfully he's not gay. Because that I would have struggled with more, to be honest with you. This I don't struggle with.
But is it me, or has everyone noticed that little white baby boys are just adorable and attracted to whatever floats their boat? Because whenever I go past a little white baby boy, he sparks up, like that. And I said to myself,
does he? That's cute.
Yeah, and I said to myself, well, and he's innocent now. I said, but wait till the world poisons him. We'll see if he can stand the test.
Well, yeah, and that's a good point. And to be honest with you, nobody in this house has ever poisoned my son, and I've gone on my way actually to make sure he was in mixed environments as much as possible. And to be honest, what he feels about when he was talking about black women, it's just factual. Like it's just he's just overwhelmed by it, and it's a real thing. And I want to tell him like, oh, what you're saying is crazy. That's not true. All people are equal. Like the reality is that there is a I mean I don't even know how to phrase it. There is that stereotypical vision of a black woman being loud and obnoxious, but his experience in high school is that it was pretty incredible, pretty consistent. I mean, it was pretty obnoxious for him, and even his girlfriend, she's sweet and all, but she was overly dramatic. And when she hung out with her black friend, she came back acting a slightly different person than when she hung out with my son for long periods of time without joining her black friends on the side. It would change. It would like code switch, even with her. And I think he just wants a genuine.
Can you give me
awesome,
an example? Like, give me a quote.
I'll give you an example.
I'm asking Mike. I'm asking Mike, Connie.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Mojo?
You said that the code switching. Give me an example. Like do the impersonation of the code switch.
No, it's not a code switch like that necessarily.
Oh, he said cosplay. You'll want to hear this.
Around you,
it's kind of like,
hi, Mr. Mike, how are you? And then
it's kind of like. I'll give you one example. So we got a new dog. Our dog passed away. We got a new one, and they're golden doodles. Both of them were. The other one was more golden retriever, less poodle. This one is like way more poodle, less golden retriever. So this one has really curly hair. It's soft and really curly. And so my son at one point was like was petting the dog and was like, oh my God, this one's crazy. Our new dog has hair like you. And she laughed about it around us. But then she went back and she told that story to her friends in high school, her black friends. And they convinced her that that was completely inappropriate and that he's racist for saying it. And then she came back and started being an asshole about what he said. And he's like, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I love you. I care about you. Like, they were together well over a year at this point. And she just couldn't, in the end of things, she couldn't get over it. That was one of the things she couldn't get over. She switched. And eventually, by the time they broke up, she was like convinced herself that what he said was completely racist and inappropriate. And he's just like, I don't need this drama. Like, it's one of the reasons they broke up. He's like, you're just so overly dramatic about things, and just stop. But there was a fundamental change between the way she acted genuinely in the moment versus what her friends convinced her after the fact that he was.
Is
up
that
to.
kind of like when Will Smith laughed at the joke that Chris Rock said, and then after his wife,
yes,
then he
exactly,
yeah.
Exactly. It's the same thing. She's pulled that. And it was really, the more time she spent around her friends after the fact, it became really problematic, and it was just bad because she started like gaslighting him about, what his intentions were when he wasn't, it wasn't his intentions at all. It was really clear. But ultimately that wasn't doing it. There was a lot of issues like that he would just almost call it like bumping cultures. And ultimately he couldn't bridge the gap of the cultural differential with her.
He was too white.
He didn't need to. He didn't need to, because it sounds like she didn't have values. And
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, she needed to be more understanding.
Cultures.
Yeah,
right,
she needed to be more fair and understanding, and there wouldn't have been that need.
Right.
Yeah,
because me and my dad, my dad is 41 years older than me, and we sat down one day, and I don't tell everybody this story, and we said, well, what is black culture? And then I went to the library, and I read that during slavery times in Maryland, no one could understand black culture, and they looked at how the free and the enslaved, dealt with each other, but there was a significant importance there that kept them, communicating. And so you had two people there. He's 41 years older than me. So you had him 500 years, and we had never seen black culture. And I said, Dad, why do white men don't openly pursue black women as much as they used to during slavery days? He said, because, when I would move furniture into white women's houses, he said the mothers said they didn't want their sons with black women that they knew about because they didn't have any manners. And I was like, that's true, because I noticed that, they're not fair, and that they don't, necessarily, they'll say, well, I'm going to the amusement park. Well, why do I need to hear about the amusement park if you're not inviting me? And then another thing that happens with the culture bridge, I'm your everyday black girl until you get upset. Then you talk. We've been friends since elementary school. You talk about me even before I knew what tribe I had come from. I tell you because she's Indian, and I'm sitting there like, with what nation? Because I was really young, like 18 or 20 something. So I understand what your son went through, because I get it too. They need the numbers, but at the same time, I'm on the outside. I'm not your stereotypical black girl at all. And they'll tell me about it when they get angry or just need to, crash out.
Yeah, I know. I did a photo essay of for African American Month many years ago, and I had some people that I photographed portraits, and we had some interviews going on, and some of what the conversation got into was code switching. And one of the people that I was photographing, this person, Frank, keeps saying I'm racist. What a dickhead. First I was photographing was from England, but she's black, and she had quite, a lot to say about like what her experience has been like moving to America from England, being black, and having what sounds like a white girl English accent, and how she has to code switch sometimes. And then she described to me what that means in the culture, and how it's just so common, and how she it's difficult because she wants to be authentic in all moments, but she feels like she can't be sometimes, and how it's a burden. And I don't know, I just kind of empathized with the way she was explaining what it is, and it was something I had never really put much thought into at the time.
I'm noticing a lot with social media, a lot of white guys are marrying, in America, they're marrying more foreign women that when they get here, because they have to use the tax money, black foreign women. But, they don't go by black in the Caribbean or any of the African nation states like that. And then sometimes I just be looking and I'm like, aren't you tired of that weave? I just be like, I see that they see something on the inside, and it's not about prettiness or neatness, like that. So that's that's really interesting as well.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for allowing us to have this conversation. I appreciate it. Go back to Mojo trolling. What's his name? Who's the last guy?
I'm headed out.
You live in Atlanta too? You live in Sandy Springs?
I do.
And then who else? Serenity said you live here too.
Yes.
Serenity.
Can I just advise that you never know who's listening, and I would minimize the amount of personal information you share.
Kristen, I'm headed out for the night. I'm just wondering. I'm not vasectomized, Kristen, but like any advice on the ladies' front? You got like a great line I can use on a pretty girl tonight? Just maybe should I just be like, by the FYI, I'm not vasectomized. Maybe that'll be my pickup line for the night. I was thinking, is war technically just a late-term abortion?
Where's Ann? Where's Ann Hero?
Oh, there she is.
Oh, she's back. Ann, can you walk the room through your theory about if you don't update, you get to sue them at some point?
Wait, what?
If you don't update the app, you get to sue Clubhouse at some point. Can you walk us through that theory?
No, I'm just saying that I didn't opt in and accept the terms and conditions. So if they ever use my voice for commercial use and like making my voice say things that I never said, publish it or something, then I'm not down for it.
Who told you that you're going to be able to make any cut?
Did you read the terms of service? The updated one?
Do you know that by being on the app that you are agreeing to terms of service?
Well, the new terms of service, you have to be ready to agree or no thanks.
No, you don't.
Hit the X. Yes, there's a... It pops up every time I log into the app. I can screenshot it for you.
You should understand that use of the app is implicit consent.
You guys, I'm not trying to have an argument.
We are.
I just hate to see you not enjoy the app.
What do you mean? I enjoyed the app.
Not if you're not getting all the features.
Yeah, you're not getting polled.
Oh, do you mean like because I didn't? Oh my God. The subscription.
And don't fall into not the subscription, just the polls.
Don't fall into the trap of Roger's poll.
Thank you for laughing at my joke. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Is the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccines, are those technically just early-term abortions as opposed to late-term abortions? Or preemptive abortions, I think is what the eugenicists call it.
I think this room's getting sleepy.
I think so too, but it's such a satisfying sleep. And that was so cute, the exchange you had with Connie. I love it, love it, love it.
It is. The energy in here is really calm. Very unusual.
Mike, what Asian is your wife?
She is. She's an American-born full Chinese woman.
Oh, okay.
Who I met in Indiana, and I've been told by Asian guys every time I mention that, it's like, you got an ABC? That's like finding a unicorn, man.
Chinese.
Well, you
Yeah,
know,
they say she's a unicorn.
I've noticed that this generation here that's in their 20s, 30s, they're not that attractive. Because when I was growing up, they had the most cool. Every Asian woman I would come across when I was growing up looked like they were ready for the Miss USA pageant or something. So I've just noticed.
Well, they turn into little short. They turn into little short, stereotypical old Asian women like overnight. Like they go, like they stay the same, and then like you wake up one morning and you're like, holy shit, and she looks like something in a Disney movie. You know what I mean?
She looks like her mother. Yeah.
Looks like her mother, but she turns into it. Not like white people where it takes time. It kind of just happens overnight. So she looks like she's 20 until she's like 60, and then she looks like she's 60 that day. Yeah.
So she's not. They're not the black don't crack type people.
Well, they are until they're like in their 60s.
Right.
You'll see a lot of women, but really old.
Oh, but you'll see like a 58-year-old like Filipino or Chinese, and you'd be like, "How old are you? 30?" And she's like, "I'm 58. I have grandkids." And you're like, "Wait,
right.
What?" But then you'll.
I mean, my wife is absolutely fucking beautiful, and she still is. Probably prettier than she was when she was 20.
Oh, well, you know,
she's an exception.
At the synagogues, that's who if they're not bringing another woman that looks like them, they usually bring an Asian girl at the synagogue.
I got myself a Filipino.
Yeah, my son is half Filipino.
Yeah.
Filipinos are pretty because they look like they're half white, half Asian by default.
Yeah, there's like a Spanish look to them, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit like that, yep. I think the prettiest Asians are Koreans, to be honest with you. I think they're the prettiest Asian.
I don't like the round face.
Oh,
you don't like it? Or you do?
No, I don't.
I like a square jaw, like a very chiseled square jaw on a woman for some reason, and Koreans have a lot of that going on. Japanese have more of a pointy jaw, but Koreans have square jaws. So that round face thing you're identifying, for me, is probably a good thing if it's not cherubic round, but it's like chiseled round.
They just are the least well-behaved Asian.
Which ones?
Koreans.
Oh, are they? I've never really been around many Koreans before.
Well, were you trying to say they're prejudiced?
It's just such an extreme, tough culture. The more you get exposed to it, the more you're like, whoa.
They're not as subservient as like Japanese,
no.
maybe?
Well, I wouldn't call any Asian subservient. I would say they're not polite.
Asian women are subservient in public, just not in private.
I don't think that's No, I don't think that's a sensible way to interpret their behavior. They're courteous. They're courteous, but that has that's like a complex thing. But like part of there's this idea in Japanese society that the courtesy you display in public, in accord with your role, is also protection for you, right? You do what is according to your role, and then you're in the right, and you don't have to do anything outside of that. The other party can't have expectations for you outside of that. So you just make sure you do what you're supposed to do. And in Japan, they have a very polite society, and that politeness is not subservience. It's just your duty in a certain context. You know, it's what you owe society, not that particular person.
That politeness is a public thing because they are freaky as fuck in private. Totally changes. I lived there for 2 years. It's totally different. Like they'll run circles around anybody else that I've ever known who wasn't Japanese. Like after the fact, but like in public, it's a whole different thing. It's just like, it's like all that pent up control, self-control turns into like fly your freak flag when you get behind it in the bed. It's just a little odd like that. Like even the men like looking at pornographic cartoons on the Shinkansen, like not even embarrassed to be just perusing those things. Like the whole thing is kind of secretly perverted, but outwardly controlled. It's interesting.
Or you might say that they control the things that contribute to. They control the things that need to be controlled. You know, their society is polite. Things go smoothly. You know, and the things that don't need to be controlled are not society's business. So they don't control that shit. And that's
that's fine.
Okay. Like there's a lot of this way that we interpret this that like kind of projects, I think, certain kind of Western norms onto them, and then assumes they have some motivation or like psychodynamics that maybe we would have. Maybe these would be like, you know, this is like we're repressing outwardly, so we express inwardly or something. But I don't think you have to interpret what's going on in Japan that way. It's organized differently. You know, here I'm allowed, and here I got to do this other thing. But that's public life and private life. Every society has that. So.
I appreciate that, Jason. That's a very fair way to describe it. I mean, yeah, that's a much more civil, nuanced way to describe it, probably much more accurate.
Who changed the title to My Wife is Asian? That's hilarious.
I did not do that.
I'm not a fit.
That's pretty funny.
I played the fit.
That's some funny shit.
I think you're throwing shade at someone, but I don't see the one who I thought you'd be targeting. Oh, no shade.
No, it's no shade. It's like an inside joke, not shade.
No. I just stopped by to say hello and good night.
Monica? Oh, you did vote in the poll.
I did.
I'm doing a massive rethinking of my stance on abortion.
Based on what?
Well, based on the fact that, like, anytime we've had those rooms, these conversations, when you really talk to people, I feel like the majority of the population kind of sits in that similar place of feeling like nobody wants to see anyone abuse, like unwanted pregnancies, but most people feel very compelled in situations like rape and incest, or when the mother's life is in danger, that, you know, it shouldn't be, doctors and physicians and patients shouldn't have to worry about legal hoops, from the perspective of worrying about being, you know, hindered or prosecuted by the law. And, you know, I've grappled with this for a long time because I do consider myself very, very pro-life, but I wrestle a lot with the fact that there are very real-world complexities to that position, and I just don't think that we can legislate for them. So I don't think that we should legislate abortion at all. I think we should go back to making abortion a medical decision that only a doctor and her medical team and a patient and a doctor can make the decision on what's in the best interest for everybody. You know, I mean, the thing of it is, doctors, they already have a Hippocratic oath, and there's certainly things that we could do with regards to medical ethics to make sure that, you know, it's not abused and overused. We already know that the stats for those very real situations are pretty minimal. So obviously we should naturally see a reduction in the number of abortions that are going. And like I said, I mean, I don't know. The doctors have review boards and panels for everything. Like, they have to be accountable for all kinds of stuff anyway. So I just don't see why
they couldn't work that into the medical establishment, and I feel like that would probably appease most people on the abortion issue. I'm saying,
okay. So,
I'm still working it out.
Right, and this is going to be my answer, and then we can turn the mic over to other people who want to participate. But the poll had, it said, what is elective abortions? My answer would definitely be it's baby murder, definitely. And then I don't know of any conservative who enjoys the idea of forcing women to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term. And sometimes the fetus is so malformed, or the mother's life truly is at risk. Ectopic pregnancies, that's not a viable pregnancy. An abortion or DNC would be needed because that baby's not going to survive, and it's a health risk to the mother. These are all viable considerations. So it does make answering the poll harder. Optimally, what I would like, it would be there would be no laws on the books about abortion at all, and that women would be told about the sanctity of life, and they would choose life or abstinence or parenthood or adoption. Those are the choices, I think, for instead of elective abortions. But then also, I'm not interested in anyone's vagina or their womb. So I see where you're coming from. I see the dilemma. Like, black genocide is not a bad answer to this when you look at the proportion of abortions that happen to black women. And then also political football, Mike is not wrong. It's tossed up, and the people on the left say you don't care about children because you don't adopt children who are in foster care. You just care about forcing women to have unwanted babies, and then once they're born, you don't care about them. And then what about forcing women who are raped or have incest? You're going to make them, and then the people on the right are like, we've conditioned women to think that parenthood and motherhood are not valuable. And a woman having 4 or 5 or 6 abortions, that's a lot. So anyway, I'll let someone else answer too. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, like I said, I'm still working on some nuances, but we cannot legislate for every situation. And when I hear about mothers with babies who are dead in her womb and doctors refusing to give her service because they're worried about the legal ramifications of performing a necessary surgery and her fertility is at risk, like that's not okay. And
that's medical malpractice, though. That's the doctors and the hospitals, that's not the law. That's them misinterpreting the law, and they should be sued. And they have been sued.
I don't think that's fair given some of the laws that are on the books.
I think they're very hesitant to do what they feel they need to do because they're afraid of the repercussions unfairly coming on them later. Like there's a structure that's set up that scares the shit out of them because none of them want to go to prison for doing the right thing, and it's done that way on purpose in a lot of cases by the states, some of the states.
Well,
absolutely, Texas is horrible.
Well, even if it's not done on purpose, the way the law is administered makes it clear that they can't do this. The way it's administered right now, like in Texas, okay, where even if we set it aside, like malintent or whatever, these are old laws that were never put into practice. They were never intended to be put into practice. When they were drafted, they knew they wouldn't go into practice. And then we're picking them up I don't know, 50 years later after they were written. And it's like, oh, they actually don't work very well.
But
and we aren't redrafting
Wait, are we
them.
talking about redistricting, Jason?
No, we aren't.
Texas has actually established new laws in light of the Roe v. Wade decision being overturned. They've literally made it illegal in several access points crossing the state line for you to take a pregnant woman over the state line to have an abortion.
Those are new.
Yeah, it started in Lubbock.
But the law regarding medical abortions within Texas, these are old laws. They're old laws all over the country because those are trigger laws that were set to go into effect if Roe v. Wade were ever overturned. And they are poorly written laws, and nobody knows how they work because, you know, the people who set them up are dead. They're not in the legislature anymore. And now you have people later on coming along trying to administer them. In some cases, you could say they're being administered in bad faith. In some cases, you could say they're being administered poorly, but it's not medical malpractice. I mean, the doctors have, you know, judges in the state have no clear idea how these laws are supposed to be employed.
No, I agree with you. And that's exactly why I don't think it's something that I don't think it's a legislatable topic. It is, by all accounts, it is a medical decision. And I don't think it should be legislated because we can't possibly account for all of the potential circumstances.
My general belief has always been that if it wasn't for the government and the political parties deciding that this is a core issue that they can use to get votes at some point in my lifetime when they made this decision, I don't know exactly when that was, that most of us wouldn't care quite so much about it. It's like nobody looks at shades of gray anymore, right? I feel like the huge majority of Americans could agree that, like, when a baby looks like a bubble, taking a pill to make sure it doesn't stick to your uterine lining at that point is not killing a baby, okay? And at the same time, when it looks like a seahorse, well, that gets a little more dicey. Does that seahorse have a brain and a heart? Well, now it gets harder to argue, right? When it looks like a miniature person, yeah, that's troublesome. I think most Americans would agree that, like, chopping its arms off and puncturing a hole in its head and sucking its brain out with a vacuum is really fucked up, right? So why can't we just agree that the first part with the bubble and the second part with the pop in the hole in its head is super fucked up, right? And that the bubble is super okay. And that the argument comes from, like, does it look like a seahorse with a heartbeat? Does it have a brain? Can it feel pain? All that stuff. But the way that conservatives use the word baby to apply to zygotes and two-cell organisms is a huge stretch that is dishonest in nature by default on purpose.
I don't know.
That's what I get sick of.
I don't think it's dishonest in nature because, you know what, whenever I was trying to get pregnant and I got that big fat positive on my test, like, that little two-celled organism was a baby to me. Like, I don't think I'm being disingenuous when I say that, you know, that I consider it a baby. I mean, that doesn't come from a place of being disingenuous or trying
well,
to
if that's the case, then babies die all the time supernaturally, a lot. There's a lot of double-celled organisms that don't stick to the side constantly. And, like, we're not going out our way to make sure they stick because it's super important that human life not go away for any reason. Like, we're not finding ways to keep the single-celled organisms from causing miscarriages. We're not finding ways to
right? And, like, I mean, I agree. I know what you're saying. Like, we went through in vitro. I have twins, and we went through in vitro, and obviously, when we found out that we had two, 8-cell organisms in there, I even have a picture, a photo of both of them side by side, and I was like, oh, my kids, you know. Like, I knew they weren't my kids yet. I called them my kids. It's like my future kids is what I really should say. But because we're hopeful and excited is the same as like actually identifying that thing as a baby.
Mike, do you know what the price is per abortion to taxpayers?
I don't, but I don't know why taxpayers should have to pay any of it.
It's $16,000. It costs $16,000 per baby to abort. That's $1 billion divided by 60,000.
Yeah, I don't think taxpayers should be paying for abortions. No.
I would like to come back to something scientific you said about not being able to legislate in this area.
Elite have good lobbyists.
But I think it like legislate in this area, and there are examples of good legislation in this area all over the world where abortion is not a political football. And in countries all over the world, you see something like the trimester framework, where abortion is more or less readily available in the first 3 months. It becomes more restricted in the next 3 months. And then in the final 3 months, we say, okay, is there a threat to the mother's health? Or is this a pregnancy that is not going to come to term? And this is a pretty reasonable framework to work from. And what I think we end up with in America is too often, there's this strong tendency in America to want all or nothing frameworks for stuff, you know? So like people will tell you, it's an unrelated issue, I won't go into it, I only offer this example because of how illuminating it is. People will tell you, guns are banned everywhere except in America. Or semi-automatic rifles are banned everywhere except in America. And then you go to Austria, or Germany, or Switzerland, or France. Are semi-auto rifles banned? No, they are not actually banned. What they have is this like tiered framework, A, B, C, D of guns, and you need these different like tiers to get into them. They don't ban them outright. But in America, the only two policies we discuss in this area are like, well, let's ban them, or you can have them. You know, you can buy them at Walmart, right? And there's no like intermediate concept. And with abortion, we do the same thing. You know, with drugs, we often do the same thing. We're like, well, you can just have drugs, or they're illegal and you got to go to jail for them, you know? And there's no, also, like, I think with the cannabis clubs and so on, we actually are evolving that intermediate concept there. But for a long time, the debate is just like drugs, yes or no. And the way we're treating abortion is we're just like abortion, yes or no. And you're not going to get good laws either way, that way. You know, I think we have to embrace these more complex legal regimes, somewhat more complex, somewhat more nuanced, you know.
With guns too, Jason?
I just wanted to.
I don't want to change the topic.
Oh no, about abortion.
Fair enough.
I just want to mention, like, if anybody's on my side and they want to see like abortion completely, outlawed in the sense of the Supreme Court ruling on it, and you don't even have to have a federal ban. You just have to have the Supreme Court deems that as a baby inside the womb. And if you believe in that, you should look into the birthright citizenship argument that the ACLU is pushing for on the basis that people who are in the womb are considered U.S. citizens, and that they should have rights, and they should have the rights even if they're not born yet. So even if they're still in the mother's womb and some lady comes over from China, the second she hits the United States, if the baby's in her tummy, then that's considered a U.S. citizen even before it's born. That's what they're trying to push for. And a lot of the liberal, scholars on jurisprudence and stuff are arguing, saying, hey, this is a fucking dumb idea, because it could open the door for the Supreme Court ruling that a baby who's in the womb is a legal U.S. citizen, and they do have birthright citizenship in that sense, which would then criminalize them having abortions, which I think is fucking amazing. I used to support the ACLU, then they went all woke, but they've done something that's fucking amazing. So if you guys want to support the ACLU, you should definitely go on and donate some money.
Well, the
you,
thing is that people get pissy when I say this in rooms, but Trump only has one more hurdle, and that's the Senate, and that automatic birthright citizenship is out of here. You will be introducing yourself as the person who didn't finalize your citizenship status. I even had a girl ping me into a room to tell me to get the fuck out of here, you old ass. I don't even know if she said bitch or not, and I was like, gee, I kind of want to live to be 200 years old. I don't want to die young. I still got a lot of things I want to do. Right. And so she's really butthurt about what's going on. But, those who did not finalize their status when their parents got the green cards, they're going to have a problem, and they should, talk with a lobbyist and a lawyer, because America cannot hold everybody. 26 million came in throughout the Biden administration, and they bought nothing but the Western Union everything back out. You came in with no resources, so that meant you had to take from somebody, and we all know that Black people get the back burner of everything when it comes to domestic issues, especially if there's something hot on the table, like nuclear proliferation, keep people from using nuclear, keep people from going rogue into communism or fascism or something like that. And so, though that ideal of continuing to let your girlfriend's child be an automatic citizen is over with, it will be finalized and even a harsher enforcement once the Senate votes on it, and it's headed to the Senate any day now. Well, it's there. They're just like sneezing over it. Yeah. So that's the thing. I always said if something goes wrong, I would run back to the reservation or something. But it's it is what it is, because they only have a small staff, and it's like they're inundated with a lot of paperwork. And I don't believe a lot of people are illegal immigrants. I think that people have dropped the ball and did not process their paperwork fairly or accurately. That's what I think.
Rich, I have a question. Are you going to answer me?
For who?
For Rich.
Who's Rich? Messi?
Messi.
Oh, I do too. I have a question, Mom. Yeah.
He's mad at me.
Messi, my question is, it's real basic, I think, but I just don't understand. Why would the ACLU push an agenda that categorizes fetuses in a womb as American citizens, when ultimately that seems counterproductive to allowing continuation of abortions? Like, on one side, you're saying abortion should be okay, and you're not necessarily killing a baby, you're just making a decision that's the right of a woman. And the other side, you're saying this thing's an American citizen before it's born, which means it's a baby that would likely have rights at that point based on that decision to make it a citizen. And it seems like that would lend to more pro-life focus. Does that make sense? Like, it seems the two things are opposite, or that they're trying to make something happen that would cause a lot of problems with their other stance of pro-choice. Am I missing something? Does that make sense? Like, I would expect the ACLU to argue they're not babies and they're not citizens till they're born, and that way they can continue pushing for abortions.
But then that makes arguing for birthright citizenship hard, right? Which is what Messi is saying, is that the reason the ACLU is advancing this argument is to support birthright citizenship.
Well, that doesn't change much if birthright citizenship remains when the birth takes place. No, like, why would they?
But this
why would they need
one,
to extend birthright citizenship?
They maybe don't have to, but this is what he's saying is one of their techniques that they're employing. Okay, so they're not employing it on. They're not employing it on the abortion issue. They're employing it in this other area.
Right,
and
but it has implications on abortion.
So that's why. But the lawyers work one case at a time. And the lawyers working on this case are like, maybe this idea will work, you know? And then maybe someone else will come in and say, no, you can't do that because of this implication. But it's not like it's one big, it's a bunch of different lawyers, right? And they are all doing different shit. So I think what he's saying makes sense. I don't think it has the actual implications he's talking about. But serendipity, I really was hoping to hear your like pushback basically on like, because I'm saying we can legislate it. There are proven legal regimes for this. There are proven strategies. And what would be so bad about adopting one of those?
Well, again, like I said, I just feel like there's going to be circumstances and situations that are going to, when you draw very hard, rigid lines, you're always going to have something that's going to test the boundaries of the hard, rigid lines. Even if you do the trimester, you know, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, there's always going to be a situation that's going to come up that's going to be outside of the confines of those very specified outlines within the trimester, which is why I think essentially, you know, take the law out of it. Let them be medical decisions, because honestly, in every situation, the doctor and the patient, medical team, however you want to frame it, are the ones that are in the best position to hopefully make the right choice for all the parties involved, you know? I don't know. Like I said, it's just something I've been bantering around in my head because I agree. I do take the position that I personally believe that life begins at conception. But I really struggle with the fact that I have empathy for the women that either are victims of violence or the women who probably desperately want those babies, but, you know, carrying that baby to term is a huge jeopardy to herself. You know, and what if she's got other children she has to take care of and a husband? Like, I don't know. I have so much empathy for those situations that if you're going to take a pro-life stance, the only way to really do it is to be all in, like Mojo said. Otherwise, your whole philosophy falls apart. But I can't ignore the fact that those are very real problems. They're very real circumstances, and I just can't wash away not having empathy for them. That's probably just the woman in me.
Can I just say to Christy and the Goo, you missed a hell of a room earlier. I think the first room of rational discussion group was a killer. And if you think about how many people attended for the first room compared to a room that's been going for 3 years, I would imagine that by mid next week, we're going to be doing much bigger numbers than the other ones. So, Christy, you might want to get in before it's too late. Also, do you guys remember the room we did the other day with the title, What's Worse, the Vaccine or the Disease? You guys remember that? Anybody? John? Serenity? Nobody remembers. Nobody's at the
title the other day?
Yeah, do you remember that?
I don't know, but I saw it today.
Yeah, so we did that.
The exact same title.
We did that exact same title, and Jonathan Bing, like, stole word for word the title.
Yes.
I can't complain considering I stole Gary Baumgartner's title word for word, but I can say that Jonathan Bing is hitting a new low. Christy, how was Gary's room? I'm guessing it was boring. Our room was action-packed.
I don't think Christy's here anymore. PTR? Oh, no, she's down below, sorry.
Yeah, Christy's here. She's always here. Christy said it was informative. That is what that room is never. Gary's room is a bunch of fucking NPR listening, boring fucking people that just get up there and they don't build on any points. They just get up there and they just say words. It's just fucking word salad. It used to be good though, but now it's Monsef. Hey, let's hear from Monsef. Jesus fucking Christ.
Gary Baumgarten.
Yeah, Baumgarten.
The problem with his rooms, I think, is that it's exact same people every single day on stage. Scott, the Navy, captain.
Oh, and what about debate the news? They bring up good news.
Debate
article.
Hold on. Debate the News is ran by the biggest no talent on this app, Jonathan Bing. Jonathan Bing is a big no talent hack that rides on the coattails of Nelson Apega. Jonathan Bing has never had an intelligent thought. He's never had an original thought. He is a big dum-dum.
Is that your gist about him too, Connie? Is that what you feel about that room?
Well, when I go in there, they don't like let anybody talk. And they'll read off something that happened, and they want to know what you think, but then they do move along very quickly, and they don't want to know what you think. It's the worst censorship I've ever seen in my 16 years of living. So that's, I don't go in there because I'm like, I subscribe to all the news articles, Apple News. I was like, I'll just read my own news. So that's what I don't like about it. I don't like about it at all. And then the people there, they don't like communicate with each other because, you could back into each other or type in the chat what you think. So I don't know why it's a type that goes in there. But for Clubhouse, most people are there for the entertainment, not to learn a new perspective, way of thinking, or something that they totally agree on as facts.
Yeah, I think that, Mojo, Gary's room, to your point, Connie, Gary's room, like he leaves the chat turned off, which is really frustrating because he lets people talk as long as they want, and they have to go in order, and there's absolutely no checking in. Like if somebody says something and you're just like, yeah, I agree, like he would like freak out on you just for responding.
Well, but it's worse than what you're saying, because there was a guy just yesterday that gets up there, and the topic of the room was, it was ICE, right? They were talking about Trump's border policies, and this guy got up there and said that ICE is getting paid. The ICE agents get paid for every deportation, which is something that was super easy to fact check. Then they had another person that got up and said, thanks for making that point. I was going to say that. And it's like, wait a minute. Like, these are easily fact check fucking issues.
Right.
And nobody's able to push back. And then Gary only pushes back on selective things and on selective people.
Correct.
And so it's just weird. And then the idea that they closed the chat because somebody called him a racist one day. And so instead of being able to moderate the chat, they closed the chat. Then after people complained a lot, they created a chat on fucking of all apps, Facebook, right? So they've got a Facebook chat that you can join. It's just crazy. The whole thing is backwards.
So it is, but here's what I think. I think the reason that he runs it the way he does it is because he's an actual journalist, and I think it's all about his content research. I think that the reason he doesn't want me to talk to you and you to talk to me and for us to have a conversation or even to fact check. I think if he hears something that's interesting, he probably takes a note of it and he fact checks it later before he ever writes about it. But I think he's looking for people to give him ingredients for his articles. I think it's his way of picking the brains of other people so that he can probably use some of what's being said in whatever he's going to write later. And from that respect, if that's why he's holding those rooms, you would explain why he's okay with them talking for 5 minutes one at a time.
Well, what he could do, though, is he could take the boringest people that don't have shit to say, like the David Garcias and the fucking, the Monstests of the world, and just don't bring them up. There's some people that are just not well informed, and they don't have interesting shit to say. Like he's not going to get anything good from from most of those people. And then the people that he could get something good from, like somebody like Anson, he'll like argue with Anson and then fucking dismiss him and put him down. It's like, dude, like the one guy with the real world experience that could add something to the conversation, and he doesn't want to hear it.
He was a fucking nuclear submarine captain. Like, that's pretty fascinating to talk to, right? When you're talking about geopolitical issues. But he gets treated with the same endeavor as like some fucking goofball idiot that also takes 5 minutes.
Hey, Anderson, that's enough from you. We're going to send you down. And then, hey, next on stage is Monsa.
And you're right about people say stupid shit, and you can't say, that's not true, because he's like, stop talking. Have you ever been there when Victoria loses her shit? You know Victoria, she's super hyper-liberal, right?
Yeah, well, hold on, Mike. You know Victoria's coming here and claims that she's briefed 3 separate presidents in the Situation Room?
Oh, she really has? Oh, that's hysterical.
That's her claim.
She'll sit in his room and someone will say something and she'll just be losing her shit, right? Because she's so hyper-liberal and that room is generally very conservative. And she'll be losing her shit and she'll want so bad to argue. And then she'll like chime in, just something simple, like, that's not true. And he'd be like, stop, I'm going to send you down if you do it one more time. And she cannot resist herself. She's like, that's not true. And she'll be like, that's fine, I'm kicking you out. And you'll kick her out, and she'll leave. But I don't think I've ever heard her actually, like, she'll be like sixth in line. She's never made it to sixth in line. She has such little self-control that she literally can't sit on stage long enough to get her turn.
The other part of that room that's fucking just horrible is when Scott Jones thinks that he's doing a good impersonation of Donald Trump.
Oh, it's cringe.
He's got the worst Donald Trump fucking impersonation. And Gary,
it's so cringy.
Gary's like old and can't hear well, so he probably thinks it's fucking funny.
No, it's so cringy. And Scott busts into it in the middle of like.
But do you guys remember when you brought up some issues about chillism? The guy hurried up and left. He said what he had to say and he left. I was like, okay, I see what we're working with now.
You know, Mike, I picture when Gary hears Scott doing the Donald Trump impersonation, he's probably laughing on the other end and having memories of Rich Little being on Johnny Carson and thinking that Scott's the second coming of Rich Little.
Yo, John, you there? Kitover.
He's got a campaign to run. What's going on here?
No, he called me just a minute ago, and I ignored the call, so I was seeing if he was still there.
The one thing I'll say about Gary is he's very, very consistent. The guy frickin' runs that damn room down to the second at 5 p.m. every fucking weekday.
Dude, you know what was crazy is we did the counter programming over here. We created a house called the Rational Discussion Group. We start at the same time that he starts his room, and we use the same title that he used. But somebody pointed out to me that because he's so on time, he opens the room 5 minutes early. So starting on Monday, we're gonna start 10 minutes early.
Yeah, he does. He does it exactly 5 minutes. So you can do 6 minutes and still beat him because he will be consistently exactly 5 minutes, down to the fucking second. And he won't start talking until the top of the hour. Like he'll watch that second hand and he'll immediately start.
There is something refreshing about that part of it. Like,
but he says it's because of his broadcasting days because he was in broadcasting as well, and he says it's ingrained in him. He can't not do it, which I find it refreshing too, actually.
Yeah, that part's cool.
Because you can count on it. I mean, if you do like being in the room, you know.
The other thing, though, is like he's trying to get a serious conversation, and then he's got Scott Jones. I can only imagine what Scott has said. Scott's probably been in his back channel begging him You gotta put me in, Gary. You gotta put me in. I do
sound like him. That's a pretty good interpretation.
I do impersonations, Gary.
You do an impersonation of Scott doing an impersonation of other people.
Scott's an interesting guy. I wish Scott would come in here. We could. I think Scott would agree with me that his impersonation's terrible.
He would. He's a good guy. He's there every day. He's always the first one to talk. And honestly, I get tired of hearing from him sometimes, but that's what it is.
Remember when Meryl was a co-host?
Yeah, she would fight with Gary all the time. All the time. She still shows up sometimes, but she doesn't get modded anymore.
She spoke yesterday, and it was pretty funny. Scott had made some mention about dildos and sodomy laws. Had nothing to do with the topic. And then when Meryl gets up there, she built on the point that Scott made. And then when I got up there, I was just like, Gary, what's going on? How come nobody's on topic? You got Meryl over here talking about dildos and sodomy? And it's hilarious.
He's the perfect person to do that with too, because it'll hurt his feelings so bad that he'll beat himself up for being a bad moderator.
Well, when I criticized the chat, he's all. This is part of the other thing. He goes. Well, if you don't like how I run the room, you could go start your own room. And then so today we did just that. We're counter programming. What excites me about the counter programming, it wasn't even my idea. It was Anson's idea. Anson's the one that came to me in my back channel and said, yeah, I just can't do that other room anymore. I wish there was a space. And then I said, well, why don't you do it? And he goes, maybe I will. And then I go, okay, it's done. So then I created the house. And then
really, Anson became tired of being in that room?
He won't do it. Yeah. And today I guarantee our conversation was better than the one they had. Because we had people, we had Anson talking about the topic. And over there, you've got okay, now let's hear from Monsef. I mean, there's no way Monsef is going to break down these issues more than Anson.
Well, and if you allow a little follow up and a little bit of back and forth right there, that automatically makes the room less awkward. His room is really awkward. And
the only difference that we had in our title is we had the title word for word, but then I added with chat. So
he used to not even allow thumbs ups and stuff too. He finally opened that up, but it used to be you couldn't even do that. So you'd have to sit there and listen for an hour to wait your turn, and you couldn't even say good job to somebody that was making.
I like going in there and doing the thumbs down to people like Victoria before she's even speaking. Oh man, it is a fun room to troll because you can use the GIFs. People are talking, and I'm just using the wrap it up GIF that with Jimmy Fallon. That's my favorite GIF for that room. Christy likes that room though. I don't know what it is with Christy and old white men. She likes sitting in rooms listening to, they sound so professional, these old white fellas. She probably likes those old white guys on the Muppets too that sat up in the fucking balcony.
Do you like the biggest old white guy here, Steve? Does she like him? Listen to Steve.
You mean Steve Appel or Steve?
Yeah, Steve Appel. Steve Appel. He's so loud sometimes. I like Steve Appel. I don't dislike him. He's just so fucking loud sometimes. Just the way he has his mic set up, he'll just bust into somebody.
That's the God mic. I had a chance to meet up with Steve Appel when I was in LA, and Dr. Jordan and I went over and crashed his pad, and it was cool, man. We're chilling with Steve and his dog, and he's got classic rock and roll going on in the back, like 50s rock, 60s rock, and we're just chatting. It was cool. Steve and Dr. Jordan are both 100% exactly what you would expect them to be like.
Does Steve have a mic set up, like a DJ hanging down in front of a mic thing? in his house? Is that what he talks into?
I don't know. I didn't see his setup, to be honest. We just
okay.
chilled in the living room.
I picture him like acting like a DJ, like full on, all out DJ when he's on Clubhouse.
I like Steve. He's fun.
Yeah, I've always liked him. He named a rule after me, apparently, that people think I'm famous for on here now, which is really funny. People that follow him. He calls it the Mike Moon rule, and he still calls it that all the time. But I was giving him shit one time because I was like, you need to let people go back and forth sometimes, because he's so... I don't know. I don't think he's a narcissist, but he just is so domineering sometimes that, like, two people want to talk, and he'll keep interrupting in the middle of the two people. And I said, like, Steve, you need to back down and let these two people talk back and forth sometimes, to let the conversation develop a little bit without your input all the time. And
so, here's
he
what
thought that was a great idea. So he called it the Mike Moon rule, so you can request it and you can talk to somebody directly.
I think Steve is genuinely interested in having good conversations, which is rare on this app. I can't even say that like with a straight face anymore. Once upon a time, it was like I felt like I was genuinely interested in that. Now it's just like, you know, this is post-apocalyptic. Like, there's no more rules.
Well, you definitely troll a hell of a lot more than you did before you left.
Although I did create rules. Just yesterday I created rules. Have you read the rules of this house?
I have not. I'll go check them out.
I bet Christy likes the rules of this house. Christy seems like someone that appreciates rules.
But you've got a good speaking voice. Have you ever thought of taping what you do for a podcast?
Why would I have to do that? It streams on YouTube 24/7.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
oh, yeah,
great.
Yeah. What you just said, there's dozens of people listening to that right now on YouTube.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. I said some things I didn't mean to say. Oh, okay. Well, can I have the link?
Messy, can you get her a link and put it in the chat for where we stream this?
Mojo, whatever happened to the Liberty folks, the two of them?
Oh, you mean Connie and Jimmy?
Yeah. Whatever happened to them?
Connie had some things going on, and Jimmy's been busy with work, but more importantly, like, the Liberty movement just died because when the Libertarian Party decided to essentially endorse Donald Trump, well, not officially because they couldn't with their bylaws, but all of the people that were influential were personally endorsing him. Christy, the reason why it's English only is because if I don't do that, you have people typing in the chat in a language that I can't moderate. And so I then don't know if they're insulting someone, doxing somebody. They could be doing something really problematic, and I just wouldn't even know it.
Plus, you're just super racist.
And there's that. But you can't call me homophobic, not with this photo of mine. Serendipity, are you still right?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to make a joke earlier, and at the moment passed. I won't say it now, but like, it was a throwback, a callback to a different room about what.
Yeah, I found out why John's not answering. He's not even fucking at his computer. He's up in the bar drinking.
Nah, he's probably down at the gym.
And he said he's at some shit in like northwest Chicago, some like area where there's all those nightclubs and bars.
Him and
college students.
Him and Hakima are supposed to meet up for a beer.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, he said he's in northwest Chicago right now.
Roger,
talk to me.
we asked Messi why he won't talk to me. You were meaner to him in that room than I was.
said I wouldn't talk to you.
No, I wasn't mean.
I asked you on 3 separate occasions a question, and you have been silent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd let you guys know it's working.
Look, I wasn't mean to Rich. I reject his style of evangelizing. I think that look.
Let's not do it again.
Well, hold on.
He is. He's doing the Nathan thing. He's like building back
let's
into
not
it.
do it again because
hold on. No, hold on. I want to just make this very clear because Rich and I used to have problems on the app, and then I've come back, and I actually like Rich, but when people say Rich can be problematic, I understand where that comes from. He's just
I do too.
He's not a bad guy. He's just stubborn. But this is an issue where I genuinely think like that it's not going to have the impact that he thinks it's going to have. Because if somebody already believes what he believes, then he doesn't need to say it, right? All he's got to do is point him to the scripture, right? But if they don't believe what he believes, then you have to have a starting point that's not, condemnation, and that's my only point. I just don't find that it would be effective to solve a problem, unless what you're hoping to do is just make somebody feel terrible about themselves. Because if they did believe what you believe, and they still didn't want to retreat from their sin, and you're telling them that, you're just going to make them feel bad. And I don't, and your answer to that would probably be something like, well, if they save their soul, I don't care if they feel bad. But if your goal,
no, I can explain real quick what.
Sure, but if you wanted to help them, why wouldn't you just give them a baby step? Give them a baby step.
So if it's somebody that's genuinely interested in knowing about God, and it's like 5 or 6 people that I've talked to that have came to Christ, not by my work at all, anything, just like telling them what the scripture is and like helping them understand things in the scripture, has always been somebody been like, I brought up like the Bible to this guy named Sky that I know, and he's a Hispanic guy that I know here in Lubbock, and I brought up the Bible a couple times, and he's just like, yeah, I'm an atheist, I don't really believe all that stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just kind of left it alone, and I was like, that's cool, man. I'm like, but I usually don't try to argue with atheists or people that want to like be contentious against Christianity. So I'll tell them what the facts are, and if they want to accept it, it's on them. If they don't, it's their choice. But one day we were standing around, and he's like, hey, Dan, he's like, I got a question about the Bible. And I was like, oh, okay. So I started talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I started dating this girl, and she wants me to go to church on Sunday, and I was sitting in church, and I heard these things that I didn't understand, and I broke it down, and I was bringing up verses from Bible Hub and trying to break down what the meaning of the scriptures are, things that people think are contentious in the scriptures. And then a week later, he came up to me. He's like, hey man, I just want to let you know. He's like, I gave my life to Christ. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah. He's like, and I owe it to you. He's like, because you helped me understand some of the scriptures and the verses, and then it made sense. He said, I was looking at it like, oh wow, God's being like a dickhead here. Why is he got to be such an ass? And then I just broke it down to him through Bible Hub and stuff, and the verses, and he was like, yeah. He's like, I'm a follower of Christ now. And I just thought that was so cool, man, but it was just like he was open to hear. But when these atheists or, people that call themselves deists or other stuff, and they're like, yeah, but I don't believe in the Sky Daddy's Bible and, your version of God, I'm just like, okay, cool. I'll argue with them and stuff like that, but I'm not genuinely trying to preach to them and tell them, evangelize, because I know they don't give a shit. And you can go in Andrew R's room and talk to frickin' Piper all day about God and, try to convince them and stuff, and they'll spit on you and just piss on you and tell you to go fuck yourself and you're Sky Daddy. So I don't deal with that type of shit anymore. I tried talking to the atheists, and they were just so fucking abhorrent that I was just like, let's screw them. It's their choice. Jesus says, dust off our sandals and move on to the next town. Let's go to the people that actually want to know.
I'm just glad he's talking. I like Rich too, and I think he's messy, but I like him. And I was starting to get my feelings hurt.
My problem is serendipity. I don't pull punches.
That's why I like you.
Somebody comes at me, My dad's the same way. Yeah, I have that Peter, like Peter, Kefa from the Bible. Like somebody comes at me, I'm pulling out my sword to cut their ear off. And I know I shouldn't, but at the same time, it's like if you're gonna come up and be like, "Oh, you're faggot,"
Peter's a great one.
But
you know what you could do? You could be just a teeny tiny little bit nicer to Monica.
Okay, listen. Here's the thing. This is the last thing I'm gonna say on this. I don't have any hatred for Monica. Even though I'm autistic and people are like, oh, autistic people don't know how to read people, I am fucking hyper observant, and I think a lot of autistic people are hyper observant, but they usually can't like understand their observancy, what they're seeing and understanding. And like my son's like more autistic and on the spectrum than I am, but he picks up fucking everything. And that little motherfucker, he'll do some bad shit, and I'll be like, Richie, stop! And he'll turn around and smirk at me. I'm like, you little son of a bitch, you knew what you were doing. Like,
Rich, do you know that like back months ago, you and is it Jerome? Is that his name? Jeremy
the atheist? Or
yeah. Do you know Jeremy when he was using the all black background the same way that you were doing? Do you remember that?
I don't remember him doing that, but maybe.
Yeah. So, anyways, you guys used to both do it, and Kelly was the one that pointed it out. I couldn't tell you guys apart because, like, I thought it was one person. I didn't take the time to look at the bios, and you would. No, you were doing fucking crazy shit, and I ended up blocking him. It was fucking crazy. And then you would fucking show up, and I'm like, I thought I blocked that asshole. And then Kelly explained to me that you guys were different people.
Oh, yeah. Jeremy's over there in the Talking Apes room. He's doing the Monica shit that you do, where you're like, yeah, I'm not a really huge fan of Monica, and she's okay, but, I'm not a big fan of her, but I'm, like, doing this, making it pretend like I'm in love with her, and, like, she's, like, the greatest thing since sliced bread to, like, fuck with people. And Jeremy's doing the same thing with the black people over there, and he's like, yeah, these filthy white people, these demon dog Edomites, and I hate all these white Christians.
Hold on, let me clarify the Monica thing. I genuinely believe that she is intelligent. I genuinely believe that people think that think she's a racist, I think, are wrong. I understand why they say it, but they're just wrong. I've observed enough I think she's a troll, and she trolls on the topic of race, and so it's very easy to confuse that. But I do think that people are incorrect about that. I think that she's actually got a good heart. I don't think that she's malicious. I don't think she wants to hurt people's feelings. And in fact, I would, because I remember Monica before the troll rooms. I remember Monica when she was just like, popping into rooms and like, having conversations about Jordan Peterson or fucking Thomas Sowell. And she was kind of playing the straight person without trolling. And then when people on the app, when they get aggressive and they talk their shit or whatever, she was one of the people that when confronted with the idea that, like, I don't know, you like the grievance culture that, oh, you're white, well then ergo you must be racist. Her reaction to that, like, people say that to me all the time, and like I'm of the opinion of like, okay, I know what I believe, what I don't believe, so I don't get moved by that stuff. I don't think she'd ever experienced that in the real world, and so I think because she's proud and because she's outspoken and she's willing to defend herself, what she's decided is she's going to push back on that. I think it just deeply offended her, and I don't need you to co-sign. I'll be finished in a second. You can just mute yourself. Thank you, lady. Anyways, I think Monica's misunderstood. The biggest mistake Monica's ever made, and I've told her this, is when she would do rooms with Sean Coleman. Now, Sean Coleman is an absolute piece of shit, and I won't have this debate with anybody. I've already done that, but he's a piece of shit.
And I told her, I go, look, you're different than he is. And then she's like, well, he's got the right to freedom of speech. And then I'm like, Monica, this isn't the fight you want. This is not the fight. He's different. Because Sean Coleman's also not stupid, but Sean Coleman actually hates people that are not like him. It like genuinely has contempt. But he's able to do these things where he frames things in a way where he will push the envelope, and then if you try to stick it to him and say that's very racist, then he'll go, oh, what did I say? But he gets into this whole, I don't know, he's a big believer in like the bell curve and shit like that, and he's just a fucking racist. And I had a tiff with Monica because she didn't listen to me when I try to help somebody, and like in good faith. And so that was the only riff that Monica and I had where I was like, dude, that's a bad look. And she would double down. Same thing happened with Sarah, but in a worse way, where Sarah would like love up on Pepe. And you guys could like Pepe, hate Pepe, whatever. Pepe's Pepe. I'm not convinced Pepe's a racist, by the way, where I know that Sean Coleman is. I think Pepe is just an extreme troll. The thing is, it doesn't matter if he is a racist or not. He's so comfortable in letting the whole world believe that he's a racist that he might as well be a racist. And so it doesn't matter. Whether it's in his heart and soul, I don't know. But I do think that if you were to show me that Sean Coleman did something to harm people of color, wouldn't surprise me at all. If you showed me that Pepe did that, that would shock me. Like I think there's levels to this, and I don't think Monica's on those levels at all.
No, I don't. Roger, here's the thing. I don't think she's like a classical Ku Klux Klan neo-Nazi racist, but I think she espouses a lot of racist fucking shit, tropes and stuff. I mean, like I was saying about the Discord, people would be like, Monica's not racist, and I'm like, she literally just fucking posted Nick Fuentes bullshit on Nick Fuentes' fucking Twitter account, or like people that are adjacent to him that are like neo-Nazis, and she'll post these things about talking about like, statistical numbers of like black people committing violence, and then you click on the Twitter and you're like, oh, this is a fucking neo-Nazi fucking Twitter. Like, why does she keep posting neo-Nazi shit? And then she'll put in the Discord, she'll be like, oh yeah, the fucking North American pavement apes, talking about black people, or she'll, sit there and do the mud shark shit, and that's why I always give her shit about mud sharks, because she constantly posts in the fucking Discord, oh, these fucking mud shark fucking fat white women and shit. And I think she has like a white superiority complex that she believes that like there's a hierarchy that whites are better than everybody else.
But she's gonna get away with it because someone
two-faced.
said that she has a black boyfriend.
She doesn't.
So,
She's
saying what she's saying, but it's not blanket. And as long as it's not blanket, everybody's not like me. I'm not going to say anything.
So the last thing I'll say about this real fast is the one thing that fucking will set me off more than anything is when I could pick up on somebody's two-faced. If you're genuine, you come in and you're like, yeah, I don't fucking like black people, or I don't like fucking Jews. I'm totally fine with that. Like, I believe in freedom of speech. I hate when somebody comes in and they're like, oh, no, I'm not racist, but they're like North American pavement apes and mud sharks and like posting fucking Nazi fucking shit in the Discord. And I'm like, wait a minute, hey, like, did you guys see this fucking white fucking fat bitch who pretends to be nice is, on here fucking...
Dude.
I shouldn't have said that because I didn't...
No, honestly, listen, look, this is the issue, Rich. To make your point, you want to make the most extreme argument. Like, the fact that she's not even here, we probably shouldn't even be talking about her.
Yeah, I agree.
All I'm saying is that I think that people are wrong. I listen to people a lot, and I know you do too, and I've been on this app fucking, like, there was a time when I was on this fucking app 20 hours a day. Believe it or not, 20 fucking hours a day. Like, this was like crack for me in its prime. I listen to people, and I'm telling you, that is not a racist woman. She's a troll, and she's hilarious, and she's brilliant. I can say all these complimentary things, and I've told her I understand why people think that she's racist. But I know that she's not.
Yeah.
I know that she's not.
So Jinx, the scientist chick, the like cute black chick that's married to the white guy and stuff. Jinx.
The one that's a scientist and drives a Tesla and doesn't want to pay taxes.
Drives by and spits on the homeless people. Like her, I called her out in chillism, and I kept telling her about it. I'm like, this bitch is fucking two-faced. And they're like, no, she's not. She's really, really sweet. And then she got super pissed off because Nathan and them were fucking with her, and they never modded her up, and she'd been in the room for like 6 months. And they were modding every other new chick that came in the room and saying, oh, Star is like the greatest fucking woman we've ever had here. And Jinx finally crashed out, and she's like, I do all these game rooms and these like fun, things and stuff, and try to do all this amazing stuff, and you never fucking modded me up, Nathan. And then she went from this sweet lady to sitting there saying, oh, Nathan, I think your fucking son has an extra fucking chromosome and is fucking retarded. Like, because his son in the background will start making like all kinds of noise and shit. And he'll be like, oh. It seems like he's autistic or something.
Don't let me hear that.
But yeah, she's like, why don't you go deal with your fucking 5-year-old son who can't even fucking know his ABCs? He probably has a fucking extra chromosome, Nathan. And then everybody's like, oh my God, she's such a terrible fucking person. I'm like, I've been telling you guys that for 6 months now.
They get down on Nathan. They said he owns a pineapple plantation, so he's polyamorous. They really give him shit, but he doesn't.
Hold on. Mistake number one is people going into that room. That's mistake number one.
I don't go in there anymore. They only ping me if I'm in someone else's room, but I haven't answered in months, so I don't think they pinged me lately.
For some reason, they have a nickname for me. They call me Blowjobs. I have no idea how I earned that name.
That's not good.
Yeah, they call me Blowjobs.
They want me to be like Nathan because he's got a pineapple. They told me the history.
See, we're talking about chillism.
Yeah, they told me the history behind pineapple because I hadn't thought about it, and they told me what it meant.
Oh, Christy. Also, to answer your question, not everybody, but I don't even think Christy's here, is she?
So. Yeah, of course Christy's here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there she is. Yeah, neurodivergent, autism spectrum disorder, Asperger's, ADHD, and ODD, oppositional defiant disorder. So, yeah, I can't speak for everybody else though, but there is a lot of fucking autistic people on this app. She said everybody on this fucking app's neurodivergent.
Well, look, you can be neurodivergent, but I believe that just like autism lives on a spectrum, like. The spectrum's not what people think. It's like some people think it's severe, it's mild. There's a good autism where you can weaponize it and make it a superpower, and then there's an autism where fucking you can get nothing done and you're fucking hopeless. You take somebody like Io, I don't think he would be who he is without autism. Anytime people argue about the smartest people on this app, that guy, if we had to IQ test people, unless it's somebody I've just never seen on this app, I would put my money on Io, highest IQ.
Yeah, Ethan Muse, even Io concedes it, Ethan Muse, and he's actually a theist, like he believes in God. But what's wild about him, and a lot of people say he's LARPing as a theist, that he's a supposed Orthodox Christian and stuff like that, but he's probably one of the most brilliant people I've ever met, and he's so fucking beyond. You couldn't bring him in, and no offense, you couldn't bring him in here at Chillism because just nobody would be able to track the conversation. It takes the Andrew R type rooms with a lot of guys that are fucking hyper intelligent, fucking autist, fucking retards. But when you get them around these guys that have like fucking 5 PhDs and shit, even them, they're fucking impressed. And like he's brought a lot of them from like atheists to like agnostic, or even from atheist to like at least being a deist or a theist. Like it's wild.
I'll make a statement. Hopefully he's not listening, but I would imagine that John, future congressman, is among the top 1% highest IQ on this app. Nobody wants to talk about that though, because they're still mad at him for.
Yeah, I mean he's a graduate of the Citadel. I mean he served in the Army. He also worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. Then now he's got like fucking mental health issues, and that's unfortunate. But I've told him all that. I've told him right to his face he does.
Yeah, you don't have to talk that. That's yeah. I don't know. He's
admitted to it. That's what I'm saying.
You're crossing the line.
Of the 299 people that I have blocked, I think 297 of them are him.
Totally. And listen, the fact that he's on these stages like every day now, there's nobody on this app that he trolled harder than me. Not a single person. He created YouTube channels in my name. He created multiple accounts in my name, houses in my name. It's like I said, there's nobody that he's trolled harder.
I get messages almost every single day. I can't believe you're sitting in there with Edmund.
God. Who's that from, JB?
From everybody.
Joe B, for whatever reason, maybe because of her days at the NSA, she does not like John.
Well, I kind of like when they came out with the anonymous feature, it was just like, it's a moot point.
That's exactly where I was at.
Just no getting around it, and if you can't beat them, you gotta join them.
That is exactly what I said when I realized, like, somebody said, hey, John's streaming the room, and I was like, oh, okay, and I'm like trying to guess who it might be, and I used to be really good at figuring it out, and then it's like, and then the anonymous feature, like, I couldn't do it, and then it's like, so if I can't do anything about it, why would I even worry about it? Like you should not worry about the things you can't control.
Exactly, and the only reason I started mass blocking him is because he really ticked me off. He got removed. Somebody removed him from one of Ann and Monica's rooms one time, because, that's just what everybody did. And then he came in with another account, and he pretended to be this black guy. He comes up on stage, and he's like, oh, it's my three favorite white women, blah, blah. He carried on this whole time. It took about 15 minutes before anybody picked up on the fact that it was actually him. And I was like,
when I told Roger, I was like, hey, we should get John in here. He's running for Congress, all that shit. I called him and I was like, listen, John, I'm like, you gotta like fucking chill out. You can't come in here and crash out and and all this, like fucking, it's all a fucking psyop and a mind fuck and all this. And I'm like, you just gotta like chill out, dude. And he's like, okay, I'll try my best. And then now he's been in here for like how many weeks, and he's like totally normal. So he's doing really good. I'll give him props.
I wouldn't say totally normal.
My favorite room was earlier today when Anson and Moose have mod badges and John's crashing out and fucking Anson trying to be patient because he doesn't want to kill the vibe of the room, so he'd let him go longer than he wanted to, and then he's just like, okay, we got to move on, you're off topic.
The only time that you could get John back in the day to like get serious and like stop trolling and messing around and just being silly and shit was whenever it came up to Israel Gaza shit. He would like drop the whole fucking facade, the charade, and he'd be like, all right, listen here, you fucking Palestinian piece of shit. And he would just go off. And we're like, oh, wow, this is like normal, John. This is amazing. But, yeah, he's one of the sweetest guys on here.
Well, there were two things that won me over. The first was the acceptance that I couldn't do anything. The app, they created these rules where, I've had these conversations with him privately as well as publicly on the app. Hey, I don't put on replays. People, will open up more when they're not being recorded, and you're violating their privacy and their desire to not be recorded. And so I had a problem with it because I was going out of my way to make sure that this was a room that didn't have replays. So once Clubhouse made that a moot point, it's like, oh, okay, well, I can't be mad at that. So then once I accepted that, I started looking at some of the stuff he was doing. People started sending me shit, and I was looking at what he was putting on YouTube with the Mirrors Room. And I'm telling you, I think there's a legit possibility that if a security agency, whether in this country or somewhere else, were to listen to a Mirrors Room, I think arrests would be made. And I don't want to overstate this, but I think that there's a world in which the streaming of audio on Clubhouse onto YouTube he may end up, as much as people might not like the tactics, he may end up becoming the hero of this story. MGK, you're on the spectrum too, right, brother?
Shit, probably.
Like slightly. You got a touch of the tisms, right?
You know, I've been thinking about it lately, and I think it seems likely. It's a little bit of a three things, which is like maybe a little bit of autism. I'm not so sure about that. Definitely ADHD, and a little bit of, you know, a flavor of OCD too. Makes you know, that's pretty much it for me though. But yeah, a mix of all those. That's sort of but for me, they're like definitely a superpower, to the point where it just helps me, they actually help me think through things as clear as possible. I'm very OCD about sort of logical consistency and things like that. So yeah, I definitely use it to my advantage.
Do you guys remember Tommy? Serendipity, you gotta remember Tommy.
Yes, I do.
So that would be an example of bad autism, where it's just like the record skips and it's on the worst song.
Monica and Tommy were buddy-buddy for a while there, too.
Yeah, that was another one of her questionable moves. But again,
she doesn't like it when you tell her who she should and shouldn't associate with, and she will dig 10 toes deep.
Especially because she arrives at this thing of like, I believe in free speech. Like, and so if you challenge her on her association, that's what she digs in. And she will, when she gets dug in, then she'll ignore the obvious red flags of why it should be a problem. Tommy, when houses were first created, we had this concept called a lobby, where you had no moderation tools. You couldn't mute people, you couldn't move people, you couldn't remove them from the room, you couldn't do anything. And he pops in there and he realized, like, oh, they can't do anything, right? And so he just goes on this anti-Semitic rant. It was crazy. It was like it was almost scary, like how he was going, and he was going after Abby, and I was frustrated because it was in my house, but it was in the lobby, so I couldn't do anything. And thankfully, the one good thing that Joe Armenia has ever done is he came in the room. That room blew the fuck up. This was like, you know, post prime of Clubhouse, where, you know, if you get like, you know, 100 people in a room, you're doing really good. There was like over 1,000 people in the fucking room, and Joe Armenia, I think, showed up just to see, hey, what's going on? And it was like the only lobby that ever really blew up, and this ruined the concept of it. I think they rethought it when they realized, like, oh shit, what if somebody's crashing out hard like this? So Tommy got clipped in real time in front of everybody, like mid sentence, and so and he's never been on the app to my knowledge since then. So I think they got a nice little device level block, and so he's been gone, but he was a dickhead.
My biggest frustration with her was over Ollie Alexander.
Ollie Alexander's another one. I remember Ashlyn, who nice but naive girl.
God, I hate Ashlyn.
No, you shouldn't hate her. She's a naive girl. She wants to believe the best in people, and somebody that that was charismatic and was captivating a space that she was in, showed her attention, and he won her over. And like and so, I mean, like, he uses those same skills to groom little boys, but he won over her, and he won over Jazzy, probably some other people, but really got them like knee deep in his shit. And that was kind of sad, because Ashlyn was, I genuinely think she was a nice person, but she was very easily led. And
she's super nice, Roger. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
when I say I hate her.
She's just so naive.
I should say I hate listening to her talk because she never makes any fucking points. She doesn't really know what she's talking about. She just kind of buys into all the shit, like you're saying, the naivete, and she just buys a hook, line, and sinker and just runs with it, and then just rambles on for like fucking, and people let her ramble for like 30 minutes, and I'm like, God, when is she gonna shut up so somebody can like tell her the facts?
Rich, I don't know if you want to share, but like your oldest kid, how old?
7.
Okay, so when your kids become like teenagers or beyond that, like there's a possibility, I hope not, and with you around, maybe not. It could be that the kid would be naive. What I saw with Ashlyn was like, this is somebody's daughter. You know what I mean? And I felt like there was no real helping her because she was so naive that she was going to fall for everybody's bullshit. And like you could try to give her advice, but she's the kind of person that if somebody said, "Hey, want some candy? Come get in the van," she would have been in the van. She would have took the candy. And that was what fucking scared me for her, was like she was in all the spaces with the worst fucking people. And then what happens? She leaves the app and like literally followed the worst people. Like into her personal life, like deeply involved with some of the worst people. And I don't think she's
back on here now.
Is she really?
Yeah, she's in JD's room all the time, and he lets her talk for like fucking 30 minutes. She'll just get up. She's like, can I say something? And then she just it like makes no points.
Oh wait, are you sure? Are you talking about Ashley or Ashlyn?
Ashlyn, the black lady who's was in the special different lady.
No, Ashlyn is a white girl from Texas.
Oh no, okay. Do you know who Ash Lind is? She's the guy that she has all the fucking Special Olympics. I don't know what she's got. I think.
Oh, you're talking about Ashton.
Which one?
The black one.
Ashton. Oh my God, that lady.
Yeah.
She's so fucking dumb.
Yeah. It's funny. Ashton's also nice, but I could take
Ashton, that's her name.
I could take maybe 35 seconds of her.
Yeah, and they just let her go. When any stage she's on, they make her a mod or something. They just let her. She's like, I'd like to say something. Ashton does, and she'll just sit there for like 30 minutes and ramble on. And everybody's in the chat like, half the people are like, oh wow, we love Ashton, and then the other half are like, dude, like somebody shut her the fuck up. Like everything she's saying is just fucking wrong. But yeah, she's indoctrinated as shit. She's like bar lefty, hates Trump. I mean, it's just fucking terrible.
But she does have a cool Southern accent. You gotta give her that.
Yeah. I like I said, I'm 20 seconds in listening to her, and I leave the room.
She's somebody that when I had the old profile, I had blocked at one point because I didn't have the heart to be mean to her, but I couldn't put up with it, so I just blocked her.
Yeah, I can't really be mean to her publicly either, because she's like, I got 4 college degrees and a PhD, and I got 7, medals in the Special Olympics, and blah blah blah. And she just starts talking. I'm like, oh God, I can't do it.
What do you guys want to talk about on Monday in the rational discussion group? What are we going to do? I don't think we're going to copy Gary's room again. I think, but we will do it at the same time, just to make sure that people have an alternative to that space. What's the topic you think we should do on Monday?
Daniel said, "Oh no, Ashton." What do you guys want to talk about?
What's something spicy?
Have John live stream Amir's room and talk about that stuff. If you want it spicy.
I don't know how to frame it in a title, but I do think this Epstein thing is very weird. The observation that I have is the cognitive dissonance where Democrats will look at the Epstein thing and go, yeah, we need to get into the files because we need to show that Donald Trump, he was on the Epstein list. And then Republicans are just like, we don't really care that Donald Trump knew Epstein, but man, that fucking Bill Clinton was sure good friends with him. And like, is both of them want to weaponize the Epstein list for their political enemies, but nobody wants to accept that their political heroes are also there. And so it's like, it's pretty funny when you see the dueling photographs of like, you have, the Democrats will show Trump with Epstein, and then it'll be, the photo of Clinton with Epstein. Like, why can't we just say that they're all a bunch of fucking weirdos? I don't get why we can't say that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Like, if anything does come out of Trump being on the Epstein list, you think it's like Trump like being all weird, like the rest of them that were probably into like fucking 13-year-olds and shit, or do you think maybe they got a girl that was like 17 and a half and they're like, yeah, she's 20, Trump, or 19, and then he had fucked her, and then they're like holding it against him and shit. Like, I get that.
Here's the thing, right?
I just can't picture Trump with like a 13-year-old little girl and be like, yeah, 13-year-old.
Here's the thing. Clearly, whatever's happened on that island, it was designed to be like Fantasy Island for the rich and famous, right? Like whatever you wanted, this is the place that you could go and you'd be away from everybody and you could do what you want to do. I don't think that means that everybody was diddling kids. I think that they probably sex trafficked adults in there too. But I do think that the mere fact that they're all so connected with them, like if we were watching this as a movie, right? Forget about like your political ideology. You're watching a movie about fictitious, presidential, former presidents, current presidents, and you're watching it. You'd just be watching with horror and saying like, oh man, all these guys are sick. Why are they all with this fucking dude? Like you would have much more moral clarity if you were watching a movie, but people like get weird about it because, oh well, I like what Trump's doing politically in this way, so I'm going to disregard the fact that he's got a fucking crazy relationship with a known sex trafficker.
Yeah, but you also have to make the argument for like, for example, I'm not saying this is true, but if somebody in healthy debates who's a big time moderator has been in prison, if we found out that person was like a diddler, like would every person in that room be guilt by association for be like going into that room every day and everybody who's the moderator is guilty, like just for being friends with that person? Like, I mean, it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily diddling kids. And I mean, if it came out that Trump fucked a girl that he thought was 19, 20, 20 years ago, and he thought the girl was fucking 20, and it turns out she was 17 years old and 9 months old, like, I don't think that's a big deal. But if he's fucking like 13, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, then yeah, like, hang this motherfucker. And hang all of them. But, I mean, that is some shady shit that they could have done, too. I mean, they'd be like, yeah, she's 20, and then he knocks her bottom out, and then they're like, oh, yeah, she was actually 17, Trump. Now you're going to do our bidding. Like, I don't think I would be, like, enraged if she's, like, almost 18 or something.
I agree that I think that just because there were associations doesn't mean that they were necessarily all involved in the diddling of the kids, but I do find it very hard to believe that they didn't all know about it.
Oh, yeah, I think they all knew about it. But allegedly Trump said, and what a lot of people say around him, is that once he found out, he told him to go fuck himself and, like, ban him from all his places. But that might not be the true story. It might not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I knew a guy.
I have a conspiracy theory about the Epstein file, too.
So real quick, I was just going to mention, one of my dad's best friends was a police chief in Florida, and his son ended up, he was like 15 and she was like 14 or something, or 13 when they started dating. And then they dated all the way through high school and middle school and all that kind of stuff. And then when he was like 20 years old and she was like still 17 and a half, the mom, because the way the law is in the state of Florida, that the parent is the one who gives parental consent for somebody to have sex with a girl who's 16 and over, from 16 to up to 18, the parents have to be like, yeah, I'm totally fine if you're 19 and you're fucking my 17-year-old. So they ended up breaking up, and the mother called the police and had him criminally charged, and he's now a registered sex offender. So that's what I was saying about the 17 chick.
Yeah. I have a little conspiracy theory about the Epstein files. I think that they passed through so many hands. I think so many people are implicated in it that when Trump was out, talking about the fact that he would declassify them and share them, I think that they wanted to ensure mutual destruction if he released it on all of them. And I think there's a good likelihood that they potentially maybe embellished some of the information in there that included him, because I don't know. I don't get child pedo vibes from him. I don't really care for him on a lot of personal levels, but I just don't get the child pedo vibes.
And Trump also kind of contradicted himself. The story about Mar-a-Lago kicking out Jeffrey Epstein because they got reports from, one of the residents there that he was being a little weird around one of the younger kids. He came out relatively recent, I want to say within the past week or two, recounting that story, but it was different. He mentioned that it was because Ghislaine was stealing staff from, I guess, his massage area within Mar-a-Lago, and it happened twice, and I think one of the individuals that was apparently taken from the Mar-a-Lago staff was Virginia Giuffre, the girl that came out as an accuser later on.
So could it have been one of the other, could have been a compilation of the two things happening?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I think it could have been one of those entrapment where, maybe his staff hired somebody that was illegal, so it's not necessarily that it was anything sexual, but it could be that it was just kind of dubious hiring practices along with just the connection with this guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like they talk about, the Polish workers and stuff, and he's like, listen, I own the fucking company who did the contract work on that building, but then the company who was a contractor who worked for us was the one who employed all the illegal Polish, immigrants or whatever, the undocumented Polish immigrants and stuff, and then they ended up getting sued, and because he was the one building the building, he was financially responsible, and then he fought it in court. So I mean, it's like, just because you hire a contractor and they have a bunch of fucking illegals working for you, I mean, yeah, you are technically liable for it, but I mean, it's not like Trump was sitting there going, yeah, bring in a bunch of fucking illegal Polacks,
Yeah, and I think he's also worried about, I think the bigger angle is just the public opinion, and then, what that will mean for his power going forward.
I just think if there's actually something about Trump, why didn't they release it when he was running for president? Why would they hold?
Exactly.
Why would they hold it back until now? Like, it's going to make a difference. Why take him to court, put all these charges against him for something completely different if you guys had beef on Trump being elected?
Oh, Harry, when you first started talking, you sound like Marshall there initially. I was like, I don't see Marshall.
Oh, hell no, bro.
Like,
like
Harry. You did
I'm not a rhino.
You initially started. Yeah, I know you're not a fucking GW fan, like me, you and I. But yeah, I initially thought it was fucking Marshall.
So I do think, Harry, that you're right. That if they had the smoking gun, they would have released it. I mean, these are the same people that tried to get him thrown in jail, thrown off the ballot, tried to kill him. Of course, if they had this smoking gun, they would have released it. That being said, Trump being uncomfortable releasing it means that one of two things. Either there's some association that he's uncomfortable with sharing, probably not, enough to hang himself, or there's friends that he wants to protect, right? He's either protecting himself or protecting others. And by the way, I don't think there's going to be enough to prosecute anybody. The burden of proof of what you would need to prosecute powerful people like that is just, it would be crazy. And I just don't think any of these people would ever go to jail. And that's the thing that we should change is that that politicians should not be above the law, especially when it comes to this kind of shit.
Yeah, I would say the likelihood was probably that Trump looked at the list and he's like, yeah, we're going to hang these motherfuckers out to dry. It's like, this person. Oh shit.
He probably looked down the list and he's got a golf buddy and he's just like, oh fuck, I can't.
Yeah, some fucking billionaire that donated to his campaign or some shit, and he's like, fuck.
I mean, it also could be a double-edged sword where it will take out both sides equally, and there's really no like net benefit for one side, or it could even be outside of our own borders, and there could be a foreign angle that we're looking at. So it's kind of wild.
Well, the other possibility is if you've read his book, he's always talking about leverage, and he's always talking about gaining leverage in order to be able to make a deal. There might be other things that there could be people on there that he's protecting for the fact that he can get something in return. Hey, I'll make sure that this stuff never sees the light of day, but you're going to have to help me here. And maybe he gets something in return.
Yeah, he might be going to these congressmen and senators and he's like, hey, let them know we know what's on the list. Ah, fuck. Well, I guess we're going to pass that big, beautiful bill now.
All we know is that the part of the royal family was on that list or had ties to the island. Like you said earlier, Bill Clinton, other high-ranking people as well. People in Congress and Senate that, like you said, probably doesn't want to hang them out to dry. And I think honestly, I think he looks at it as the best interest for the country, because if he was to put some of these people out to hang them out to dry, it could cause, who knows? I mean, it could cause turmoil here, on both sides.
Well, you also have to take into consideration the handlers, whoever the fuck controls the Clintons, like is able to fucking kill whoever the fuck they want. I mean, how good is the Secret Service if you hang Bill Clinton out to fucking dry? Donald Trump might end up on a park bench with clean fucking socks, shooting himself.
Actually, I don't even think that's the worst of his worries. Like at the level that you are that Trump's at, they've tried to kill him. He's a fucking 80-year-old man. I think the thing that he's got to worry about is that if he really fucks around, like they could go after his kids. Like that I think that's the leverage that they would have over him, because it. And by the way, he talks a good game, like he's tough and he's going to deal with all this shit. We will find out how tough he is when we figure out what he's going to do dealing with Putin. The put up or shut up moment for Trump in all of his presidency is going to be the way that he deals with Putin. And and it might not be pleasing to everybody, including me, but if he fucking bends over for Putin, that will be that will be his legacy. He's got an opportunity to look him in the eye and do some real fucking American shit, and I'm hoping he does. But Daniel, thanks for coming up. You disagreed with some things in the chat. Wanted to hear from what you guys say.
Hey, look, it's pretty often that when I come into your rooms, I'll be in opposition or get booted or whatever. I appreciate the opportunity to say.
Wait, hold on. Who would boot you?
Occasionally in this room, I've not been welcome. So anyway, it's okay. We're here in the present. I guess the question...
You're in the muff. Everybody's welcome in the muff.
Thank you, Matt. I want to ask you, what would constitute him standing up to him in a way that you would consider satisfactory when you say that?
I think he needs to make the American position clear of what the expectation is, and he needs to ask, what will it take? Where's the off ramp?
Axe.
Stop. He needs to determine where the off ramp is for Putin. This thing can't continue forever, and Putin has to go home and have a victory at home. He's got to be able to have a parade and say, "Look what I did! I'm so great." And I don't know what that looks like. If it means taking all of Ukraine, that's not an acceptable thing. And I think that what Trump has to do is draw a clear fucking line in the sand and let Putin know that we're not going to fucking let him, as a tyrant, just take over another sovereign nation. I think that's the line in the sand that he has to make. But there may be a concession, and there may be a concession that Zelensky is ready to make, but there's got to be a line in the sand that he tells Putin not to fucking cross, and he's got to be willing, if Putin crosses it, to escalate to whatever extent that means.
Okay, so, obviously national sovereignty has to be respected in some way with a little give and take. So, like, you'd be okay with a little bit of Crimea, let's say, and everybody go home. Something like that.
I think at this point, even if they were to take away take back the breakaway provinces that have Russian loyalists, but there'd have to be some crazy security assurances. There would have to be there would have to be some things, because here's what has to happen in order for this thing to end. Zelensky needs to be able to. Well, actually, Zelensky will leave, but whoever comes to power has to be okay with whatever the deal was from the Ukraine side. Putin has to be able to go back home and not have people say, wait a minute, you killed all these Russian soldiers and this is all you got. So everyone's got to get their fucking, be able to save face. Like the Japanese are famous for this, right? They could surrender, but they had to save face. And so they got to, what Trump needs to do is figure out what does that look like, where Zelensky can look like he put up a good fight, and wow, Ukrainians should be proud for we stood up to the Russians, and Putin's got to get a similar victory, and then Trump has to be able to have his victory lap, at least with his supporters. They all have to get that, and if you don't have that, then you have no deal. But Trump has to be careful to not give up something that encourages future tyrants.
Has anybody, in all the time you've been on Clubhouse from Ukraine, ever been in any of your rooms, by any chance?
Oh yeah, we used to have people in there all the time. When the sit-rep room it ended after Piotr took his victory lap and made it sound like he was the creator of that room, which he wasn't. No, a lot of the people that were highly plugged in. In fact, the best information that came out of Ukraine, I don't know if you guys remember Denny, but Denny was the guy that was piping in all that up to the minute information, and so that Denny was the reason that room was good. And then you had a couple other moderators that didn't have their head completely up their ass, like Piotr.
So, I'm sure you've got this impression. I work with Ukrainians on a weekly basis. I discovered recently the way we have like ceasefire and peace, they have two words, but the way in which they're different says a lot. One is for the cessation of hostilities. Another is when the invaders leave. They have to come up with a word in their culture for when the invaders leave, because they've been invaded for so many hundreds of years. I guess you've probably got the impression I certainly have, is those people will never give up under any circumstances.
No, you would have to completely take away their ability to fight.
Yeah, I just don't see it in any circumstance at all that happening, so much so that there's this massive set of climate funding that the European Union set aside and then moved almost, but not all of it, almost all of it to Ukraine, to defend Ukraine when the United States slowed down. There is so much steel will out there that I don't think is being quite fully appreciated. Let me put it that way. I won't call it reported, but fully appreciated. I definitely think in a minute Zelensky would leave if he thought that there was going to be a way to secure peace. I don't have a shred of doubt of that. I talk to people who talk to him frequently. The thing more, though, that I'm stricken by is when I've met people from there is this core of, they are going to fight to the last person to keep their land. I think they would compromise on Crimea at this point, though, if they had to, which would be very painful for them, but I think they would. Way to bring to end to the room of conversation. I don't know what we just did, but we'll see. We'll see what he stands up for.
Well, I thought the most interesting part, at least, what Putin proposed before the meeting that's going to be coming up, I guess, in Alaska, is where they agreed upon, is that the territories that he's claiming as part of the deal have decreased from what they were before. So I don't know if Putin's coming to the table with his legs or with his tail between his legs, or if he's starting to kind of realize the pressure a little bit more. But it'd be interesting to see what comes of it.
There is one other sticking point besides the territory, though, guys, which is whether they can make the deal requiring or not requiring Ukraine and NATO to agree never to be part of NATO. This is fundamental for Putin. And I highly doubt that they'll ever agree to that. I think there is a reconcilable difference there.
Sorry for my silence. I was creating a poll so we could get our thoughts out there. The poll is posted above. Welcome back to the room, Tama.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I haven't jumped around Clubhouse for a long time. Come back, and I don't know what the hell that is. With the messages, they got DMs and all, and then I look at all, and there's rooms that I follow. What is that about?
If you have houses that you follow, it's houses that you follow.
Houses, yeah.
Yeah. Some people can add you or invite you, and it'll show up, and you kind of have to click on it to like reject it and opt out, and then it won't show. So if you don't want to show it like you could join a house, or it'll show until you reject the invite.
Right. So all those messages in the all, right, are houses that I follow, but those are just conversations of the houses.
Yeah, it's not just rooms anymore, Timac. So you can post messages for your house, and people can pick them up anytime they want.
Oh, I see.
Group message.
Like a newsletter almost.
Yeah, an audio message.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But okay, so what do you think, Roger? There's a much better. I like little things I like some of these little things. Is it much better in comparison to
I think the poll feature is an advancement, but I don't like the fact that, for example, Daniel selected Russia troop withdrawal, and I could see it. It should be a secret ballot. This would be better. I also don't like that once we get to about 8 or 9 votes, the percentages will add up to 102% rather than 100%. They don't even do math well. I don't like that when you give the choices, you have to have at least 5 characters in the choices you give. So you can't even set up a simple yes/no poll. I also don't like that when you respond to the poll, the poll response will sit on your profile. I think there's a lot of people that would be responding to this, especially questions like, "Hey, what's your favorite sexual position?" I think once people know that that's going to be on their profile, and for who knows how long, I think there's just a few tweaks that they need to make. But I think all in all, it's still a good feature. I'm glad they added it.
Right. Everybody's brain stops when you said sexual position.
Everybody's thinking about the wall.
It's really cool to hear you break that down, Roger, because building some features of what's in here on another application, which is filled with surveys and questions and things there. And hearing you break that down was really perfect for me. So that was cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I think being anonymous, or at least having the choice to toggle, like, do we want to see it? Do we not want to see it?
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really. Yep. I'd like to put all the answers in a pool, and anybody can query it in any damn way they want to, not just like administrators or something, you know? Anonymously, of course. Like, how many people have used the word sexual position in the last 48 hours or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's been used in this room quite a bit in the last 48 hours.
Well, there you go. See, I don't need the artificial intelligence when I have Roger. T-shirt.
There's always people in the audience and people on stage, and the people that talk on the stage, for the most part, you'd say they feel comfortable talking in public. Do you think the people in the goo or in the audience are shy, or do you think they're just? What do you think?
Well, it depends on who we're talking about. Like Jimmy, for example, he's not shy. He's actually, I disagree with him on a few things, but he's like a smart guy and not shy at all. And if he were awake or the conversation grabbed him, he would be in this for sure. Christy, once upon a time, was not a chat warrior. Christy would get on stages, and I think Christy is one of the folks that, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I'm guessing that if she were in a room and felt felt comfortable enough, she will raise her hand when she has something to say. But one of the powers that Christy has is she doesn't get paid by the word. For some reason, some people think they're getting paid by the word here. And so if Christy's got something to say, she'll add it to the chat. If she really wants to jump in, she'll raise her hand and she'll do that. But I think there's some spaces where, rightfully so, people don't feel safe. And like this room, if we're being 100% honest, sometimes we could get a little obnoxious, and there's a little more leeway for trolls and things like that. And so Christy doesn't suffer fools. She doesn't put herself in a situation where somebody might be rude to her. Like, why not stay in the chat so she doesn't have to deal with that kind of crap. So, but I think if she felt super safe and it was a small room and it was a topic that she wanted to add to, like I've heard her add. She's brilliant, by the way. And she's one of the more well-read people that I've seen on this app. So
maybe you should do a poll, real quick, Dan. Maybe you should do a poll when the room's larger, more people in the audience, and say what would make you come on stage. I'm a little bit more like what Christy's. Sometimes I'll go in a room just to listen. I think there might be 50% are like that, and they're just not in the mood to go up on stage. And if they wanted to, they could. But then I think there's 50% people that just are, don't want to get into any conflict and this kind of thing. So it'd be interesting when you have a bigger room to do a poll about that.
That's a good idea. Maybe we'll do some fun polls on Monday when we bring back the Rational Discussion Group, which starts at 2 p.m. Pacific Time, 5 p.m. Eastern.
So why would Ukraine give up territory is a question somebody just asked. So, Timik, I've been producing performers for a long time.
Time Mock. It's okay. It's Time Mock. Yeah.
Ah, thank you. Sorry for that.
You should ask. You don't. Yeah.
You're right. I should. Thank you for the reminder. Say it one more time, please.
Time Mock. Don't say it wrong again. All right, buddy. Just kidding.
Dude, I get your line in the sand. Your identity's intact. So, I've been producing performers for a long time, and I've noticed something on Clubhouse through the whole history of Clubhouse. There are really remarkable examples of people who never found any stage that they could be on, but they could be on Clubhouse, and now in real life they can. That's happened a lot. There's something about the audio-only thing that creates, for some people, this amazing sense of safety. And we all have our stories of people who've done, amazing things from the relationships they've made on this app. And I think there's a certain kind of safety, intimacy, something, familiarity, some weird thing I don't really know how to describe. Just noticing it.
Abby's here. Let's bring Abby up. Abby did
I would love to know if Abby thinks it's a good idea to hire into the FBI people who were convicted for January 6 crimes and pardoned. I'd like to know if she thinks that's a good idea by any party.
Well, hold on, but convicted of what on January 6th? There was all kinds of individual crimes that happened on January 6th. Which crimes are you concerned about?
Any of them on January 6th that would end up in the FBI, to me, would be a bridge to.
Any of them? Like what? Like so what if you were at a protest for the first time in your life, and the crowd was moving forward, and you follow the crowd, and you find yourself now caught up on trespassing charges? You think that person should always have the scarlet letter?
How about this? Rather than that hypothetical, how about we look at the real example of the person they did actually hire and actually put into those jobs, and let's compare, and you and I can look at it and see whether you think if that was done by the other party, you'd be considering that would be okay.
I think that's a good point, but that's also a deviation from your first question.
Well, it isn't. Well, I know I'm the one who asked that question, so maybe. Right.
When I asked you, when I qualified it for any of the things, when I asked you about all of the people, and you said it didn't matter what they did, and
it doesn't matter to me because the whole thing.
There's some people that were arrested for January 6th that weren't even fucking there.
Okay. If anybody wasn't there, if there's anybody in that category, I'd totally give it to you. It'd be fine. But I don't think we're going to find that that's the case. So I'll go dig it up. And
wait, you don't know that to be true?
Oh no, I definitely know. I'm just getting you the actual reference. Hold on.
Make sure the reference is from an unbiased source when you get the reference. Make sure the news outlet is not a biased news outlet.
Sure. I'm going to make sure I get it from more than one, actually. Which
but more than one, as long as you're not getting it from, start with MSNBC. Just don't go there. Try to get one from an unbiased source.
Sure.
So here's the issue. I have January 6th. I have no problem with arresting and charging people for committing crimes. If somebody commits a crime, arrest them. Take them into court. I do think that they more heavily prosecuted it because they've catastrophized the idea that it was a quote-unquote insurrection. I think that anyone that uses that term is not a serious person, period, point-blank period. They're exaggerating the point. And I will say this, as someone that thinks that, that the government could use some rebuke from time to time from the people. Should we ever get an insurrection? I hope it does not look like that. I would hope that if there was an insurrection, that it wouldn't just be a guided tour. I would hope that that there would be some intentionality behind it, rather than just what we saw. I think if that was an insurrection, then we're the worst, at insurrection. We've fallen off since 1776. I'll put it that way.
Oh, hey, Abby, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, on the UCLA, something I was
Don't
trying to
change the subject, Jesus Christ.
I'm not. I'm just trying to get clarification real fast, and we can go right back. On the UCLA thing that they're pushing, just real quick, the UCLA thing where they're trying to push for birthright.
Fight through it.
So the UCLA's.
We're not talking about this, Rich.
Okay,
You
we'll talk
just
about different
you jump in the room. There's a conversation
I
going
seen
on.
Abby was there. I got all excited. I was like, "Yay, Abby!"
No, that's fine. I got excited when she came in the room too. But now we have a topic. We're talking about January 6th. Stay on topic.
Oh, I thought it was about Ukraine and Russia. Sorry.
Well, things move fast over here. When you're in the muff, things are in and out.
I'll send you the back channel, Abby.
Okay. So am I supposed to
First of
answer
all,
this question, Daniel? Is that what
I have to, first of all, correct myself on the record of whether he was convicted. He was not convicted. So let's be clear. I was wrong about that. He was due to be on trial apparently within a matter of days after Trump got elected. But there is a video that is referenced, which people can look at, stating why he was going to be on trial. Now,
so you have an innocent man. So you
by
have
the
an
law,
innocent
you're
man.
right. He's an innocent man.
Correct.
If you had a video of somebody on the left who is performing the same thing, that's all the measure that I'm asking. Would you think
what was the
would you think it
performance?
wise? Hold on, let me finish my question. Would you think it wise for the FBI to hire that person?
First of all, what was he doing in the video? I mean, the FBI, just like any government agency, vets people.
Let me finish. You asked the question. Apparently, if it proves to be true, he was urging rioters to kill law enforcement at the Capitol and face 6 counts.
How did he encourage them to kill?
It's on video. You could look at it on the video for yourself. And then
Okay,
decide.
what's he say in the video?
I'll let the video speak for itself.
Well, I'm asking you. You just does he say please kill or
you grill me? I'm gonna let you watch it and everybody decide for themselves.
Okay.
I'm getting it for you. Okay.
The person hasn't been convicted of anything.
No, he is innocent in the eyes of the law. There's no doubt about that. I'm just not sure that you'd want somebody to put this on their resume, this video. I just put it in the chat.
I don't know. We got a shit ton of people that the Biden administration hired that have like videos of some pretty outrageous protest moments. You also have a guy that's about to be elected as the fucking mayor of New York on video saying and doing some pretty outrageous things. Like really hateful, outrageous things. And he's going to end up as the next mayor in New York. So it's pretty vulnerable for a population.
I do, and I think one of the things you're referring to is by vote, and one is people you're hiring. That was my question. Is it a good idea when you see that video? When you see that video, should that person be hired by the FBI? That's my question.
It's in the back channel, Abby.
His video's in the back channel that I'm supposed to look at?
Oh, no, my question. But
right.
You guys go. Sorry.
Hey, I got a question for Daniel. Daniel, what do you think of charging somebody for let's see, seditious conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to prevent an officer from discharging duties, destruction of government property, to charge somebody, to convict them, and to sentence them to 22 years, despite the fact that the person was not even in D.C. that day.
That'd be a gross injustice if that was true.
It is true. I will post it.
Okay. Thank you. I play by the facts, Roger. You've heard me for a number of years. You know I do.
Yeah. The reason why this guy was caught up in so much trouble was because it was the leader of the Proud Boys, and the evidence that they have was he was just texting with people that were in attendance. He was told.
You're referring to him. Okay.
Enrico Tarver.
Okay, so you believe that there was a gross injustice perpetrated on Enrico Tarver?
Massive. And that's not me defending him. I think the guy's a dipshit. But he was told that he couldn't go, and he abided by that. And the only thing that he was that the court trial showed was that he was communicating with people that were in his group, his friends group, right? And he was communicating with them via text. As far as coordinating, go over the documents. He was persecuted because of who he was.
Okay, and let me just ask you this question. Is your evidence of that, because you mentioned this specifically, of him not even being there, right? Is that where your conclusion is that he's unfairly targeted because he wasn't physically present?
Well, you can commit crimes when you're not physically present. The problem is the case itself. Not only was he not there, the evidence against him that he supposedly was orchestrating, where the only evidence that they presented was he was exchanging text messages with people. There was no planning. There's no evidence of that. And then by the way, when they convicted him, because again, I think that he was unfairly treated. They sentenced him to 22 years. Go look at the case. Go look at the facts of the case, and tell me if any human being should spend 22 years in prison for the facts of that case.
Oh, I can imagine there'd be a whole bunch of lawyers who'd want to argue that for you. Yeah, that he would deserve to be in that based on the evidence. And for you to say that there isn't any evidence, I mean, there were 12 jurors there clearly decided that there was, right? By the law. Like, when we say, oh, the guy I presented with the video is actually innocent under the law. He is innocent under the law. I was wrong. But in the case of Enrique Tarrio, he was charged, he was prosecuted, and found guilty. That's a fact. Am I wrong about that?
He was convicted. I'm saying that this was. I think the prosecution was targeting somebody simply because he was the leader of the Proud Boys. I don't think any reasonable person looking at this stuff of a guy that was in a hotel room in Baltimore when January 6th the events unfolded. To target him, the mere fact that you care where he was at that day is just fucking weird to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you bringing it up is sort of weird to me right now with all clarity that I'm looking for, right? Like if he did direct it or didn't direct it, had a participation, had some planning in it, like that is evidence that's got to be presented to a jury. The jury could be hung, they could find him, not guilty, they could find him guilty. Of course, he can appeal. There have been miscarriages of justice where evidence wasn't allowed that should have been allowed or new evidence was found or whatever, right? But there is a due process, right? And he was found guilty. Then you can say, okay, well, now that he's found guilty, compared to all the other sentences that could have been done for people on something similar, it's hard to find something similar, frankly. But if you do a comparison of that, was it actually a fair, meted out punishment? And those are, as far as I'm concerned, two different things as well. But he was found guilty. So if he was unfairly targeted, somehow he ended up guilty by the 12 jurors.
So the telegram exchange that they have, he was talking to them about preparing for the event, warning them that there would be an FBI presence there, telling people to be careful, telling people what gear they should and shouldn't wear. And he was just advising the same way that I would advise friends if they were going to go to a protest, to be careful to protect yourself. And then they weaponize these words. If you read the transcripts themselves, it you could make the argument that it's possible that there was a conspiracy, but there's no evidence of it. The words themselves are very fucking cryptic. It's just like, be careful, and then once they got into the building, he was cheering them on and saying congratulations. That's not a conspiracy. The only thing he did was advise people that were going to an event that he was not allowed to attend, to be careful. And then once they got in the building, he thought that was cool and radical. Now, again, you could say that him cheering it on is distasteful, but I don't see the conspiracy at all.
I've never thought of this until having this conversation with you tonight, when you talk about the justice system, when people do being weaponized and targeting and so on. And it's absolutely true for the prosecution thing. But I haven't seen any evidence of being able to weaponize the jury system. It's a pretty damn good system and very hard to break. And if the evidence finally comes in there, you got a, preponderance of evidence, that whole thing. At that point, you got to look at the reality. Is there was a case made about him directing that? That's where the default starts, to prove that they got false evidence at the trial, or stuff wasn't included, or something of that nature. But I get the targeting in the first place. You want to make it targeted.
Yeah, but Daniel, how would you find an untainted jury for something on January 6th for the leader of the Proud Boys? How do you find people in D.C. that are not familiar with January 6th coverage?
No doubt. I'm really respecting your question that is a challenge, as it has been a challenge in all cases that have transcended the ordinary, and that challenge has to be dealt with. And there are remedies to actually move something to a different place. But that's not what took place here. Clearly, so far, the justice system is expressing itself as having been able, in this case, to render justice. The targeting is one. The sentence, I think Necro just said, no sentence, maybe should be over 10 years or whatever, like a totally worthwhile debate as well. But I do think there is a reality. This 12-juror system is not that easy to fake.
So I just wanted to point out 92% of the registered voters, and that's usually how you get on a jury pool, you got to be registered to vote, are Democrat voters in Washington, D.C. So the jury pool literally is made up of 92% Democrats. That's why it should have been moved to a venue for a fair chance for Enrique. However, Daniel, it wasn't honored when they requested that due to the judge keeping it there.
That's a very fair argument. It really is, Joe.
Do you think a Republican can get a fair shot in a jury pool that has 92% when it's such a highly politicized issue?
I don't know for sure. I think it's a legitimate question, right? In any situation where you can do something with the conditions to make it fair, why wouldn't you? Like, it's in your long-term interest to do that. The one thing, take a broken system and build it. You don't tear it down more. Of all the systems in the world, I think, before all this shit happened, that you could rely on was the American system. I'm a Canadian saying that. Love America. Deeply love America. And I just think, there's a lot failing about it, but you can make it a lot better. And I just think you start with the stuff you probably can rely on. It's very hard to break elections. I don't care what people say, especially in America. Of all places in the world, it's very hard to break America's elections. To turn people against each other, that's actually really super easy. But the actual vote itself, no. Same thing with this.
So the evidence that was presented that was the most compelling to the jury was a document that was sent to Tarrio, not from Tarrio. It was sent to him about a strategy to occupy crucial buildings. They wanted to occupy buildings, and occupying buildings, by the way, happens left wing, right wing. This is a strategy that protesters do, and it was a strategy document that he didn't write, and it was sent to him. And so the person that wrote the document was not charged, not convicted, clearly, if he wasn't charged. But because of who Taria was, he's responsible for this document that says that, that there was a strategy to occupy buildings. There was a strategy to occupy buildings in Seattle. Nobody was punished for that. There's been strategies to occupy buildings in the 1960s in California by the Black Panthers, right? Like the idea that there was a strategy to occupy these buildings, and he wasn't the one that strategized it. He was just sent the document talking about the strategy. Why wouldn't they go after, if they're interested in the conspiracy, why wouldn't they go after the people that created the strategy guide?
Well, one reason might be that the strategy guy is a war agent and they're sure to make money off of wars and chaos.
You think war is about money?
War agents, definitely. If you do, I forget what it's called, any social studies courses in college level. Hold up.
Daniel, are you under the impression that wars can't be profitable?
No, I'm not under that impression. I'm under the impression of what the statistics tell me, that no more than 5% of our entire world economy is based on anything to do with military, including tertiary effects.
The Biden family made great money off wars, and a lot of people in the Donbass region tried out democracy and lost limbs. Just saying. And then they asked me, why do I even bother to pay taxes? Because most people outside of the country feel sorry for Black people. And I was like, well, I mean, we're compelled to do it, so whatever. As Abraham Lincoln would say, small price to pay for freedom. Yeah, but I don't remember what college course that was. But yeah, war agents are people who like what's it called, Blackstone or something like that. They make money off of war, and they make tons of it. Not just your contractors, but yeah, they make tons. They make tons of money off of war.
I love that the title of the room and the topic are not in alignment. We should fix one of this.
Necro wants to know what you think about birthright citizenship.
More specifically, how you think it will play on the Supreme Court?
I think the Constitution's pretty clear in what it says. If they rule in a way that that clearly contradicts the Constitution, I think that they're going to give a lot of ammunition to Democrats to win the election. And the election in 2028, well, actually the midterm and the election in 2028 will become so important. And the presidential election in 2028 will almost exclusively be about appointing Supreme Court justices. That's not that's not uncommon for that to be an important issue. But I think if they go against the Constitution here, I think that the independents will come back and crush the Republicans in 2028.
See, first of all, the Senate cannot vote on anything that's not constitutional, and it says already there's no absolute right to enter the country. And for that reason, I don't even do a lot of traveling in and out because
You're missing the point, Connie. You're speaking completely past the point. The point is that if you're born in the United States, you're a citizen.
I don't see that anywhere in the writing of the Constitution.
Yeah,
I don't see that anywhere. I mean, people.
Yeah.
People
have you come to Congressman Kitover's rooms where he reads the Constitution aloud?
No, because Congressman is not. I'm not a constituent of his. But I think he's pinged me a couple of times.
But the rooms in which but in the rooms where he reads the Constitution aloud, Connie, do you think that you're very familiar with the Constitution? Like scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not familiar at all.
Very familiar. Very
okay,
familiar. And let me tell you why.
Excellent. Hold on.
Because
I have a question for you. What's the Third Amendment?
I don't know right now. I'm not looking at it right now.
So this is what I mean by people claiming to be constitutional scholars.
Just because I don't
and to say that
it doesn't mean I don't understand it.
Yeah, well, listen, if you don't know the Third Amendment, you probably shouldn't say that you're well informed on the Constitution. I'm just saying.
Bottom line that 2 for 2, he's already the last person to vote was the U.S. Supreme Court. If you do not go through the rigmarole for citizenship just because you're born here, you do not have citizenship. Now, he's going to reaffirm and solidify it with the U.S. Senate. And no one's acting outside of Article 3 or Article 8 or any of that. They're following civil federal regulation rules. And I understand that, this puts a different position for you. But the bottom line is that you, just because you have a child here, it doesn't mean, just like someone told me that with my kid. I was like, well, wait a minute, all this military background we have and the sacrifices we made. And I had to go to rigmarole, and then I got a Social Security card the same day and left. And that's in the Constitution. Nothing's absolute. And it's already been, honey, it's already been.
Forgive me.
Last thing is the Senate.
Tony, no, hold on. Listen, forgive me for saying this. Actually, I make no apologies for saying this. But you've already proven that you don't know much about the Constitution. So I'm not going to take your thoughts on it very seriously. It's
not my thought. It's an act of Congress. Now they're waiting for a Senate. You had the last vote was the U.S. Supreme Court, and they don't automatically. If you have a child with a person that is not a citizen, and you better talk with your immigration lawyer for those who are naturalized as well. It does not mean anything. I'm just telling you that Trump is double checking his power.
Well, hold on, Cody, hold on. Listen, I wanted to ask you a question. Can you give me, in regards to the 14th Amendment, can you give me the 2 exceptions in which a child born in the U.S. Is not guaranteed citizenship? Can you give me the 2 exceptions?
There is no 2 exceptions because that was written for the formerly enslaved people.
Coney, listen.
It was written for the formerly enslaved people.
Coney, listen. You're not
in the month of July in the 1800s.
All right. I wanted to have a conversation with you, but you're not even on planet Earth. I'm asking you a question, and you're just saying words. you're not familiar with the Constitution. I asked you a basic question, what's the Third Amendment? You didn't know what that was. And then when I asked you about the issue that pertains to this, I asked you about the 14th Amendment. I asked you what the exceptions would be. And you didn't know what those were. In fact, you said that there are no exceptions. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I think it's high time that Clubhouse starts calling people out when they're saying shit that they don't. Like, look, if you don't know this topic, just shut the fuck up. There's no crime in learning. You know what you could have done? You could have said, you know what? I don't know the answer to this. Maybe I'll go Google it. Maybe I'll read a book. Can you point me to a reference where I can learn about this? There's so many
she
basic.
left the room, right? She left the room, right?
I don't give a fuck at this point. At this point, it's the mere fact. I'm gonna block that dumb bitch. That's what I'm gonna do. Listen, I just can't deal with it anymore. People are so fucking stupid. Like, all you have to do, if you're asked a question that you don't know the answer to, there is no fucking shame in saying, I don't know.
Maybe there's another idea for another poll, right? Like, if you come up here and ask me a question.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I asked her the same question and she went on to the same thing about, there are people who are not here, not legally. I'm like, it's irrelevant.
Wait, hold on, Necro, hold on. I want to talk to Christy for a second. Christy says, LMAO, smiley face, yet people wonder why I don't bother getting on stage. Listen, if you're worried that I would go at you like that, then that would mean that you believe that if I asked you a question that you didn't know the answer to, that you would try to just make up an answer. Now, in that case, I would be in the right for pointing out that you don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you would do that. I think you would be wise enough if you were asked a question that you don't know the answer to, you would simply just say, I don't know the answer to that, or I'm not sure of my answer to that. Maybe I need to do some more research. Can you give me a moment? I'll come back to you. There's so many ways that you could handle that honestly, and that woman chose to just talk. Like she just decided to say words when she had no clue what was correct.
Yeah, people are confronted when you address things in a direct way and get to the truth of things. So that's a little bit of a problem with people going to come up on stage in your room because you don't let them get away with that kind of dishonest.
Well, here's the thing. I actually think she's a nice woman. I don't think she's a smart woman. And again, that might sound like I'm talking shit. All she had to do is just say, hey, this isn't my expertise. This isn't my area of expertise. Or
that ain't going to happen, bro.
You know what else she could have done? She could have said, I believe this to be true. And if she would have said, I believe this to be true, I would have been much more gentle with her. But if you're going to be on the stage arguing with me about the Constitution, I haven't read every fucking book. Shit, I got books on my bookshelf I haven't read. I got books that I've bought that I've never even opened. But there are certain things that I fucking do read. And there are certain things that I'm knowledgeable about. Pro wrestling is probably the most knowledgeable. Poker strategy, specifically for ring games, very knowledgeable about that. I could talk to you about films made in 1985, as you might be aware, Timok. But I would never answer a question the way that she did, where if I was completely clueless on the topic, I'd just tap out. I'd be like, fuck, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting on this subject. Abby actually sent me an article about, because believe it or not, I'm actually interested in what the rationale, because a lot of people who have been critical of birthright citizenship have pointed to the clause of and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and have suggested saying that illegal aliens are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and therefore their children are not. And I thought that's the thing that to me is like, that, I've wondered essentially what the arguments for that have been.
We've moved to the death subject. So Abby, are you still there?
You don't confer the rights on you don't confer the rights on those who are born based on the status of their parents. That's the whole point of the 14th Amendment, right?
Well, with exception. So if their parents were, if the child was born to enemy forces that are occupying the U.S. territory, then that would be an exception where you would say, no, of course that those are not citizens. The other example is children of foreign diplomats. If a foreign diplomat is here that's pregnant, they're here in official business, that child is not necessarily, that can be challenged. So
vice versa also, I think there was a challenge, or there was at some point a challenge on whether McCain could run for president because he wasn't born in America, but he was born under diplomatic status of America from his parents. So that's why.
Right, but he was born in Panama on a U.S. base, and a U.S. base is considered U.S. territory. So
yeah, exactly.
But it's interesting though. It's like I think also what would also be the other exception to children born would be born to Native Americans in their own territory, because technically they have their own laws and so therefore don't have the same jurisdiction.
I think there's two conversations that can happen around birthright citizenship. There's what does the law say, and then there's the question of, now that we have this evolving threat, that I would call it that, of people coming across the border in very large numbers, at least they did when Biden was in office, where we should always rethink, like, hey, when this was written, what was the logic behind it? What has changed? Should we evolve? And then we have a process for evolving that. The process isn't for the Supreme Court justices to change, to interpret it because of these evolved threats. The process would be for the Supreme Court to uphold what the Constitution says, and then kick it back to the legislature to say, hey, if you want to change this, we can understand that, but that's something that you'll have to do. And then the legislature can do it. And if you want to amend the Constitution, you need 2/3 of Congress and you need 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That's what I think it would take in order to do it. I do think that there's an argument to be made that we should rethink this idea. And just me saying that would be highly offensive to some people that would say, well, then you're not within the spirit of the, of the Constitution. It's like, well, the way you're correct, the way it's written today, but I do believe that you can amend it, and I know that we have a process for doing that, and I think it's a worthwhile discussion, but I think if the Supreme Court oversteps their bounds and rules, I think that they would be handing a gift to Democrats if they rule to ban birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I know that, like, it's something that divides America on the issue of birthright citizenship, because you have almost half of Americans who are against birthright citizenship in spite of what the 14th Amendment says.
Is that your general idea, or are you looking at any stats on that or any polling data on that?
Yeah, so I can give you some polls that I've looked at.
What you believe is that we're basically evenly divided between those 2 points of view.
Yeah,
right?
from what I've seen in the polls, a lot of Americans are in favor, but a lot of them are also against it as well. But of course, the Supreme Court has consistently upheld birthright citizenship in spite of.
When has it ever been challenged before?
Well, you you had challenged, what was it? The case, so the first case that was brought forward was back in 1899, which was the one that where you had the Chinese laborer who was born in San Francisco to illegal aliens. And so his parents were not citizens, but he was born in the United States. And so it was essentially the perfect case to bring to the Supreme Court for the 14th Amendment. And what the court ruled in that case was that...
and that was Wong Kim Ark, if you guys are trying to play along at home. Go ahead,
yes.
Nick.
Yeah, and so basically, what the Supreme Court ruled was that, the term that illegal aliens born on U.S. soil children born to illegal aliens who are born on U.S. soil are American citizens, and...
Okay. So yeah, I guess you could say that that's consistently in this sense, like up until 1900, and, I wouldn't say that that means anything right now, and I'm not so sure that I'd agree with you, Roger, that they would decide on the basis of what kind of gift they give to Democrats or not. I think that's the thing about the Supreme Court. Once they're there, they don't care. They know what their agenda is.
I think you might have missed. I think you might have missed my point.
Oh.
If they go against the Constitution because of their own political whims, which I don't think they will, I think that what that will do is scare the hell out of a lot of independents, and it'll sway them back into the arms of Democrats.
I'm definitely agreeing with that effect, but I don't think they're going to be swayed by that. If they want to go in and do it, they're just going to do it. And I think that, they made an agenda known that they're playing out. So I would expect them to actually strip birthright citizenship and throw the whole thing into that chaos.
Well, I don't think there's an example of the Supreme Court doing things that are in direct contravention of the Constitution. In fact, I think like the fact that the ruling with Roe v. Wade, I think that was constitutionally sound, and so you might not like the results of that. I don't think this Supreme Court is going to make this ruling. I do believe that in their personal life they probably have their preferences, but the judicial branch, in my opinion, at that level of the Supreme Court, there's some district courts that I have a problem with, but at the Supreme Court, they do a pretty good job. I think there's very few mistakes, like massive mistakes. I think the passing of Roe v. Wade, I think the original ruling in Roe v. Wade was a problem. And I think Korematsu's probably the biggest failure that the Supreme Court's ever had. But I would say, 99 out of 100 times the Supreme Court gets it right in terms of constitutionality.
I think you're, optimistic about that. I'm usually playing that role, but I think in this case, maybe I'm preparing myself for that fact. But you are probably right, and I hope that you are right. I think it would be a disastrous effect to have that ruling if they did. So anyway, I hope you're right.
It's interesting though. It's like it's one of the things I agree with Roger on. The Supreme Court, in spite of how I feel about Congress, the judicial system is the only system I'd say I have more confidence in the government than any other branch. But overall, I mean, I liked how you gave an example of Roe versus Wade, because to me, it's like, I don't think, regardless of which side you stand on, like you can really argue that either of them, the Supreme Court, overstepped their bounds. I mean, you can argue like Roe versus Wade that it was decided on weak grounding, which I guess it was, but given what most legal scholars, as far as I'm aware, understood it to be. But yeah, in general, it's like Roe versus Wade was something that, regardless of how you felt about the decision, it's kind of difficult to argue that the Supreme Court overstepped their bounds on either issue. with the decision.
Are you done, Necro? Go ahead and finish it.
Yeah, and so essentially, the way I see it is just that it's why to me, like I agreed with Biden, thinking I thought progressives like trying to pack the Supreme Court was one of the worst ways to, essentially to win voters because, essentially it was just going to be like another fight to continue to just scramble for the high ground pretty much because, rightly as been pointed out is that if, Democrats pack the Supreme Court, Republicans are going to pack when they take the power.
Necro, can you look at the rules of the House around like making your shares brief and you've been droning on.
Okay. Can I add on to the birthright citizenship real quick? Look, I think where the wrinkle comes in is, and I do think the Constitution is very clear in the 14th Amendment. However, I could see the Supreme Court rule in favor of the Constitution, but when do you draw into the exception of the people that crossed the border was an invasion? Now, Trump declared it an invasion at the southern border when he took office on January 20th, but would that then apply to the people prior to January 20th, 2025 that came in? And that's when the bulk of them came in, or even before that, going back years. So when does that exception of, people in, foreign entities or people invading the country, then having children here, then they would not be considered citizens? So I think there's a lot more.
I think you'd have to. I think Trump declaring, his opinion about something is not law. It's very persuasive with a lot of people, but you would have to first determine that, that this is an occupying force. I don't think that it's as much as I find it distasteful that we had an administration that allowed the people to come here. If they all would have came in one day, we would have called that an invasion. But because they come over, a few here, a few there, 10 million over the course of that 4 years. It's a big fucking problem, and I think we should crack down on it. I think Trump's doing the right thing for addressing it. I think sometimes the way he addresses it, he's throwing red meat to the bigots that just don't want people here that's going to take their jobs. I do think there's some of that, but I think you're making a good point, Joe. If they can get a court to rule that this is an invasion, then maybe, but I think they would have to have that established in order for the Supreme Court to have anything to grasp onto. Because when I look at the 14th Amendment, to me, this seems like the easiest decision ever.
Both well said, because it is really based on that. Joe is absolutely right. If it is in fact an invading force, then does it fall into the exception? It's that simple. And I also agree with your response.
Are you talking about the in regards to the Alien Enemies Act?
No, we're talking about the 14th Amendment, the exceptions. If the 14th Amendment does not apply to children born of an occupying enemy force.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just wondered because I know the Alien Enemies Act was...
So it's basically as if the soldiers, in addition to fighting, are fucking and having children.
Yeah, or they just have their wives with them, like...
Right.
Yeah, that's very common in war, that they'll rape the women as they invade, going back hundreds of years.
Yeah, that is not used as a way to produce children. It's used as a way to enslave people. It's part of the enslavement process. It's the dehumanizing process of the enemy. It's not about having children. It's exactly the opposite.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just would wonder because about the Alien Enemies Act, essentially there's a suspension of due process, basically, and I wasn't sure if that's really what was being implied.
But hey, yeah, if they can be legally declared an invading force, then you might have a legal case.
Yeah, well, I guess we don't really have who defines it when it does. Trump signed an executive order. Will that, on January 20th, when would that apply or however? I mean, these were the details that will be argued.
So it'll be interesting. I do not think, I'm against in what your belief is, Daniel. I do not think the Supreme Court will rule against the plain language of the 14th Amendment. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, I'm unusually negative tonight. Actually, if you catch me on any other night, and I do agree with you all. You are very.
You know what I think is going to happen here, Daniel? I think that Trump likes to play this stuff up because his base, the donor base, the ones that he really counts on, he needs to give them the red meat. And I think that by him taking this position, even if it gets defeated in the Supreme Court, he could then look at his base and go, "Hey, look, guys, I tried."
I tried. You're right. You're absolutely.
Because it's for moving the Overton window. So in facing defeat, there'll be more people then that will support preventing, illegals coming here and having children, and then that children being automatically citizens. So it's adding to future political capital. Hopefully, that's the goal.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's interesting though. It's like, it's one of those things. I definitely think even Trump's own judges would rule against him on this issue. Just because I don't know. It's like if they had the opportunity to go against him, I don't see why they would have delayed it in their previous one where they ruled about the district courts. I can't remember the exact ruling, but they, it was in regards to his birthright citizenship. But
well, we solved everything then.
I wonder if there'd be like a legislative, even if the birthright thing gets shut down, if there'd be some legislative sleight of hand they could do where they'd say like, okay, if you don't have status, you don't have an issued visa, then you're considered like a diplomatic kind of, you're diplomatically still part of your country. We're gonna have this sort of quasi-diplomatic status for you, because the children of diplomats, for instance, are not. So you could like smuggle them into one of the exceptions under the 14th Amendment.
What does that mean? Are you
The point is just legislatively reclassify people so that then they would no longer qualify for birthright citizenship.
Right. So people who are born in America would not be considered citizens, and
no. If you have status, if you have legal status, like you have a visa issued, or or obviously if you're a citizen already, then of course your children are citizens. It's for the illegals. You would reclassify illegal people under one of the categories where already under the 14th Amendment their children don't.
If somebody had a green card, somebody had a legit green card by what you're saying, then their children would be American citizens.
Yeah. And furthermore, I would go further and say one of the conditions of visas, depending on basically you should decide maybe there are people you want here but you don't want their kids permanently here. You want them temporarily. So then you would say like, okay, it's illegal for you to give, even though you have status as a worker or temporary person in the country, it would be illegal to give, but like you have to report your whatever pregnancy status, and then once you reach 6 months pregnant, you have to leave the country.
Sure. I hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to know if you get the irony that if you saw a scene in a movie about 1984 that had the statement you just said, it would look perfectly in sync with that world, right?
I don't think so. I think 1984, I think it would be disjointed. Immigration was not a theme of 1984.
Sure. No, not immigration, but any condition in which some sort of governmental body of any kind, anywhere on the planet friggin' Earth, that people would have to report into about whether they're allowed, while they're in a period of time in a certain place, to have children or not, and have to report that. That is a pretty significant thing you're suggesting.
It's not if there's implications to someone's permanent attachment to a country, or the permanent obligations that the people of that country have to you or your offspring. Then there's a sort of a social contract. It becomes the government's business once you become a permanent liability for that government.
Liability. So you think a citizen is more of a liability than an asset, it seems.
It's really whatever it is. It's both an asset and a liability potentially, but then it's up to that government. It's a responsibility either way. As soon as the person has status,
isn't it good for the country?
Especially if a person has lifelong status, then there's an interest that government or that people group, that nation has in that person and in that person's offspring.
Sure, and that offspring is also an asset, maybe generally.
You might see them as, I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, assets, if you're talking about people in terms of assets, this is like slavery type of...
No, it's the exact opposite, because you talked about them as liability in which the state has to take...
It could be a liability. The people can still be a liability.
It could be, but the question economically, statistically, mathematically, on which survival and life actually matters in the question that we're asking, do generally people contribute more to an economy than they consume, political or otherwise?
That's a very good point that you raised, Daniel, because some people contribute more than other people, and sometimes you can statistically predict that even pre-conception.
Okay, so we at least agree it's an open question whether on a prorated basis do people contribute more than they consume is an open question. If it does turn out that they tend to, on mass scale, be more of a contributory force to an economy than a sucking one out of it.
No, we're not talking about averages. If we can determine for a specific if you can make a statistical prediction based on, let's say, demographic details about how educated are their parents, what is the health of the parents, what are the extended family networks of the parents,
certain kinds of people,
what are the income levels of the parents, the education, all these things. That will help you predict the factors that the person's going to bring to the economy and also to the social cohesion of the society.
Got it. Okay. So I just want to see if I'm understanding you, not arguing with you. Is basically what you're saying is, people contribute and consume, but some people contribute more than others. Is that what you're saying?
To use your framing, yes.
Okay. So what do we do about that? We then set out to figure out who the contributors are and who the consumers are, and keep out the consumers and keep the contributors. Is that basically the best approach for you?
I mean, that's very oversimplified, but yeah, generally you're going to have better results for your society long term if you take that basic approach.
And you'd agree it's a theory, right?
Yeah, let's say that's my theory, yeah.
Okay. And probably because human life depends on its standards of living, at least, even if we don't be that dramatic, we ought to test these theories, right? And I would ask
I think we can look at that. We have an incredible amount of data to be able to make these inferences already. We have mountains. We have overwhelming data to make these kind of statistically definitive statements.
Okay. And it seems those definitive statements for you is get out the people that are the suckers and keep the producers.
I mean, this is a policy proposal that, I would probably support. That would then take a political position on it. But yeah, I would rather have people in my nation, and I would rather invite people to, you know, produce new citizens for my nation who are going to benefit me and my children and my grandchildren long term. Yeah.
Okay. So you got two ways to accomplish what you're talking about. You're either going to find the ones that are the ones to keep and the ones to be gotten rid of or whatever way you can do that, or you can actually change the conditions that actually produce those results in the first place, which is actually...
You're right, yeah, you have two mechanisms there, yeah, sure.
You do, and as a guy who look at my profile, I spend most of my work in the world of change. I can tell you that we are far more capable of changing conditions very rapidly than we are changing people, and especially picking out who the good guys and the bad guys are, even though we all grew up with the good guys and the bad guys, and then every movie we ever saw was about it.
No, I think changing people is that's the most effective thing long term.
Good luck if you can do it.
Well, I mean, it can be done, yeah.
Okay.
It's the people who just give up. It's like we saw the last administration that, oh, let's just open the border. Oh, there's nothing we can do. Or like, it's not happening. Oh, it's happening, but it's a good thing. Oh, well, yeah, it happened, but now there's nothing you can do about it. Like, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you. Just, well, now it's up to us to just, there's nothing we can do except now just make it as good as possible. I look to you like a nothing we can... For all these new people that have come in.
I don't know anybody in the real life or on this app would ever look at me as a guy goes, hey, there's nothing we can do. I'm exactly the opposite. I'm all about getting shit done. So that would be really weird somehow that came across to you. I'm simply saying that the way that I've found effectively to make more rapid change is not to try to change people, but to change conditions that people can exercise choice in that allows them to get more done, because then I can just trust them to get done what they need to get done and not try to change them. That's just my...
I'm looking long term.
I'm not...
And I really think you got to look at people. In order, if you're thinking long term, you have to look at the fabric.
It's great that you have a different way. I'm not telling you to go my way or anything. I wasn't trying to suggest mine is better or anything. I was just identifying we're approaching it from different points of view. I wasn't trying to say yours is wrong.
Mine is better.
I think you should think so.
I mean, I would like to.
It takes 1,000 flowers blooming if you're really after what you're really after. Just remember that.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I think it's interesting. I mean, I will say, Joe, that your position sounds more, I guess I could say, more sensible than a lot of people I talk to who are in MAGA. So that I would give you
me? On this topic? I didn't say anything, but...
Well, I mean, I believe you're saying that the productivity of someone...
no, that was double agent. I just want to clear my name. That wasn't me talking.
Yeah, that was double talk. Double and me talking.
Okay.
But go ahead and direct it at him. Just want to be clear with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Agent is MAGA, though. Not, are you? I don't think he does.
Yeah, excuse me if I'm trying to do two things at once, so I apologize.
I don't want to steal double agent's glory for making a good point.
About selecting who's the people who should be here and the people who shouldn't as an effective way to address it.
Well, we kind of do with immigration already, you know. Yeah, I do believe we should have a net positive gain on people that we let into our country. Yes.
I mean, I guess really my question to you, Daniel, is like, does any country, I mean, that has sovereignty, don't they have an election about who comes into their country?
Oh, yeah, no question about it. I live in Canada that's had an excellent immigration program, net positive for decades, and very merit-based. I mean, it's, you know, it mostly works. I'm sure we've got lots of complaints about it, but mostly works.
Yeah, but how's it been doing the last 5 years?
It's been strained, very much so.
Aren't your immigrants all like?
Yeah,
like
say more about
coming
being
into universities.
Say again?
Say more about strained.
Well, the whole world is, I look at it from, a lens every day that I professionally look at, by the way, but from more of a global reckoning that's happening with migration on a scale just because of the size of the population of the planet, that's basically descending on us. And I think absolutely, like, just as I think Canada's mostly done a good job of, and I think America has failed to do, is create an immigration system that I believe recognizes that on a per capita basis, and I don't think you're ever going to be effective at deciding who is and who isn't, even though you can do merit-based stuff. But the economy is based on people. People are the assets. Like, if you think the first thing you think about people and having more people is that they're more of a burden on the state, I mean, then of course it makes sense that you want to keep some people out. But I haven't seen in a few hundred years of analysis any migration in human history that people weren't opposed to, and yet not too long after made that area that they came to after they got over the cultural upheaval led to a growth in the economy. I'm happy to go through that. I've had this conversation with historians as well, for hundreds of hours on this topic. People en masse, yes, you can say certain categories, certain cultures, certain this, and all of this, gradation of who's a good person, who's not, who belongs, who doesn't. I think merit is great. Like, who adds value? Fantastic, right? What are they bringing with them? Certainly, you want to have an education system where you invite people to American universities. You want to make an immediate path to citizenship. They're learning in your country at their most formative time. They're developing relationships, especially in this kind of economy in the 21st century, right? Where they're building business. Where do you think the Googles and all that stuff came from? Like, America's innovation, not its military power, has been its secret sauce. And all that international stuff, as if it's like taken from this limited pie that was like invested and leveraged around the world for, some wrong things, some right things, whatever it is. America is like the world power by the economic currency, and it ought to still remain that as innovation. And when you create all these borders and walls to this point, you create people being afraid to come to the country. You ought to be pro-people. You ought to be pro-people first, not just American people. America itself should just be pro-people first. And then you start to figure out how to put the boundaries around that.
So, Daniel, I think... Okay, are you done your thought?
Yes, I am done my TED Talk.
Okay, thank you. Look, I think the part you're missing with the immigration, let's just take during Biden's term, roughly 35 to 40% of the immigration that occurred was through asylum seekers. So we had nearly, 10 million people that came across our southern border, and 4 million of them were just claiming asylum. They were going around our rules we already have in place of how much immigration we're allowed to take in on a given yearly time frame. And it's overburdening our system as it is.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. First of all, Joe, I wholeheartedly agree with you. You have an immigration problem and everything you just described. My thing is about the response to it. First of all, whether you and I agreed or not, and it doesn't matter if we do, because here we are right now in 2025. But we might not agree with the fact that there was an attempt to actually pass legislation that would actually have some kind of fix on immigration that was bipartisan, which Trump tore down.
Yeah,
Pause. Can I pause for a second?
Well, let me just respond to that thought real quick. And then, look, Daniel, Trump's been able to successfully stop lowest numbers ever of border crossers occurring without any additional legislation.
We would not disagree with that, but the legislation that was there would have fixed a problem that I believe you will see in a few months, that the way in which he's dealing with it without that piece of legislation is going to lead to a far less secure situation for the United States.
Other than speaking in generalities, can you explain how? Go ahead, Double Agent.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. So Joe brought up this point. Was it 10 million people just during the Biden thing about applying for asylum?
Roughly, it could have been more. I mean, these numbers aren't precise.
Well, yeah, let's
Sorry,
get some
sorry,
real
same thing.
numbers. Let's get some real numbers.
Let me build on that. Let me just build on that. So 10 million people, that's a quarter of the population of Canada, then requesting asylum in the U.S., and your response was, oh, well, the Democrats tried to pass a bill and it didn't go through, and
that's actually not the. That's actually
it's a crisis. And let me just say quickly, Daniel, and I'm in Vancouver right now. I'm a Canadian citizen.
Me too.
And I immigrated, by the way. I immigrated legally to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
we welcome you. We welcome
thank you. I'm happy to be here, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful I was able to go through a legal process to get. But I knew the whole time, if I screwed something up, if I did something wrong, I would no longer be welcome in Canada.
Of course.
And I knew, anyone who's an illegal. What happens to if there were 10 million illegals in Canada? Guess what? We don't tolerate illegal immigration in Canada. We remove those people. And the idea that we need to now hand wave and then but the U.S. they just have to
look. I know it's fun for
find
you.
accommodation for these people. It's ridiculous.
I know it's fun for you to extreme what I said in order to have fun with that. But what I was saying to Joe was whether we agreed on where we are right now. I think one of the weaknesses of what's being done right now, that even though it's responding to bringing down the numbers of immigration, is not helping the American economy because it's built on a false idea that there's a limited amount of people it can support.
I don't think anyone's made that point, Daniel.
It seems that with me, Joe.
Immigration isn't Look, immigration's not driving our GDP. If that's the point you're making.
Well, it could be.
We'll see,
could
Joe.
be if you select
Well,
for it.
I mean,
it actually will be.
Surplus.
It's going to be.
There's actually, I believe, a surplus of from people who are on visas. I think there was a surplus that was brought into government revenue.
Yeah, but comparing it to businesses, that is what drives our GDP. Energy, tech, these things are driving our GDP.
I'm sure you'd agree.
It's not illegal immigration.
I'm sure you'd agree, Joe, that a big part of the GDP is now service economy, even part of the production economy that's very service related, certain kinds of technology, right?
So what happens to low wage U.S.
Can I ask my question? Double, can I get to finish my question for Joe, please? One at a time. So most of America's GDP now is service related and IP related. Okay? That's the intelligence economy, basically. America has been a haven for the world's best up to now. There are people now afraid to come to America even to visit it. That's a cultural thing, right? Wouldn't you agree? Part of America's power is its cultural power all this time?
If you ask me the question, look, the point you're trying to make is that you're kind of conflating that the illegal immigrants are coming here and getting tech jobs, because that's not the facts. So
no, I'm even talking about the fact that
legal immigration
come to America to visit, just to visit.
No, you're making the argument for Double Agent's earlier point that America should invite in the people that would add to our society and be able to take those tech jobs
That's not happening.
Sure it is. What are you talking about? Look how many H-1B visa.
It definitely is happening. There, a lot of my girlfriends are on H-1Bs.
Sure, man, but what's happening right now is a climate and a temperate where people don't want to come to America. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I don't think you're hearing it.
As in what? In the last...
I'm telling you,
in what time frame?
You're here in Vancouver, Double, so, I'm just going to tell you can see it anecdotally, but 35 or 40% down on tourism just from Canada to America. You have all of this trade war
Yeah,
stuff.
America's going to be fine without the Canadian tourists. I know people love to virtue signal and, I'm not going to spend my money because...
There's an actual economic impact. Like, I don't care about the virtue signal thing. I'm just saying, I'm talking about this is why I'm saying it's about people. The economy is based on people.
I mean, my portfolio is at an all-time high.
Well, that's great that it's doing it for you, and that's fine that that's what you are interested in. I'm just talking about the facts of the numbers.
It helps.
That's great. But I'm talking about the numbers generally is what we're talking about here. And the numbers are down for America, and students who are used to look to come to America are now looking to other countries.
So how much does that have to do with
intelligent students? They're begging to come into America. Everywhere I travel in the world, people would love to go to. I mean, not every country. Some countries people just don't like to.
If you think that the reputation of America in the last 6 or 7 months hasn't changed, that would be news to me. And I did.
So
I
Daniel,
all over the world.
Everyone in the world wants to come to America. It's just people from cushy first world, like Europeans and some Canadians and whatever, who are overprivileged anyway, who are not ambitious at all. Those people are not interested in coming to America. But people who are hardworking,
y'all are arguing 2 points.
Hardworking who are at the top of their game, or they're just ambitious people from anywhere in the world. Those people definitely want to come to America.
Hold on.
We need some clarity here. I get marriage proposals weekly from girls who want green cards.
There are people who love America, want to come to America, and are afraid right now to come to America.
Okay, hold on. Y'all are arguing 2 different points. So double agents talking about people that want employment opportunity to come to America, and Daniel, you're arguing tourism and people wanting to visit America.
Not just tourism. I'm talking about tourism, students, businesses, right across the board. Everything. The entire reputation right now of America is looking like a tyrannical.
No, to be fair, if we just look at it, like it would probably be people of left-leaning persuasion that don't want to come, or if you're for
left wing is easy for sure, but it's not only left wing. I would totally agree with you.
So now with tourism,
not only left.
So how much do you think the downturn in tourism has to do with some of our cities here in lawless chaos occurring?
May I ask you this? If what you're saying was central focus, let's take something more important economically than tourism itself, which is a massive sell-off going on in Arizona and in Florida. Canadian snowbirds, you know that term, like they spend 6 months of the year, right? Those guys are
selling when they come down here.
This is a drop in the bucket. Like you're staring at your own navel, thinking that Canada's impact on their boycott, fake boycott of Canadians.
I don't know what you're in the
has any real impact.
Why you have to keep shutting me down? I'm just reporting.
I'm just telling you, it's like Canadians do this, and they're just so.
He's asked me a question. You don't need to interrupt me. I know you know you're right about everything, but Joe asked me a question, right? So I'm just giving you indicators behind the not only tourism, people owning real estate that are selling off that real estate. I know people, yes, in Europe who probably, because they come from academia, are probably left. Most academia in the world is left. And then, they're afraid to come and all of that. Students are afraid to come. I have conversations with people all over the world who have concern about coming to America, who are highly ambitious and actually doing big shit in the world, and are saying, maybe for a while I'll still steer clear of it. I just don't think that's a good thing.
All of India wants to come to the United States. All of China, all of Persia. Anyone intelligent in the Middle East who isn't just some prince or something. Anyone in North Africa or all across Africa, all of Africa wants to come to the United States. You name it. Yeah, Norwegians. They're all millionaires by birth anyway. They're not so keen, and then they can feel good being like, oh, I'll never go to America. Look at Trump is so evil. When it was Obama, it was okay, but now it's Trump, so I'm never going.
May I ask you one question, whether you're aware that some of those African countries presently now face a $15,000 deposit to be able to just come to the United States?
Yeah, and that's probably generally a good thing. Right. And honestly, a lot, I have, some of those countries I think are really good places to bring, especially the elites from. And I can tell you, we made a big mistake with certain countries in East Africa by letting way too many people in who hate America, and their children absolutely hate America and want to undermine and destroy the country.
And you don't think that does anything to America's reputation in terms of like putting fear out there to cause that $15,000 barrier just to come to the country?
It sounds like you want like a higher end people.
They're happy to pay it. They're happy to come up with the money if they even get the opportunity to come. Yes.
We've also got stricter immigration policies, travel bans, heightened enforcement created through fear. Like there's all kinds of problems under the Trump administration right now. Why people don't want to come to the U.S. It's not just one reason.
And it's intention.
There are plenty of people. Anyone who's at the top of their game, they want to come.
Entrepreneurs.
Anyone who actually wants to make money and isn't just like a peasant. Like, yeah, they want to go to the U.S.
You're thinking of like aspiring entrepreneurs who want to work in the tech business or something.
Double, do you want to be
Silicon Valley?
If you want to be a high-end surgeon, if you want to be, if you want to start a tech company, if you want to be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, you're not going to move to Canada. You're not going to move to France. There's all these places you're not going to move to. You're going to move to the United States if you're entrepreneurial.
Canada is a much better investment right now.
Canada is good for some people. True. It's good for some people, but most of the immigrants I know, the young students and so forth, they're like, yeah, I'm here in Canada.
Hold on,
because
double. I have to interrupt.
Hold on.
I have to interrupt. It's mod privilege here. I've got a poll that I would love for you guys to all respond to. Thank you.
It's already at 100%. We're good. So I just want to say, as an American, I'm the guy who does art, and one of the things that I've been told is that Canada is the place where I can have the best place to find jobs right now.
And what field are you in?
I actually just want to say, I do business in multiple countries right now. I operate in multiple jurisdictions. I look, as part of my criteria of where I don't want to do business, is places where I see political instability. I do not see more stability now than I did see 6 months ago. I see dangerous risks all over the place that put doubt into basic facts and truth, and see manipulation that looks exactly like every authoritarian government I've ever seen in human history. That does not make very robust. That does not make for corruption levels are very low. It is very robust. It is very robust. I think it will be resilient. Doesn't mean that the reality of what I said can also be true, right? And I'm betting that it will be. Like, I operate a nonprofit, I operate a for-profit in the United States. Like, I love America, and I want it to be successful in every way. I just think that right now what we have is not stable. That's all. It's not a big deal for me to say that.
David, what do you think of my double? Hold on, David. What do you think of my concern? My concern that MAGA's biggest threat to the U.S. is that they're anti-capitalist.
I think what you're bringing up is one of the most important. Was that to me?
Yeah, that was to David. That was to Daniel. Daniel.
Oh, yeah. I think you're bringing up the most important question because what's happening outside of somebody's gotten off their mute. Can you on your mic there, Vesper?
Sure.
Thanks.
No? Oh, I think it's Harry. It's Harry's fault.
Oh. Somebody come off their mic there. Okay, very good. I think you're bringing up the most important question, because most of the solutions that are out there to implement are based out of entrepreneurial culture, not out of labor or government culture. And I really mean that. Like an average, ordinary human being in 2025, I believe, has more realistic power to implement a good idea than a 1%er did of 20 years ago. That's after the turn of the century. The entrepreneurial organizational culture, like the flourishing of multiple myriad ways of capital raising that have emerged in the last 15 years, and let's face it, when you can generate ways to actually form new capital, which is part of what I do, that actually moves projects forward, moves initiatives forward. What is it that you do, like in traditional government or businesses, you exist to do that? You have, I don't know, like entire institutions types that didn't exist 20 years ago, a decentralized, autonomous organization. It's not a nonprofit, it's not a for-profit. People make decisions on it, but they don't own it. Like, who thinks of this shit? And it's like, I'm headed on a trip as it is for 10 days in Ghana with a whole like culture of thousands of young entrepreneurs in Ghana, not all technologically aligned, some of them are, but all about just how do they make jobs for themselves, not how do they look for jobs as the predominant thing. That doesn't mean they're not going to work for each other and all that kind of stuff, right? It's not like one size fits all. But there's this wave happening. I don't see it anywhere in the news. Let me tell you something you don't see in the news that tells me this, okay? Last week, a group of countries and a project called TreeGens, which is led by a guy who is the Guinness World Book record holder for the most amount of trees planted by a single individual in 24 hours. His name is Jimmy Cohen. He's a wonder. And they set out to do 1 billion trees about a week ago on one day to get that record, and they failed. They only got 787 million in 24 hours. That was their failure. But more important than that is 29 plus million people were involved in that effort, all on mobile phones.
Those things have been a huge failure too, right?
No, please hear this, Messi. In 24 hours, 29 million people participated in something, anything. Just understand.
They created a forest desert. They've actually done studies on these.
No. You're not hearing the news.
Yeah, no, I get the entrepreneurial.
No, you're not hearing the news.
People motivated together, work together.
You're not hearing the news.
Guys, hold on.
Let me finish my point.
Nope. Everyone's gonna hold on because you guys are violating room rules, and so now I'm going to have to intervene, and I'm going to have to read the rules of the room to you guys. So the rules of the room are, number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. So far, you guys have done pretty good. We've only had one person threaten anybody, and that was somebody in the chat that threatened me. I dealt with that. No doxing. We're doing pretty good. Staying on topic. We're doing okay. Keep your shares brief. I think you guys are doing a terrible job at number 4. Do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. I think you guys were doing a good job, but now you're getting a little sloppy with that. Mods may interject when appropriate. That's what I'm doing right now. The N-word is forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. You guys are doing well on those things. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. You guys are doing okay with that. And English only, please. And I get questions about, well, why do you say English only? That's racist. No, it's not. It's a language, has nothing to do with race. Very little to do. The reason English only is a rule here is because I only speak English, and so therefore I can't properly moderate what I don't understand that you're saying. And so we're all just going to use one common language. If you don't speak English, if you don't write in English, this is probably not the right room for you. Anyways, those are the rules of the road. I think the 2 rules that I need to point out to this group at this time is keeping your shares short and not interrupting. But let's go back to Daniel. With the spirit of all those rules in mind, let's get the conversation moving.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. When in human history does anybody know of any army of 30 million people that did anything in 24 hours? That's my point. those people are expressing something they have the capability to do, to organize, that they have never had before. We could argue whether their time was used appropriately for those 24 hours, Messi, or not. That's fine. But
okay, well, like, 150 million people are going to go to work tomorrow morning. Like, you could say this, if it's not used appropriately, then, like, what's the point?
Those people believe they did something together, not just going off to work. They believe they did something together.
Believe
well,
that's all it is.
Sure, okay, if you think that's all that is, but I think actually that's what capital is made from, is agreement, and it's what people believe in their values and what they share together and identify together that actually makes power in the world.
Oh, Roger, can I address the moderator for just a second? Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Oh, Abdallah is a Hollywood supporter. I didn't know if you had any questions for him.
No, that would take us off topic. But thank you.
Let's just bring it up.
That would take us off topic. But if we swing around there, then we swing around there. Look, if we're going to get off topic, I'd be more interested in Vesper, who in his bio says utilitarian Gnostic atheist. I would have to imagine that this is the mother lode of stupidity, but I don't want to change the subject.
That's not changing the subject.
Yeah, Daniel, I would just say those 34 million people ruined the fucking environment. It's terrible what they did. They should repent, because, like I said, they've done studies where they literally walk through these forests where they plant all the same fucking trees, and then nothing lives there. I mean, none of the fucking animals. They wonder, they're like, wow, it's so quiet in here. There's like no birds, no squirrels, no animals. Like, it's just a fucking desert. But thank you to those people for organizing. I see what you mean.
I thought there was a question about whether MAGA was anti-capitalist or not. I'm wondering what.
Hold on. Hold on. There's no question about it. They are absolutely 100% anti-capitalist. Trump is a huge economic interventionist. He doesn't believe in capitalism. His supporters don't believe in capitalism. In fact, they believe in nationalism and populism, and all of those things. Nationalism is collectivism, right? Populism is demagoguery, and at the end of the day, the economic interventionism is in complete contravention of capitalism. But go ahead.
Not all, Roger.
Yeah. I'm hearing it described as like neo-feudalist, techno-feudalism, kind of neo-reactionary kind of movement. With people like Peter Thiel, this whole Dark Enlightenment movement.
That's Peter Thiel.
Thiel, yeah.
I think it's the mostly part that really counts, not what the all is. I think mostly what Roger's saying is spot on, right? And I think like where power is shifting is in the entrepreneurial culture around the world. That's all there is to it. And I think that's, MAGA is going to come up against that reality. That's where power is being made on. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
No, there's other entrepreneurial startup destinations for people like
hold on.
Singapore, Berlin, and Paris.
Vesper. If you were to take Singapore, if you were to take the UK, if you were to take Israel, if you were to take all of these places and add all of their investment dollars, I can give you a 12-mile stretch of Menlo Park and Palo Alto, Mountain View, that has more investment dollars in a 12-mile radius than all of those countries combined.
But that doesn't necessarily, you're right, Roger, but that doesn't necessarily mean that America can't blow that, too,
Of course they could. Look, here's the real issue, right? If you're going to be an economic interventionist, the question would be, why would we invest here? I think things like tariffs, right? Things like tariffs, the idea of picking and choosing winners, the only people that like this are the ones that were chosen to be winners. but it's all completely anti-capitalist. The entire thing is anti-capitalist. And that's the thing that I think is the most dangerous and needs to be pointed out, is that these folks, first of all, most of the people that support Trump, they're the people that helped to get him elected, the people that really helped to get him elected, they're not interested in old Republican values. The idea of Christian values, like my Christian Republican friends, they don't like Trump. They may have voted for him because they dislike Harris more. That could be true. But they don't see him as a good guy. They don't. The capitalists in the circles that I swim in, they don't see any value in this guy. What he's done is he's completely rewritten the book. And now you have two parties in this country, the only two major parties, right? The only electable parties that are both anti-capitalist. And it would be crazy for us to throw shade on Democrats for their economic interventionism and then not be willing to do it when the Republicans are doing it. Where is the alternative? Where are the free market zealots? Where are the people that believe in individual rights, that believe markets should be free? They come up with these terms. Democrats, talk about markets should be fair. We want fair trade, not free trade. And then you want protectionist policies. If you're protecting a business, let's think about the definition of protecting a business, right? If you're protecting an industry, let's say the steel industry. The steel industry is no longer beholden to please the customers. They're only beholden to please the government and the people that are giving them this favor and protecting them. If you believe at all that the free market has set people free, then you should absolutely reject the economic policies of Donald Trump. That doesn't mean you should run into the arms of those fucking socialists on the other side. But economic fascism and socialism should not be the only fucking choices. And I would just say that for those of you that think one is better than the other, for those of you that are going around saying that you're pro-tariff because the leader of your party said that it's a good thing, go pick up a book, man. I'll mail you one. If you want to understand economics, I'll send you a copy. Anybody back channels me, I will send you a copy of Henry Hazlitt, Economics in One Lesson. That's a good starting point. After you've gotten through that, you'll probably have more questions. I've got additional reading material for you. But start with that. Understand why the free market is such a beautiful thing. You guys have accepted now that both major parties offer you no alternative for free market capitalism. And I think that that's the worst development in my lifetime in U.S. politics.
Can I respond? Get in the queue to respond?
Why don't you respond now?
Roger, I think I at least was indoctrinated into your way of thinking. My university days, I was almost, I considered myself a libertarian. I was actually president of a couple of the libertarian clubs in my university. But I think so there was this it's even part of the neoliberal consensus, is the idea that free markets are, we need to make goods flow with as little barriers as possible between nations. There was less consensus around the movement of labor, which, like the extreme libertarians, are open border libertarians, because they just see everything. They just see everyone as individuated economic agents with no real ties or loyalties or dependencies or whatever to their nations, and to the extent that maybe those things do it, they just figure, well, the free market will sort it out. And that never became the world we live in. You could argue whether or not that's the world we should live in. But, I think we lived in some hybrid version where we had this movement of little barriers to...
Well, we do live in a hybrid version. We do.
Right.
I'll acknowledge that. But the problem is it's getting worse because right now we have $37 trillion worth of debt. We have a 2-year annual budget shortfall of $2 trillion. Every year, $2 trillion. It's crazy. And you guys have accepted this. And then when you look to the parties of like, what's your solution? They're both running away from free market capitalism, and they're running into their own tyrannical forms of economic policy. And we should be afraid of those things. We should absolutely reject these things. And I think the way that you reject them is you have to point to, well, when was the U.S. at its best? And when you hold on. When you think about when the U.S. was at its best, you could define that in a few ways. I would first look, what was the greatest time of economic expansion in the history of the United States? And it was from 1870 to 1900. So then I say, oh, well, what was going on at that time that made things so prosperous? And by the way, during that 30-year period, there was booms and busts during that, because that's what a free market allows for, is the booms and busts. The best part, the most glorious part of that is the fact that you have the booms. When you put your hand on the scale, you don't quite get the booms. And so when you look at that, deregulation was the key to why 1870 to 1900 was the biggest expansion, not only in U.S. history, in world history. But go ahead.
Well,
I got a question.
Yeah, you could be right. I need to look more. I mean, I believe that period of time was called the Gilded Age. And I think
you could call it the Gilded Age. I would call it, fucking America, fuck yeah. And what we need is we need a Gilded Age 2.0.
You could be right, and I think we're heading there one way or another. I think there's certain technologies that will allow, holders of capital to be, gilded once again. And maybe there's nothing that governments can do about it. But, I just wanted to say, Roger, I think the thing that back to like, what should the U.S. be doing now? It's one thing, like with the neoliberal consensus, it only works if every country agrees to the consensus. I think what we had in the last 40 plus years even was certain countries being preferenced. Like if you were considered a developing nation, then you got all kinds of, you can protect your economy in all these ways. You can run mercantilist games where you're trying to accumulate as much manufacturing capacity and as much capital into your economy while kind of draining that capacity from other countries as possible. It just did, like mercantilism, the capitalists wanted to break down mercantilism because it's the most efficient thing and it's the best, it's economically most efficient, at least on paper, but it's not the best thing for a nation's, like as a nation, as a, let's say, a government or whatever, as a king wants to run a mercantilist game to accumulate as much power into the hands of the nation and the king as possible. And that's what China's been doing to us. And you can't just run a free market game against them because the mercantilists will win. Everyone has to play by the same rule so that the capitalists win. And that's kind of what we've seen it swing the other way, where the U.S. is now being more defensive, at least, against these games that others were playing. And I think we were forced into it, Roger.
Yeah, so look, Mojo, I got to ask you a question, though. If the greatest period of time, and I don't disagree, between 1870 and 1900 economically for America, that was prior to the progressive income tax being introduced. And I believe nearly half of the money that the U.S. government raised was through indirect taxation by way of tariffs. So why would you be against the concept of tariffs, but still in favor of thinking we have free markets today when we have a progressive income tax put in place, and we have had it for 100 years? And why wouldn't you think that the progressive income tax is the reason we have so many issues, and it's not so much, reintroduction of tariffs?
It's a great question, and it's got a very simple answer. You're right. excise taxes and tariffs is how the country was funded in the early days. Once the progressives took over and they created the Federal Reserve, they passed the 16th Amendment, they started taxing income, we created a huge distortion and a huge transfer of wealth. The problem with tariffs today, did you mean to interrupt me, Double, or?
I'm sorry, I dropped my phone. My apologies.
Okay, got it. The problem with tariffs today is that you're putting tariffs on top of the progressive income tax. Now, if you wanted to propose to me, hey, we think that we could fund the country better with tariffs, I would actually argue that there's more efficient ways of doing that. If you were to replace the income tax, if you could shut down the Federal Reserve, if you could repeal the 16th Amendment, abolish the IRS, get rid of the income tax, we could talk about tariffs. We could talk about it. I would still have a problem with it in the fact that it does create distortions in the market. And what I would recommend as an evolution of how to fund government would be through lotteries and usage taxes. And if you really had a shortfall and you wanted to institute something, that was a little bit more predictable, you can go ahead and you can institute a federal income or a federal sales tax. This bill's been floating around. You're probably familiar with the fair tax. You can go look at it at www.fairtax.org. It'll explain what it would do is it would replace the Social Security tax, the Medicare tax, and the federal income tax with one sweeping federal sales tax. I think that would be cool in the sense that it would give you more control because you have more control over what you spend. Right? Right now, what they do is they take 1.45% for Medicare off of your check. They also take that from your employer. They take 6.25% for Social Security tax. They also you'll bill your employer for that. If you have a high income, the Medicare tax there's an additional 0.9% that you have to pay. And then we have the brackets on your income. All of these things are super punitive. And if you really wanted to solve a lot of these problems that we have, like, for example, illegal immigration, imagine this. If the illegal immigration problem would have a lot less negative externalities if we had a national sales tax, because the people that are here illegally would still be buying shit. So the underground economy, the people that are, that are making money that are not taxed, like, for example, drug dealers, let's point them out, right? They don't exactly have a W-2. They don't have their income being taxed. They're not paying Medicare tax, Social Security tax. They're getting this money tax-free. But if you had a sales tax, they would then have to pay the sales tax. The other thing that it does is for the wealthy people, because people are under this impression that wealthy people don't pay tax. I think we talked about this before. The top 1% in this country
pay all the tax.
The top 1% pay 46% of all of the federal income tax in this country. If you go up to the top 10%, it's 76%. When you get to the top 50%, it's 97.7%. The bottom 50% only pay 2.3% of all of the federal income tax. I think that instead of saying eat the rich and say that we need to tax the rich more, I think we need to get honest with ourselves and we need to say that we need to tax the poor more, because the poor are getting a free fucking ride. And I think we need to end that ride. And I know that that's a controversial statement. People say, oh, well, if they're poor, how can they pay tax? Well, if they're so fucking poor that they can't contribute, right? Right now, they're paying 2.3%. I think they need to get off their duff and go do something. They need to figure out a way to contribute. They're also the most likely to take advantage of services that we pay into, which we should absolutely be cutting into some of these services. Vespa, you are going to have to mute yourself. This is weird. The last thing I'll say is that for those that say that the rich don't pay a fair share, A, they're wrong now, But imagine if you had a sales tax for people like Bezos, because people will say, the whole thing about Warren Buffett will tell you, I paid less in taxes than my secretary. He's lying, first of all. But secondly, if the big spending rich guys like Bezos likes to buy yachts and then he buys yachts for his yachts, like he's got one yacht that he likes to travel on and then he's got another yacht with a helipad, right? If you want to tax those guys, all you have to do is institute this federal sales tax, and if he wants to buy 17 yachts, he's going to pay a 23% tax. I'll go ahead and yield now. I know there's a few people that want to jump in, probably Daniel, probably Vespa, probably Lou, probably Double. Joe, you probably want to jump in. But let's take it one at a time. I would love for somebody to tell me where they think that I got any of that stuff wrong.
The rich don't pay a disproportionate amount of the income tax.
Sorry, I
okay.
made a random.
Hold on, Double, you're going to have to meet up. So Vespa, let's pretend that 100 people go to dinner, okay? 100 people go to dinner. And of those 100 people, let's say the wealthiest person says, hey, I'm going to pay 46% of the bill today. I would say that the other 99% of the people would say, man, that's pretty fucking generous. Now, if you were to break it down and say the top 10 wealthiest people, if they said, hey, we're going to pay 76% of the bill, the rest of you, the 90 of you, all you have to do is come up with 24%. But imagine the top 50 wealthiest paying 97.7% of that bill for dinner, and then telling the other 50% of the people, the other 50 people that are at this expensive dinner, hey, you guys, the 50 of you, you only have to chip in to pay 2.3%. So if you want to challenge me on my math, please go ahead. But don't tell me that the rich are not paying a disproportionate amount, because what you have to acknowledge is that the bottom 50% are paying virtually nothing.
Which is appropriate. That's the proportion it should be.
Excuse me?
On a progressive tax rate like system, that's what you would expect.
Why would that be appropriate for the bottom 50% of the country to only pay 2.3% of all of the federal taxes? Please make it make sense.
The rich can afford it and the poor can't. It's pretty simple. Good. Pretty damn simple.
Well, hold on, Vest. Let's talk about the tax code. Do you know what the tax rate is if you make $10,000 or less per year?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's nothing. They pay nothing. They're completely tax exempt. When you start factoring in the standard deduction, and you look at these rates, you should look at tax brackets before you have these conversations.
Well, we got to look at effective tax rates, right, across all taxes, not just income.
Oh, okay. So you want to talk about when
payroll, consumption, right?
I addressed the consumption thing, that I want to roll back all income tax, all Social Security tax, all Medicare tax, replace it with
capital gains.
Yeah, you think capital gains tax is a fair tax?
I think we need a higher corporate rate tax.
Wow. Why would you want that? Why would you want to punish business?
My God.
Why would you want unfettered corporatism?
No, I don't want that. See, this is what this
and monopolization.
No, so first, okay, so perfect. I'm glad that you brought all of these misunderstandings to the table, all in one. It's amazing that you brought all these misunderstandings to the table. I am not for corporatism. In fact, if I had it my way, we wouldn't have corporations at all. I think that this idea of corporatism that Benito Mussolini really loved and Trump supporters are jumping on board with, I think it's a very, very bad idea. And I think the government distinction of a corporation is a bad fucking idea. I don't think that we should have favor for corporations at all. I don't think we should have subsidies for them. I don't think we should bail them out when they fail. The idea of too big to fail, I think, is a joke. I don't think that we should do a wealth transfer from individuals to companies. I think that that's a very bad idea. And when government is in cahoots with corporations, that's a bad thing. Would you agree with that?
Say the last part again.
When government and corporations are in cahoots with each other, that is a bad thing for the people. Is that correct?
I mean, aren't corporations government entities to begin with?
They are government entities, which I feel like you didn't listen to what I said. Is this the first time you've ever had a conversation about economics?
Should businesses be regulated or not?
I would regulate them with the most minimal regulation possible.
So you want like black markets to run freely?
Well, first of all, I want to talk about this idea that you said about monopolies. Vesper, can you give me one example in the history of it? You didn't hear my question, you retard.
an example of a monopoly.
Yeah, I want to give you a question. You're gonna have to fucking listen to it. I know that this is a difficult thing. This is how you become a utilitarian Gnostic atheist. Basically, what you wrote in your bio is, "I'm a fucking retard, but I'm gonna act like I know things."
Go ahead and challenge that.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. What example can you give me in the history of the United States of a monopoly that's a company that did not get regulatory favor from the government, didn't get subsidies, and didn't get bailouts? If you can give me an example of one such company, I will suck your dick. Go ahead.
I mean, that's corporatism, right? That's the whole problem.
I'm the one that's against corporatism. Hold on. So let's find the common ground. So corporatism is bad. What I'm in favor of is a thing called capitalism, which has nothing to do with corporatism. Do you think that corporatism is capitalism or is a version of capitalism? Is that your contention?
You could say it's like crony capitalism.
Yeah, well, that's a word that lefties came up with to besmirch capitalism, when really what they're talking about is economic fascism, which is what we have in play. So it's right to criticize the system that we have. What's wrong is to identify that as capitalism.
I mean, like, Trump is not leading an anti-capitalist movement.
He's absolutely leading an anti-capitalist movement.
Why does he combine pro-business with pro-capital measures like tax cuts and deregulation with nationalist interventionist policies like tariffs?
So if you're intervening, you are, by definition, not a capitalist.
Okay, this is a libertarian definition of capitalism.
He's not leading anything. He's just picking up where the last person left off. Which I disagree with a lot of shit he's doing, but like the idea that any intervention means it's not capitalism is like...
Well,
like a libertarian definition.
Lou, explain to me what the definition of capitalism is.
Well, I'm going to use your definition. It would be something that just never exists. It doesn't exist, period. So, like,
hold on. Forget about my definition. What's your definition of capitalism?
I would go with something like, allowing a free trade, as little intervention as possible.
How about the actual definition, which is the means of production is owned privately?
Okay.
So if the means of production is owned privately, why would we want government agencies to be in cahoots with these companies? Why would we want to do a wealth transfer of the public funds to these companies in the form of subsidies and in the form of bailouts? Why would we do that?
I'm not saying that we should want to do that. My stance
So
is
if-
that
so
I
if-
don't
if-
think
if-
monopolies are inherently bad either, by the way.
I don't think, listen, if a monopoly could organically form, if somebody came to market with the best fucking mousetrap ever, and everybody said, why would I buy any other mousetrap? This is the best fucking mousetrap. Yeah, 100% of the mousetraps are going to be sold by Lou's Mousetrap Company. I would be perfectly okay with that. The problem is there's not a single fucking monopoly that's ever organically formed. Ever. Because organically formed companies in a free market have competition. and by definition, they would never experience a monopolization. The way that you get a monopoly is with protective policies. Protective policies like saying, hey, we're going to limit competition from other countries in the form of tariffs. We're going to limit competition in the form of protecting these U.S. companies. If you're protecting U.S. companies and you're putting penalties on foreign entities, now you can say that you want to advocate for doing that. You just can't advocate for doing that and then look me in the eye and say you're a capitalist. You just can't do it. It'd be a lie.
Well, I mean, then that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I do think, like, yeah, there needs to be. I don't know if it was Agent or someone said earlier that you don't want to have there to be an ability to influence, or I forget the word that someone used. It might have been you, Roger. To be able to, like, basically influence a market. But I think to an extent you do need someone to be able to have that influence, because someone will have that influence. If it's not at home, it's going to be abroad.
Got it. So what you're saying is like, hey, look, man, if Trump wasn't there, the fucking socialists would put their hand on the scale. No. Okay, then mean what you say and say what you mean.
He's giving the Iranian argument.
No, I'm saying that, like, a government, like, you have to have some level of
This is sounding
control
like a
over your
Randy
own currency.
McDickerson argument.
Yep.
Oh, no. It is something like, dude, what do you do if you have no control over your currency? Which, like, this would very much likely happen to all but, like, one country, potentially. I shouldn't say that. I don't know economics well enough to say really anything confidently. But it's like the idea that you could just allow your money to just be freely... I mean, shit, if you sell something in the States and another country wants to just come in and just purely just undercut the fuck out of everyone just to kill them off with that intention only and then leave, like, it's like, why? What's the point of that?
Well, let's think about that.
Why
right?
wouldn't they do that?
Let's think about that. Because do you believe that people are capable of operating in with self-interest? Do you believe that's a concept?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say if China, who has cheap, crappy steel, for example, right? There are people that will opt for the cheap steel. That is true. But then what happens is they go and they build a bridge with cheap Chinese steel, and then it's not up to code, and then they have to go and buy U.S. steel anyways. Shout out to the Bay Bridge that was built about 15 years ago. This is part of the problem, is you need to let the market decide. You need to let the producers and you need to let the buyers decide. When you put your hand on the scale, what you're saying is that you don't believe in the market. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the market, right?
To self-regulate.
Do you have Tourette's? What the fuck was that? I was talking to Lou. Vesper, why don't you mute yourself? We don't have time for utilitarian atheist Gnostics. Lou.
Yeah.
You guys are all over the place. What a sloppy conversation. Can I just welcome Autumn to the stage? I haven't seen her in a long time. Autumn, you might remember me as Roger Mayhem, but I've got a new name, a new photograph. But welcome to the stage, Autumn.
Thank you. Hi, friends. I'm just a friendly person. Feel free to ask me about anything. I like to talk about topics. And also, someone mentioned libertarian viewpoint earlier. Feel free to ask me about libertarian viewpoints, because I'm actually an elected official within the party.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know Steve Nicalia's driving.
I got elected, but I got elected in January. And actually, I didn't plan to one, but
even Kieran Ann Harless has had enough with these nitwits.
I have mixed feelings about Karen Harless. Well, futures and friendly, but like I enjoy some of her stuff, but like a lot of stuff, I'm like, shut up, crazy woman. Sometimes I love her occasionally, but like
Autumn,
Huh?
going to be a delegate at the convention in 2026?
I don't know. It's just like location-wise, it's usually an issue for me.
It's going to be in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to travel across the country, so I probably won't be there unless I can find like a libertarian friend nearby that I can like pay for the gas or something. Or
Yeah, the excitement around the Grand Rapids convention, which John, hopefully you'll attend. That would be fun. We could set up a booth there. That would be fun. But it looks like Justin Amash might run for chair of the National Party. It's in his home state of
he
Michigan.
did that a couple times, but didn't.
But it wasn't the right time. But the convention being there, and now that Michael Heiss has kind of ran back to the Republican Party, and the Mises Caucus has kind of fallen apart. I think now is the time for Justin Amash. I'm kind of post-partisan now. I no longer believe that the Libertarian Party is a force for good. I think that they're I think they're woefully unorganized. They don't know how to fundraise, and if they had money, they wouldn't know what to do with it.
That is true.
The last two things that they've done that made an impact in any way, the party itself, was getting Marshall Byrd elected in Wyoming, and then the 2021 efforts when we got 150 libertarians elected in the state of Pennsylvania. But now, like, pragmatism is like a bad word. It's the only party in the United States where if you say that you're a prag, they will shit on you and tell you that somehow that being pragmatic is a bad thing. So I have no love for the party, but the movement, I just don't think that the movement is through the party. I'm adamantly against the LP now.
I'm a libertarian principal, and I am technically I'm elected into office technically, and I do my best to do what I can to make better. You know, there's libertarian infighting that unfortunately prohibits me sometimes. The treasurer, cough, cough.
Yeah.
But I also don't judge libertarian principal people who choose different methods of trying to make things better. We all try different methods. If you choose to be pragmatic or choose a different method, I'm not gonna say you're not a real libertarian, blah 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 blah.
I think the problem is that the tent is too big. If you're gonna